Good morning, Jenny House.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
You all, everybody.
Katrina gets the belt today. Good job, Katrina.
Do you know what that song is? The You All, Everybody song?
No.
You all, everybody.
Nope.
Have you ever watched the TV show Lost?
Nope.
Okay. So Lost was a phenomenon.
Right. I remember. I
Right.
remember that. I remember
Right.
the cultural significance. I just
Yep.
never got into it.
Charlie was in a band, and that was their song. So every time someone goes, "Were you in a band?" or he would say, "I was in a band." Maybe you heard, and he would sing that line, which was spectacular. You've heard our music. You all, everybody. Yeah. Anyway, hello,
Yeah,
everybody.
dude. Catch my Jiffy Lube sports updates on the Eagle and 98.5.
One time I was listening to 96.9 and then switched to 98.5, and they played back to back. Like it's Kyle back to back.
You're welcome. That guy's too much. I gotta listen to this asshole for 2 hours.
I thought it was cool. I was like, hey, he said my name twice.
What up, Russell? What up, Michigan? It's nice getting in here early enough that we can say hello to everybody.
Yes.
We're not like, oh, it's 9:59. We gotta go.
I enjoy Kyle's moment. I got to work on this TV behind me. It's all washed out. I don't like it.
All right. 12 seconds to the legal. Here we go. Mics are hot. Yeah, it is. Good morning, everybody. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Kyle. He's James. And we're going to hang out with you until noon. And then D-Lo and KC will come in and do a real radio show.
Okay.
This is an exciting day, though. I want to, we'll talk Kings. I have so much to get to that is directly like James doing stuff.
Oh.
And it's not Kings related. Jake, you of course are the Kings guy, the Kings Beat, kingsbeat.com. Subscribe today and download the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get your podcasts. But you have done two things for me. You have given me two gifts. And it's really, really nice of you to do these things for me. The first thing happened last night. I was sitting there and I was doing one of my various additional responsibilities, media responsibilities, Niners Wire, Candlestick Chronicles, whatever I was doing.
Okay.
And I get a text from you that says, I am watching the NFL Combine. And I got to tell you. And then you said, which is just great, which is just like, hey, watching the Combine, getting dialed in. Love that for you. Love that for me. Love that for the show. And then you said my favorite words that as a producer, a host could say to me, as a host, the co-host could say to me. You said, I have thoughts. And buddy, I cannot wait to get your NFL Combine thoughts right now.
Okay, so let me set the stage. Set the stage.
I'm so fired up.
I ended up going to Bennett's, but the new Bennett's location off of Lone Tree. Shout out to Bennett's. Shout out to Brian Bennett, who came over and hung out and said hi. So again, Bennett's, you might want to sponsor the show.
We love Bennett's.
We were there.
Maybe a segment?
Yeah, a segment of the show. Yeah,
sure.
We could talk about all kinds of things.
Purple and Black pregame show.
Their happy hour is off the hook. Just so you know, it's off the hook. Like it was so impressive, and for a like today's day and age where everything is so expensive, it was actually affordable. I'm like, well, this is really nice. So,
Dude, they're not. Keep in mind, like I'm saying, Bennett's is not paying us to say this.
no, not at all.
I have never had. I've had Bennett's probably 3 times, so I'm not like the authority on it.
Mhm.
Every time I've been, it's been delicious.
Yes.
I've never had the same thing twice. It has been catered to this place, and I've been there to the restaurant, and it's been unbelievable food every time.
Every time.
When I'm driving in, I pass it, the one right here near the station. I pass it,
Yep.
and I always go, I need to go to Bennett's more often.
I always
That's
feel
just
the
a
same
thing
way.
that
Their
needs to
French
happen.
dip for lunch is just so
You love
good.
the French dip. It is phenomenal.
And I bring fries to the guys. Anyway, I'm sitting at Bennett's.
You know the fries are good because Damian Barling, the
Will eat them.
peak of physical fitness, just demolishes them.
He does.
Like, man, okay, go on.
He feels bad. He does feel it's like guilty pleasure, but he has to. He has to
Yeah,
eat
you
them.
have to.
Okay, so I'm sitting there in Bennett's. My wife is to my left. We're there with another couple. Right over the head of the other couple is a giant TV, and on the giant TV is the NFL Combine,
Mhm.
and it's Defensive Lineman Day.
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe my favorite day.
it was pretty amazing. Like some of these, there was a dude who ran like a 4.48 40 at like 6'4" and 7'8"
6'4". So yeah, go on.
with and like 273 pounds or something.
So it's Chop Robinson. He's
Okay,
a defensive end from Penn State. He's 6'3", 258, 254.
yeah, okay,
254?
yeah, he was lighter. That's
Yeah,
right.
So 6'3". He is the first player to run a sub 5.4 40 at 250 plus since Vernon Davis,
Wow.
and he plays defensive end.
I was watching. I'm like, holy cow! And then I watched a lot of the other defensive linemen, and
Mhm.
like I find it because you've said this. Oh, you watch the combine, you can't really learn anything. You should know everything you know, right?
Yeah. It's impossible not to be intoxicated.
But it's like I am somebody who watches for like body mechanics.
Yes.
And I'm watching and I'm like, okay, I watch a guy stand straight up in his 40 time. He goes to bust out of it, like he's ready to hit the ground running for his 40. His first thing he does is stand straight up. Boom.
Brutal.
Five flat. I know you're running a 5 flat. Like
Brutal.
you're 5 plus.
Yeah.
Like the basics of some of these guys that haven't been really coached and worked with
Yeah.
like a high end, and then they had the drill where they have the like big giant pads on the ground and you got to go one way and another way and then you got to come back and the guy's like waving you, go this way, and then fly out to the outside, and you're watching and there's like 3 guys who have been in line watching the other guys do the drill. They've all been watching. They're all waiting for their turn. When it's their turn, they run out there and they get on the ground fast. And then they don't know how to do the drill. And it's for me, as someone who coached young players in like soccer, I'm like, this is so frustrating. This is you knew, like, you were like the 8th person in line. You knew what the drill was. You watched everybody else do the drill, or maybe you didn't. And you're just sitting there. And to me, that's another red flag. It's like, oh, look,
that in itself is so much more valuable than a 40 time to me.
It is.
Like that just by itself, you don't know how to do this drill. You've been standing there watching. That's a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then they got to start the drill up. We're going to start the drill over.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting because you can see, again, the guys who have worked with high-end trainers building up to it, which is the NBA combine too. You get the crazy combine guys. They come in, you're like, what in the world? And then they last like 2 years in the league because they just worked on their combine numbers.
Yeah, they didn't work on their game at all.
Yeah, or they don't really have game, but they can jump high.
Yeah.
Like, or their shuttle drill is really fast.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, you can sprint in the 3/4 court.
You get out on the break and you need to throw a lob. That's your guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I always like the greatest combine story of all time in my book is, if you want to be 7 foot tall, right?
Of course.
So if you're a big guy, or if you're,
I would take 5'11".
Okay. If you're like a 6'6" guy, you go and find the like fattest shoes of all time. So you can wear 2-inch heels. So all of a sudden you're a 6'9" guy going to the draft. If you're a 6 foot, like 10, 6'11" guy, you're like, man, if I can be a 7-footer, it's going to go down. Like, oh, he's a legit 7-footer.
Yeah.
Hassan Whiteside.
Oh no.
In his combine measurements, wore flip-flops and came in at 6'11 and 3/4. And to me, that is everything you ever needed to know about Hassan Whiteside.
Everything.
6'11 and 3/4 because he wore flip-flops into the measurement room
Instead of cowboy boots.
A shoe with a 1-inch heel or an 1.25 inches.
Can you imagine how Hassan Whiteside's career would have gone if he measured in at like 7'2"?
Yes. Yeah.
Man.
And okay. And in that draft,
That's so tough.
he has a 7'9" wingspan.
Oh God.
And it's him and Cousins. Cousins had a 7'8" wingspan.
Yeah.
But two guys that are totally built different. Yeah. The
Mhm.
whole thing was like, it was crazy. And then watching Hassan gain 40 pounds in his first offseason of sheer muscle. And he tells us that his dad was a defensive lineman for the Vikings, which I had no idea. And his dad played at like 290. You're like, oh, okay. Yoked. And then he would come over and flex in front of the one-way glass that he thought nothing was behind, but it was really all the media standing there.
Hilarious.
He would go over and flex, and like you could tell he'd been working out. And that was like, that's one of many or two of many Hassan Whiteside stories. Some of them are not for
That's a good summer show. Just the Hassan Whiteside show.
Or an off the I may have told some of these on off the records with the Kings Beat. Yeah.
So it's Employee Appreciation Day here at Odyssey. And you can tell because when you walk in, there's a sign hanging up that says, "We appreciate you." It's like, thank you.
Yeah.
I now know how Kenny and D'Lo feel. I know exactly because they do the midday, right? They do noon to 4. And when you're in the midday, I did middays my entire time at 95.7, 3 different shows, but I was at middays the entire way. And when you're in middays, you get hosed on things like Employee Appreciation Day because your show is the window that food is here and then food is gone.
That's right.
And by the time you get done, like they bring breakfast for everybody. And by the time you get done, you go and there's like half a soggy waffle and
it's
some
very picked through.
It is very bad. And then the fruit that nobody wants.
The fruit that nobody wants. And then the small pieces of scrambled eggs.
Yes.
The little ones that fall off to the side, not the regular size stuff.
Yeah. That you cannot.
That you can't really pick up with a plastic fork.
Right.
You're like, this is miserable.
So it's Employee Appreciation Day today. So they brought breakfast for everybody. And they was supposed to get here like 10 minutes before the show starts. And that's what happened last time when they all the managers cooked for us.
Oh, yeah.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
And you went in and you told them what you wanted and you sat down and they brought it to you. It's like a restaurant. And that was 10 minutes before the show. We got our stuff and we were able to eat it like during the show, kind of throughout the show.
Yep.
Today, naturally, right as the show starts, I see them walk in with the food. And it's all sitting there and people just going to town right now. I'm crossing my fingers for a croissant.
Okay.
If there's a croissant left, I'll be thrilled.
We might have to have you run out and scout for us.
That's happening. I'll run out there. I'll do a quick run through. Then you can run out there and do it. Or we can go vice versa.
I don't really feel appreciated because normally, like I will go and get food for Damian and Kenny.
Yeah,
or for Jesse. Nobody seems to be appreciating us, even though we are the vibes guy. We are Donut Friday incarnate.
We have provided so much food for everybody here.
Oh, yeah.
And not a single person. Hey, you guys want anything? You can stand in the window right here. You don't even have to come into any studios. You can be like, hey, you guys want food? You want to eat? You want to eat? Yeah, I would love to.
No, Kyle.
They break it 10. They break it 13. We're good.
I did get my 30 Odyssey points this morning.
I did too.
I'm
halfway to an Odyssey backpack.
I'm so excited. I want Kyle to get the clear fanny pack, the plastic clear fanny pack, but you should just get the backpack.
So the thing with the plastic clear fanny pack is I'm a weirdo. I know how to use it. I'd be like, this is practical. I don't have to fill my pockets.
Plus, you could take a clear fanny pack into like a stadium.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because they can see inside.
That's a good point.
Yeah. So
now it's got double use. Now it's not just a bit at the station. Now I can actually use
I just keep funneling. I'm going to keep funneling my points every month to Kyle.
This is really good.
Until you get up to 240 points. And you'll get that.
240 points?
Both the backpack and the fanny pack are like 240.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, maybe it was how many? No, I thought I saw it was 160, 167.
Oh, maybe
that's how many points away I am.
Oh, that's possible.
That would be a messed up way to price things. If you're like, oh yeah, you want a new laptop? You are, let's see, $828 away.
All
right.
All I'll tell you is
Thanks.
it's super excited about the 30 points I got today, and I don't want to talk about that 10 points that I got earlier this year for something else that I did.
Yeah.
That's
shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube.
Maybe was worth more than 10 points. Just saying, Kyle.
All right.
We got a break, right? Before I get fired.
We do. We have a Kings jersey to give away today.
Ooh.
We're doing that courtesy of Jiffy Lube.
Jiffy Lube.
We'll be doing that. I have the second gift that you gave me that we need to talk about at some point as well.
Okay.
We also have to get into the Kings play tonight. The Kings are at the Timberwolves, and I really want to have some conversations about some of their guys, Rudy Gobert, Karl Anthony Towns, but I'm afraid if I do that, they're going to combine for like 40, 30, and 20.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll figure out how to navigate that, but I would really like to have some conversations about those dudes. Kings-Timberwolves, James' gift to me. We're giving away a Kings jersey. Tons of stuff going on today on the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320. I'll run first.
Yeah, go. All
right.
What's happening, everybody? Speaking of points, James, you remember the Pepsi points to get the Pepsi chair. I don't, but Russell, when I lived in Berkeley for a year, my wife was going to UC Berkeley. Well, before we got married, we had a studio apartment on the top of the Berkeley Hills that we rented, and I worked at Copeland Sports. I had a Coca-Cola card, and it got me $1 ticket into an A's game, $1 hot dog, and $1 soda. So I would pay like $1.64 to take the BART from Berkeley to Oakland, and then I would sit there and watch baseball games all day, watch a game all day, like on my days off, and it would cost me like $4.50, $4.60. It was spectacular. Hi, Spencer. Tyler, our friend Chris Biderman put out a video of him moving around pretty gingerly. He is wearing a sleeve on his leg. We haven't, outside of like a bruise or knee soreness, we haven't got like an official determination. Let me see. I'm going to read the injury report right now. It says De'Aaron Fox, left knee contusion. So he has a left knee. Yeah. He hit knees with, Jaime Jaquez. Anyway, I don't know if he's going to play, but he really does need to, like the Kings really need him. That would be bad. Is he sitting? You're putting it out there that he's sitting. I don't know that he's sitting yet. He's listed as questionable. So unless somebody's putting that out right now. I don't know. It is possible that he won't play. He is not moving around all that well. But again, I don't think there's a structural issue.
Barrel.
Cracker Barrel. Ooh.
Perfect. 30 seconds.
You know who loves Cracker Barrel?
Well,
Gary Gerald's wife. That is their spot.
My wife also loves Cracker Barrel. She's from Kansas, though, so it makes...
I've never been to a Cracker Barrel.
All right, 10 seconds.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. I'm Kyle. They're the Sacramento Kings. They are in Minnesota taking on the Timberwolves tonight. Sacramento looking to win that season series. That is all knotted up at 1 apiece. What I want to know is how do they...
You guys, James, go get your breakfast. Go on, James. Go get your breakfast.
What I want to know is, all right.
Okay. Go
Hey, I
on.
was trying to do our thing that I was
go
trying to
get
do
your
our
breakfast.
thing.
Go get your
that-
breakfast.
All right. We're feeling very appreciated now. Thank you, Charlie. This is so great. Charlie Maloney, everybody, if you want to check him out, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Is this your debut on the stream?
I
On
believe-
our show, it definitely is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yes, it
on the
is.
stream.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Hey,
Did you get some Cracker Barrel?
Not yet. I will.
Oh,
I mean,
why don't no, I appreciate you. You go.
no.
Doesn't work?
I've got like 2 hours to graze, so it's not an issue,
Have you been to Cracker Barrel before?
dude. I grew up in Ohio.
That's what I was going to ask. I guess my phrasing should have been, how many times have you been to Cracker Barrel?
I almost as many days as I've been alive. Okay, so I mean, if I stopped going to Cracker Barrel, the corporation would collapse because here's the deal.
Keeping them open.
I go to Cracker Barrel with my wife, and she eats very quickly there, and then goes to shop in the gift store. And
I love the gifts.
I quietly get to just go to ESPN and to Fox Sports and to sports.yahoo. And
So you and your wife go on a date to hang out alone.
exactly.
That is remarkable. Where's my applause? That is I mean, come on.
And then
That's a great vibe. I love that.
and then afterwards we jump in the car, and a lot of times we go to a movie, or we'll go pick up cheesecake at the Cheesecake Factory or something.
I'm taking
like that.
notes.
So
This is
yeah.
greght.
And we, I mean, it must be working because we're coming up on our 46th anniversary this year. so-
Wow. Holy smoke. I'm my wife and I right there. We're coming up on 2.
Okay.
So,
well, hey,
yeah.
man, you're the locomotive is
Well
picking
on
up
our way.
steam.
Well on our way. Cracker Barrel dates apparently the new move.
Yep.
All right.
It is good.
Charlie sitting in for James. It's Employee Appreciation Day. So James is out picking up his breakfast. It looks like he got a loaded plate. I love that. I love that for him. I didn't bring lunch today. So I'm really glad that I forgot there was breakfast. I didn't bring lunch because I got a jet like pretty quick after the show. FYI.
Well, see, and I didn't have my bagel this morning because it's donut day.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm listening to you guys coming in, and then I hear it's breakfast day, and I'm going,
Yeah.
but then I hear that you guys aren't
No
getting
donuts
breakfast.
today.
And so I'm going, no.
Can't stand for
So,
that.
so there we go. If you need refills, flag me
Yeah,
down.
Charlie,
and we'll get you-
bacon. Go get yourself something to eat.
I
and,
will. All
We
right.
definitely appreciate
See
you.
you later.
Thanks, Charlie. He's the best. There he goes. Charlie Maloney, everybody. Second day in a row. We're going to have to start paying him if he comes on a third day.
Uh-oh.
What'd you get?
Oh, he just took my phone. Hang on.
That's hilarious. Charlie's going to start breaking Kings news. Charlie, come back. He's got James' phone. James is the kind of person who's plugged in that when his phone disappears, it's a problem. Like, it's a real problem. It could be an issue if the wrong person gets a hold of James's phone.
Maybe.
I said, you're the kind of person that's the kind of plugged in that, like, if the wrong person got a hold of your phone, it could be a problem.
Now I'm going to have to worry about that all the time. People are going to be like, well, I could only get my hands on James's phone. But then I'd also like they'd have to get it open and all that stuff. I don't know. I'd worry. Like, at least it doesn't have the thumbprint that someone would like try to get my thumb.
Right.
That would be not good.
What was I watching where they did that? They went to they were was it Follow the House of Usher?
Oh, I
I
don't
think
know.
they did that where the husband's trying to get into the wife's phone and she's in a coma. And so he, like, while she's in a coma, like, opens her eye. So yeah, it's wild. I think that's how it went.
I think I was watching some.
Oh no, it's the House of Sun,
Oh, yes.
the brother's son.
Yeah, the brother's son. Yeah,
Yes.
they're going through all the thumbs.
Yes.
There
And
were a
she-
lot of extra thumbs.
Yeah, the agent goes and gets the thumb to get into the phone. That's exactly what it was. Although I feel like it happened to Follow the House of Usher too. The brother's son, very, very good show.
There is out in there's probably 14 pounds of bacon.
There is so much bacon. I usually am like, I only grabbed a couple pieces of bacon because that to me is the right amount of bacon to have. It's just in my brain, I go 2 pieces of bacon is a one. That's
Well, you're being like conscientious to everyone else. And
yes,
sharing.
thank you.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep other people in mind. there are just buckets of bacon over there.
Yeah, right now I could go make a BLT with like 42
Straight
pieces
up.
of bacon.
You could
Like,
do BLT with like bread wrapped in bacon.
yes, absolutely spectacular.
And really, really good. Shout out to Cracker Barrel. Okay, so we're gonna rearrange some things.
Yeah, things have
I'm
gone
gonna
a little
talk about.
sideways.
I'm gonna talk about the set. We're gonna get to the Kings today, guys. I swear to Bob. I'm definitely worried though.
Is this the moment
about-
we talk about Blue Lips?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Your second gift to me.
Okay.
I love Schoolboy Q.
Okay.
He's one of my favorite rappers. If you don't, I don't know if I've told the story or not, but I had heard like all of his hits off Oxymoron, but I had never listened to Oxymoron all the way through. And I finally decided to do that one day and was just blown away because it's a great album. And then a short while later, Blank Face came out, his second album, and loved Blank Face. I still do. It's an all-timer for me. Well, then he had another album come out called Crash Talk, and Crash Talk is like way out of left field. It is way over here. It stinks. I was very disappointed with it.
Okay.
So Blue Lips comes out today. Listen to it on the way in. I was very thrilled with it. It is the production is great. Some of the features are great. I really, really enjoyed the album. It is right up there with Oxymoron, right up there with Blank Face. I haven't gotten enough listens to decide if it's better than those two yet, but I loved it. And then I said, I'm going to talk about this on the radio today.
Just because.
Instead of leaving you out in the cold, instead of being like, James, here's a thing that happened. And you're like, I don't care. Like what you did. I don't, sure. I was like, can you listen to some of this for me? I would love it if you would listen to this. And I just want your thoughts, opinions. And you got, I think you said 6 songs in. You listened to it on the way in?
I did. I got 6 songs in.
Thoughts?
Okay, so Blue Slides.
Yep.
I enjoyed.
Yep. That's a more upbeat one.
And I think it's Lovebirds. And those are the 2 that he uses other music, like
samples.
Yeah, of older music, and then starts doing his stuff.
Yeah.
I was down with those, and I thought they're like really cool, and I like the arrangement, and I thought it was creative. The rest of it is tough because I don't listen to that type of music.
Yes.
And I can't get past the N-word every 2 seconds.
Sure.
That's something like, and I'm so outside of that, like, I don't know, like I enjoyed like the beats and like like the arrangement and stuff, but I preferred the other stuff where he was just kind of riffing without going there the whole time.
Sure. That's understandable.
Yeah.
My wife's the same way with music. And that's why, so I ordered Blue Lips on vinyl. I just pre-ordered it. I took a leap of faith that it'd be better than Crash Talk. And that's one, I have a couple like that where I just don't play those because she's the same way. She's like, this is not my bag.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And it's not like you can skip when you got vinyl.
Right.
You gotta like literally like pick up the needle and move it.
You're just letting it rip. Yeah. I'm glad. I thank you. I know I had a very strong feeling it wasn't going to be your favorite thing, but I appreciate that you listened so we could discuss it on the radio.
I had a really short drive into work today. Yeah. We stayed down here. Right. We stayed down here in Rockland. So it was only
that to stay out of the inclement weather?
Well, we didn't want to go back late,
sure,
and drive through maybe what could be bad weather. I don't know. Like the boys, well, my youngest had school today, so it's not like it snowed enough that they're going to have a problem. I don't know what the weather looks like right now at home, but yeah.
All right. We'll have Kings-Timberwolves next. I swear.
You swear?
I promise.
Okay.
That's what's going to happen next.
Charlie will barge in again, or someone will.
something like that. Something like that's going to happen. We will talk about the Kings. We will talk about the Timberwolves. And we have to, at some point, talk about Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, because I feel like they're pretty polarizing players in a different way. Like we talked about Jamal Murray the other day. And Kat and Gobert are different, polarizing in different ways than Jamal Murray. Like I think consensus is Jamal Murray is really good, but he gets rated higher on things like NBA rankings because of how he does in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
With Towns and Gobert, I have questions about them as pieces of like a title team. And that's kind of what I want to dig into, but I'm scared to do that. Because if we talk about Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns in any way that's not like, wow, what a duo, David Robinson and Tim Duncan reincarnate, watch out. If we do anything below that, they're going to torch the Kings tonight for 60 combined points.
No, totally. That's
So,
why you
I
have
don't-
to fear that.
I have to. I want to have a real conversation, but I'm also terrified of jinxing the Kings because I am a superstitious weirdo, and I don't want to get blamed for this stuff anymore. I stay at games they lose, my fault. Talk about Jamal Murray on the radio. He goes for 32 in a Nuggets win, my fault.
There it is. I do believe all of this is your fault, Kyle.
I know.
I do. You're a jinx.
Just go to shoot around. Mike. Stop working on those defensive adjustments. We got it.
We got it.
We fired Kyle.
We
outta
just
here.
need to start
He's not
doing
gonna be a
reverse
problem.
jinxes.
He's
We gotta think our way around this,
Okay.
Kyle.
I
Reverse
don't see any way.
jinxes.
Okay, I got you. I don't see any way the Timberwolves don't win the championship this year.
No, of course
Karl
not.
Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert,
MVP candidates.
Anthony Edwards.
Will they split the vote, Kyle?
Oh, maybe three-way MVP over there.
Yeah,
Jaden McDaniels. I mean, future MVP.
future Defensive Player of the Year
Like,
candidate,
that's a great. Yeah, it's
and maybe Rudy
yeah.
Gobert's Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Maybe they will do
Co-defensive
what
player of the year.
maybe they'll do what the Kings did last year, where they sweep every single award.
Is Chris Finch the greatest NBA head coach of all time?
I believe
I
he
think he's
is.
in the conversation.
I believe he is.
We'll have Kings Timberwolves for you next on ESPN 1320.
Kyle and I have a lot of food to eat all of a sudden.
I can eat and talk if everybody's okay with it being disgusting.
Hmm.
Trying to figure out how I'm going to do this here.
Kyle, did you have any of the the gravy soaked potatoes?
No, I kind of ripped through there because I knew I didn't have a ton of time.
Mm.
And I saw bacon, a pancake, and a biscuit.
Maybe Charlie heard our bit.
I think you did.
Yeah. How's it going, everybody?
Bro, I hadn't eaten all morning.
Me
This
either.
is the best bacon I've ever had in my life. No bullshit. Oh,
Sorry, we're just eating away.
hang on one second, guys.
Sat down the mic.
Yeah.
He's like,
I'm fine. Oh, it's on a minute. Here, what? This is the best bacon I've ever had in my life.
it's pretty good.
Really good.
Mm. Mm. Dr. David, I have not speared pigs and made my own bacon, but we do buy half a pig every year.
My buddy I worked with in Arizona did that. I had never heard of that before.
Mhm.
But his mom and dad would buy a cow.
Yeah, there's local 4-H
distribute the
kids.
meat
Yeah.
to their family.
It's weird
know.
because you have to have it goes to the butcher, and then the butcher calls you and like, how thick do you want your pork chops? Yeah, inch or inch and a quarter. Do you want like the ham cured? Do you want your bacon cured? How do you want your sausage? Do you want it Italian style? Do you want it
Do you want your
hot?
bacon cured? No, I'd like it to stay dead, boys.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. All right, he's James. I'm Kyle. And we're going to do a radio show about the Sacramento Kings and the Minnesota Timberwolves. That game takes place tonight in Minnesota. The Kings looking to win that season series. They've split the first two. The Kings won their first game back in Minnesota to cap a long road trip. One of their most impressive wins of the year. They went in to Minnesota and won that one 124-111. De'Aaron Fox had a huge night that night, 36 points, 7 boards, 12 assists. Sacramento shot 17 of 35 from beyond the arc. The bench combined for 45 points in that one. Kessler Edwards added 10, and Timberwolves just 25 points off the bench. Is that something the Kings can even replicate at this point? Like, that game feels like a million years ago.
That's an interesting question, Kyle, because I'm not sure that they can. This doesn't feel like that team anymore. The offense just isn't flowing and running like it was. But then again, this team has been that way the whole season, where they're so hot and cold. You have no idea when they're going to turn it on, when they're going to be like a world beater, and when they're not. And that was part of the in-season tournament, that first game. They did lose the next matchup against Minnesota, 110-98. I think there's something about Minnesota that we always bring up. It's this long, athletic, the Kings they really struggle with that type of team. But I kind of, there's a certain thing about Minnesota that I disagree with a little bit when it comes to all that.
Okay.
They're long, they're athletic, but they're not physical. And so, Karl Anthony Towns can be like, he can drop 30 on you with no problem. But a lot of times it feels like it's a soft 30.
Yeah.
And Rudy Gobert, he does battle Domantas Sabonis, but same time, Domantas Sabonis seems to be just fine playing against him. And they have length and athleticism that matters, but they also just don't have that physicality that you fear. And that's why I don't believe that Minnesota is probably going to be a high-end playoff team once they get there.
Yeah.
They just aren't quite there as a team yet. And some of the pieces that they rely on heavily aren't there as players, and probably won't be there as players.
Yeah, that's a little bit where I am too. I really like what Minnesota has done and is doing. I frankly would punt it on them, because I did not believe that the Karl Anthony Towns Rudy Gobert thing was going to work. Jaden McDaniels has taken a leap. Excuse me. And Anthony Edwards is awesome, but I mean, to what end, right? But
yeah,
he looks to be trending in the direction of being a 1A type of player, where he can be the number one on a title team. But to your point, we talk about this with the Kings a lot, right? They need some dogs, man. They need somebody who's going to set that tone physically, whether it's offensively, whether it's defensively. Like Jalen Brunson with the Knicks is not a super physical, awesome defender, but offensively, you're going to feel him. Like he's going to be physical in that way. He's going to attack, and you're. I don't feel like Minnesota has that player outside of Anthony Edwards. And Ant is that's great, but when so much of your foundation is Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns, is these two bigs that going into a playoff series, I don't fear them. I don't fear that Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert are going to be awesome for 7 games.
I think that they're going to put up numbers, but
Sure.
you don't know how big of an impact that's going to have. So what I will point out that the 2 games this season, the Kings, when they beat Minnesota in Minnesota, Jaden McDaniels did not play. And then when Minnesota beat the Kings in Sacramento, Jaden McDaniels did play. And McDaniels is a sneaky, crucial piece to what they're doing.
Yeah.
So he put up 20 points, 4 steals, 5 rebounds against the Kings, and he played almost 41 minutes.
Jeez.
The difference between them with him and without is that if he's out on the court and he's defending De'Aaron Fox, that's a really, really long, crazy athlete that causes problems. And I think that Fox can figure it out, but again, he wasn't great against them in the second game. He scored 27 points, but again, it was during a time where that's what he's doing every game. But he turned the ball over 3 times. He just wasn't as impactful. And we don't know if Fox is going to play or not tonight because of injury. But at the same time, if Fox isn't there, McDaniels is now going to be free to roam and probably defend Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
And then life becomes really difficult for the Kings.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And that's with no De'Aaron Fox. Keegan has to be the guy.
Oh no, totally.
He has to be next up, and we saw that against Denver. Early on, Keegan was the guy who was stepping up, and then he didn't. If you're not getting, and this is where the Timberwolves become really dangerous, is if you're not providing any offensive punch, they're not a great offensive team, but they are good enough that if you're not putting pressure on them on that side of the ball, they're just going to eat you alive. And that's where my worry comes in for Sacramento is, man, De'Aaron Fox not on the court. We know it's not Davion Mitchell. We know it's not Keon Ellis. It's going to be Malik Monk at, when he is on the floor. But outside of that, I don't have enough faith in Keegan Murray that when presented with that kind of challenge, he's going to be like, yep, all right, here we go. I'm stepping up to this. I am going to be the dude tonight. No De'Aaron here. Fine. It's the Keegan Murray show. I haven't seen that. Maybe he will be, and maybe we see it tonight, but I don't have, even if De'Aaron was on the floor, you want to see more of that from Keegan. And we haven't seen it yet to where I'm going, yeah, hey, they'll be fine. That's a challenge that he's going to step up to.
Well, and Kyle, this is the important aspect that I think that people need to understand. If Keegan Murray does become that player, let's say that Fox does play tonight. And the way that this game would start is that they're going to put Jaden McDaniels on Fox to start the game, right? They're not going to put Mike Conley on him. They're not going to put Ant-Man. Maybe they'd put Ant-Man on him for a few minutes, but they're like, historically, they put Jaden McDaniels on Fox. And we're talking about a 6'9", like rangy defender, the guy that we keep talking about that the Kings need. That's when Keegan Murray should shine, because that means that somebody else is going to be defending him.
Yes.
Whether it's Conley, whether it's Anthony Edwards, it doesn't matter. He's got a huge height advantage. He needs to cook, right? If he can start cooking, then they would have to take Jaden McDaniels and move him over, and then De'Aaron Fox can cook. And that's sort of how this team should be built to move forward. Whether they can get to that point or not, it depends on where Keegan Murray goes as a player, whether he wants to take this leap. And, again, the whole time, Domantas Sabonis is going to be battling in the post and doing all that. But I'm more concerned about that aspect right there. If Fox doesn't play, that means that Jaden McDaniels slides over and defends Keegan Murray, and Keegan's going to have a rough night. He just is. I mean, that he's an exceptional defender, and he's got the length and athleticism to bother Keegan. Keegan's stronger than him, but the Kings don't use Keegan as a post player, so that doesn't really matter.
I think this is an important game for Keegan, though.
Yeah.
If Fox isn't out there, because the only way you're going to grow into that player is by having opportunities to do it and recognizing the windows of when to do it. So even if Murray doesn't have a great game in that situation, I don't think it's necessarily going, oh man, that's awful for him long term. Like, that's what this is about. This is about development. This is about learning. Yeah. And learning comes with those setbacks, with those mistakes. So I'm not, that's the weird thing, to borrow a phrase. That's the 2 timeline thing with Keegan. There's this year, there's right now, tonight, and the Kings needing to get wins. That is, the West is not in a place where you can go, yeah, no, if you lose this one, it's fine. Like, that's not where they're at in the standings, and that's not where the West is ever going to be at any point this year. But long term, I don't think there's any major issue. I'm not going to come in here tomorrow if Keegan Murray gets guarded by Jaden McDaniels and has a tough night. Yeah. And go, I mean, I just don't see it.
No. No, I don't think so either. And the 2 timeline thing, you bring it up. Like, look, I think that I
hate that that's become like a joke.
No, but
because it's a valuable, like a useful thing.
Yeah, but I'm of the opinion that this is a moment where the Kings have to combine the 2 timelines. Like, they have to have Keegan Murray be that player, and they have to be that team at the same time. We're not looking at 3 years down the road. Keegan Murray came out as a 22-year-old, 21 going on 22. He's not a baby. Yeah. He needs to be treated with, the idea that he's a year and a half in and he knows the game, and it's time for him to start playing up to the potential. And that doesn't mean every night, but it does mean that he needs to start being that player and showing us that that's who he's going to be.
Yeah, totally.
And if he can't get there,
that's a fair point.
That's okay. But that just means that you need to adjust accordingly during the offseason and over the next couple of years as you're building out your team. I do think he is that player, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he gets there too. I want to remind you, coming up Saturday, 11:15 a.m., get your notebook out and start paying attention to college basketball because you're going to be in a bracket. Even if you think you're not, you're going to have one at work. There's going to be a family one. Some friends going to hit you up. You're going to be in a bracket. You're going to want to know. And we're going to help you out right here on ESPN 1320 at 11:15 on Saturday. We've got number 5 Marquette at number 12 Creighton. And then at 5 o'clock, non-college edition, we've got Nuggets at Lakers. We are going to be your home for the NBA basketball, the play-ins, playoffs, and the finals. And again, that's 5 p.m. on Saturday, Nuggets at Lakers. And then Sunday at 9:30 a.m., it is Sixers at Mavs. We will have more Kings-Timberwolves for you, though, right here on this radio station. How do they get a win? How do they avoid losing 3 in a row? And can they avoid losing 3 in a row? Because I tell you, this feels like one of those games that I'm going in going, don't love this spot for the Kings.
I agree 100%.
All right, we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's talk about the standings though, as we reset here. The Kings got not a ton of help last night. The Warriors and Lakers both won. They're now lurking. The Warriors are 10, Lakers 9. The Kings 2 games up on Golden State, and I think a game and a half on the Lakers. Or is it 2.5 on Golden State and 2 on the Lakers?
Something like they're 2 games up on the Lakers.
So they're 2 up on the Lakers, which I think means they're 2.5 up on Golden State. And while we continue looking ahead, that's a factor here because the Lakers are all of a sudden starting to win.
The Lakers are a game and a half behind the Kings.
Game and a half behind the Kings, and the Warriors 2 back.
And the Warriors are 2 back, and the Lakers are tied with the Kings in the win column.
Man,
yeah.
Not to mention the Lakers have won 7 of their last 10. They just had a massive comeback at home. Well, like on the road against the Clippers.
On the road against
D'Angelo Russell hitting a huge 3 and turning around and shushing a crowd that's all cheering for him. Like, bro, come on, read the room.
Yeah.
They just had that huge comeback win, and they've won 7 of their last 10. Golden State went into New York last night and beat the Knicks. How did I not have the score here? I think it was 110-99, I think was the final.
Okay.
In that one. And the Warriors have now quietly won 8 of their last 10. And that's where I don't think the Kings are necessarily in danger of falling out of the play-in. The Jazz are going the wrong direction, and they are the next closest team. They're 7 back of the Kings?
Yeah, that's where you start
5
to.
back?
Yeah, they're 7 back, and the Rockets are, 8.5 back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, you're gonna be a play-in team no matter what.
Yeah.
But the question, I don't think that anyone was comfortable asking before was, are you going to be a team that has to play on the road in the play-in?
Mm-hmm.
Are you a team that isn't playing for the 7-8 seed? Because of course in the play-in, the 7-8 play.
Mm-hmm.
And if whoever wins that game is a 7, and then the 9 and 10 play, and whoever wins that game plays the loser of the 7-8 game. And what you don't want to do is be a team who A, plays on the road, and B, has to beat 2 teams to get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those teams could be Golden State Warriors. One of them could be the Los Angeles Lakers. And if anyone out there thinks that you're going to get a truly fair shake in one of those games, you're going to have to win that game. Handily. You're going to have to defeat them because that's a league. And number one, Steph is going to dominate and take over, or what we saw from LeBron James, 19 points in the fourth quarter against Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers.
Yeah.
Like, that's no joke. When that guy wants to make the playoffs or wants to win a play-in game, you're in some trouble.
Yes.
So
even at 39 years old.
Yeah. The Kings have to figure things out. And we talked about this 5-game set here a lot. And this 5-game set, we thought, hey, if you could go 3-2, it'd be great. But there's a good chance that you're going to go 2-3 on this set. Right? They win the first 2 games, you get a little like, hey, look, they might have something here.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you drop 2. Now this becomes a really pivotal game. After this, the schedule does lighten up, and the Kings have 10 games coming up where they got a good shot, right? And they might be able to build something here. But if they have no momentum and we're starting to see some cracks in this thing, then I don't even know, scoreboard watching matters as much, because this team just might not be good enough to make it, or might not be able to hold it together. We saw the comments from Kevin Huerter after the game the other night. Not great.
Mhm.
I get it. A player wants to play, but you also have to look at the game and how a player
Understand the
played.
reality,
And I mean, he finishes with like 18 minutes, and if they were competitive at all, he would have played 12 minutes in the fourth quarter, or 10 minutes in the fourth quarter.
right.
But they weren't, Kyle.
And they were a -20 in his 18 minutes.
Yeah, and then it got worse.
It wasn't like he was tearing it up and they left him on the bench while they got cooked. Like that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah,
That'll be interesting to see how he responds tonight.
No, I totally agree, but it plays into this larger question about, can the Kings fend off the Lakers and the Warriors, and can they find a way to move up above Dallas? You got 2 more games against Dallas. That's where you can really start to, try to get out of the 7-8 and get into that next step, which is the 5-6. And you're only a game behind the Pelicans for 6.
Right. It's not like super dire.
Yeah.
Looking ahead. That's not that's a little bit where my point with bringing up the Warriors and the Lakers is not like, wow, the Kings are going to fall back. Look at this.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, we've been looking so far ahead that very quietly, as the Kings have scuffled a little bit here, you have these 2 teams that were behind them that are now playing really well. And now that's just another thing we have to worry about, while also continuing, how are the Mavs doing? How are the Pels doing? How are the Suns doing?
Exactly.
Because they're right there.
Yeah, it's becoming it was a group of 4, and it's all of a sudden like a table for 6. And that's a little uncomfortable. That should be really, if you're the Kings, that should be really, really uncomfortable, that all of a sudden that group that was separated by, was like your group, and then another group that was 3 or 4 games back. Now 5 through 10 is separated by 3.5 games.
Yeah.
And that's crazy.
But at the same time, not to kind of zoom out, they're also, and you mentioned this 5-game stretch where we're going, you got to go 3-2. But immediately after this stretch, things lighten up a lot.
Yeah, a lot
for Sacramento. And they're in a place standings wise where if you go win 6, 7 in a row, not even asking for a crazy long win streak, but put together 6, 7 wins in a row against not top end competition, and all of a sudden you're very firmly in that spot where maybe you're not up at the 4 or the 5, but like comfortably in 4 or 5, but you're comfortably clear of the bottom of the play-in.
Yes.
And potentially comfortably clear of the play-in entirely with 15 games to go.
Yeah, that should be the key. And I mean, we keep bringing this up, but making the playoffs is a big deal. And so the way that standings go is, if the Kings make the play-in but lose, they become a lottery team and they keep their pick.
Which is bad.
Which is very bad.
Yes.
This is not a good draft, but it also ties up your 2025, 26, and 27 picks again. And now you're worried about what that means, what you can trade this offseason. But if let's say they make the play-in, but they lose in the play-in, that's what happens. You become a lottery team. So that's where the standings are kind of weird. If a team comes up through the play-in and becomes like last year, like the Lakers they become an 8 seed, but were not the 8 seed going in, and they actually earned their way into the play-in. The same thing with Miami Heat, right? Miami Heat were like a 9 seed. They had to play the 9. They had to play both play-in games. They were a 7-8. They lost to Atlanta, and then had to play the 9-10. If they would have lost again, they're out, and they become a lottery team. So yeah, it's a big deal, because it really does gum up all of your future draft picks and stuff.
And it's counterintuitive, right? Because typically you're like, you want to keep your pick.
Yeah.
But for the Kings, if the pick conveys this year, if they make the playoffs, the Hawks get the Kings pick. So the Kings don't have a first rounder this year. But it allows them to then trade 25, 26, 27.
Yeah, so if you give away your 2024,
right,
you have no picks owed going forward.
Yes.
So starting on July 1st, you have your 2025, your 2026, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. You have
7
access
years.
to 7 years worth of picks. You can trade every other pick, which means you would have access to at least 4 picks and then pick swaps and other things.
Yeah.
So this comes into play if there becomes a really good star player
Yes.
and you want to go out and trade for that star player. It also, like, you don't want to take a step back. If you're building something here as a franchise,
Yeah.
you don't want to run it back and have run it back mean you went out there and you regressed and you didn't make the playoffs.
That'd be really tough.
Yeah.
That'd be I would still be I would still be even if that happens, you're still sitting here with a foundation of Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, and conceivably Keegan Murray.
Mhm.
And that's a good starting point. But now all of a sudden, if you're looking at the end of this year and you're going, that's it, there needs to be an entire roster put around this group.
Yeah.
That's where it gets really dicey, because now you're not a move or 2 away and we're in their championship contender. Now it's like, hey, we're 4 or 5 moves away. And you've got Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox entering their late 20s.
Yeah.
And that's where the timelines start to kind of, now you're up against the clock. So making the playoffs this year is just massive from so many different perspectives.
No, I totally agree. And like the problem is, if you're out on the open market and you're trying to make a deal and the players you're trading are, let's just say, again, your big money players that we've seen that were, bandied about all during this last trade deadline, Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes,
Right.
like we'll start to get into the Chris Duarte contracts and the Davion Mitchell contracts and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But if you can't package that stuff that you're trading with anything other than maybe a 2027 pick, so we might be able to offer you something like 3 years from now.
Mhm.
That's not a lot to offer. You got what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like teams look around the league would go, okay, I want a 27, I want a 29, I want a 31 if
Mhm.
they're going to make some big deal, right?
Right.
But then you start competing against other teams, say the Oklahoma City Thunder, who has a war chest. And now we start running into the problem that they can offer a 25, 26, 27 pick that
Yeah.
you can't offer.
Yeah.
And that becomes a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. Not having it would be, man, what a disaster that would be.
Yeah.
I'm trying to, so if they miss the playoffs, we're going into this offseason going, okay, so they have a pick in what's supposedly a bad draft. They
You might be able to
can't
find a
trade-
player, but go ahead.
but they can't trade their future picks now.
25, 26, and 27. You can put in a clause that says, like, if the 25 pick conveys and they get the 27 pick. If not,
Sure.
though, it's
But
a 28.
But you just mentioned like Oklahoma City.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're bidding against teams like, hey, we have this pick, maybe that's not going to be a super strong argument. And on top of that, you would conceivably need a bigger overhaul of your roster, having just missed the playoffs.
Yes. This is why
mechanisms to do it.
Exactly. And this is why I always bring these up too. Like, people forget in 2011, the Kings traded Omri Caspi and a future lottery protected pick for JJ Hickson. JJ Hickson was a complete disaster. The Kings waived him.
Total mess.
He was a total mess. Like, there was everything. He came in and, like, he was young. He was still super athletic, but we're talking about a 23-year-old. You thought you were getting your long-term power forward fix, and he was not happy at all because he had played on a Cavs team that made it to the finals, and so they got catered everything, and like he just like wasn't happy at all. But like, first interview I ever did with JJ Hickson, like the night he was traded to Sacramento, he started talking in the third person, and it was like, oh boy, here we go.
I don't know if there's a bigger red flag for me.
It was like, oh, well, like, hey, JJ, what have you been working on during the offseason? Well, JJ Hickson's been working on a fall away jumper, and he just kept like telling me how many different jumpers. And I thought I was listening to like Bubba list off shrimp. And I was sitting here like, oh no, Why have you been working all these jumpers when you're the guy who is super athletic and should be finishing at the rim?
Yeah.
Like, where is your post move? Where, like, all of these things, a jump stop and a fall away, and it's like, but
Oh no.
the reason I bring up JJ Hickson in this conversation really quickly is that the Kings traded a lottery protected pick that year for JJ Hickson. You want to know when that pick relayed?
Please.
2017.
Oh no.
The pick that is De'Aaron Fox. When the Kings traded in 2016-17, they traded DeMarcus Cousins right at the deadline, and they fell out of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That pick, the Kings were in the playoff picture. It was a top 10 protected pick from the JJ Hickson trade in 2011. And every year, the Kings had not relayed the pick. When they traded DeMarcus, they fell out of the playoffs and moved up to the 8th spot. That first round pick actually became 2 seconds and dissolved. And they got 2 seconds, right?
Oh my God.
The Kings got De'Aaron Fox because they had the 8 pick, moved up to number 3, but they had a stupid pick swap and dropped to number 5, which is where they got Fox. All of that was from the JJ Hickson trade. If they wouldn't have traded Marcus, they wouldn't have got De'Aaron Fox. Straight up, they would not have gotten De'Aaron Fox. They were a playoff team and certainly not a bottom.
Yeah, but they would have made the playoffs.
Well, maybe they could have also missed the playoffs and not had the pick.
It would have been top 10.
And
oh no,
you remember in the DeMarcus trade, they picked up New Orleans pick, which ends up being the 10th pick, which they traded for 15 and 20, where they drafted Justin Jackson and Harry Giles.
Oh.
That's why all of these things matter, Kyle. When you put them in historical perspective and you look at all these things that have happened in the past, that's why the 2024 pick relaying, it does matter.
All right, we're really up against it. Victor Wembanyama went nuts last night. What does that mean for the Oklahoma City Thunder, though? And what does that mean potentially for the Kings? We'll tell you next on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Sorry, it took us down a dark road. Way too long.
I've got to do my stuff here.
Mm-hmm. Hello, everybody.
I'm going to grab this biscuit to eat while I do my stuff, though.
Yeah, Edgar, they could have drafted, you say this right here, they could have kept the 10th pick, drafted Donovan or Bam. They went back to back, I think, at 13 and 14. Yes, 13 and 14. John Poles. Dallas added a first-round pick in for Gafford. So, no, they didn't trade him for nothing. And I don't think he rushed it. I just think that he thought he had. It's like, to be honest with you, it's similar to the picks. I mean, to the pick swap deal that Vlade did. So Vlade, I think it was 2000. Let me think. What year was it that he did that trade? He traded a future first and 2 pick swaps. 1 pick swap happened and the other didn't. But what he did was he dumped Jason Thompson, Carl Landry, and Nick Stauskas on the Philadelphia 76ers, which ended up being like over a 3-year period, like 32 or 33 million bucks worth of contracts. And in that deal, he basically gave up a future first, which ended up being the 2019 first round pick, which ended up being nothing. Like, that wasn't a good pick either way. I think that's what year it was. I think it was Denzel Valentine that was drafted with that pick. 2-time Kings legend, Carl Landry. Not one time. Yeah. Something battle R4P. When did Bagley get traded to the Wiz? At the deadline. We were talking about that before. It's crazy. His stats are literally identical almost to every single year he was in Sacramento.
Nothing if not consistent.
14.2 points and I think 8.4 rebounds per game. So he's like up a rebound per game, but exactly the same number. Okay, so
all right, 5 seconds illegal. Here we go.
Okay.
Hour number 2. That first hour was chaos. You can always tell when it's a Friday show.
I think so.
When I first got into radio, not got into radio, when I first got to 95.7, because at my other station, every show was a Friday show. But when I first got to 95.7, somebody mentioned the idea of like, that's a great idea for a Friday. It's like, what? It's Wednesday. It's a great idea for right now. How is it not a great idea? It was like a silly kind of bit thing. I can't even remember what it was. It was so long ago. And so that's a great idea for a Friday show. I'm like, what does that mean? They're like, well, Fridays are just a fake show. It's just like silliness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't subscribe to it being a fake show. Like, it still very much matters. But stuff like talking about Schoolboy Q's album and talking about Employee Appreciation Day and things of that nature.
You're allowed
they just fit better on a Friday.
You're allowed some leeway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless, of course, something big had happened last night that wouldn't be all over it. But anyways, very Friday show today.
Yeah, definitely a Friday show. We were talking earlier about the trade that Vlade Divac did where he ended up giving up a 2019 first round pick. And I thought it was Denzel Valentine. It was not Denzel Valentine. It was Romeo Langford. Sorry. Very similar player who basically is out of the league as well. So that pick really didn't hurt the Kings. It ended up being like the 14th pick in the draft and like in another suspect draft.
You could write a book about these disasters.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It feels like do you remember Goosebumps?
Yeah.
Were you?
Well, I have kids.
Okay. And they were the like choose your own adventure stories.
Yeah.
Where you'd read and it'd be like, you get to the forest, turn to page 19 to walk into the forest, turn to page 46 to go home. Whatever.
See, choose your own adventures. I grew up with like those were my books.
Okay. So right, choose your own adventure, I guess, goes beyond Goosebumps. That's just how I remember them. But that's how I feel like you could do a Kings version of that. Like,
oh yeah, the what if?
Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this pick swap? Then turn to page 18.
I could.
Do you want to keep Nick Stauskas? Turn to page 14.
I could also do like the Marvel what if. What if?
Oh, that'd be good.
What if the Sacramento Kings didn't draft Thomas Robinson and selected Damian Lillard?
Oh,
with the 5th pick in the 2012 NBA draft.
Yikes.
What if? What if they drafted CJ McCollum instead of Ben McLemore, 2013?
Oof.
What if they would have listened to Jeff Petrie and drafted Giannis Antetokounmpo with the number 7 pick, or moved back and got more things and drafted Giannis in 2013 NBA draft?
What if they
There's
didn't fire Mike Brown?
Mike Malone.
Mike Malone.
They haven't fired Mike Brown yet. No.
What if they did fire Mike Brown?
Yeah. See, there are definitely a lot of what ifs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where like my brain like works with the history stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Telling you, it's a great book. Either choose your own adventure or what if, or both. Choose your own adventure. Like just restart the Kings at like 06, 07.
Yeah.
And just start and do a choose your own adventure of what ifs.
Yeah. I mean, I could, what if they they let the Kings move to Anaheim.
Okay, that's too far.
Just saying.
That's just for the bookends. Turn to the last page, sicko. It's over.
So, and then they all died.
The end. The San Antonio Spurs got their 12th win last night. They beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, who had won 6 in a row.
Mm.
They were cruising when they went into San Antonio. You're thinking, man, the Thunder are going to whoop this team. They're playing for a number 1 seed. The Spurs are playing out the string. Not if Victor Wembanyama has anything to say about it. Victor Wembanyama, 28 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 5 blocks, 5 of 7 from beyond the arc. Just in the fourth quarter, Wembanyama, 8 points, 3 boards, 3 assists. He was 2 of 3 from 3. He had the dagger in that one. Jeremy Sohan, Devin Vassell, both really good in that game. Who cares about the Spurs? Except Victor Wembanyama's lines are always hilarious. Chet Holmgren, by the way, who we've talked about before, would just be the runaway rookie of the year, like stone cold mortal lock in any other season.
Any other season. Yeah.
Last night, 23 points, 7 boards, 5 assists, a block. Just an excellent player, and Wembanyama just
Talk about just getting overshadowed completely.
different tier. It's crazy. You said something interesting to me though.
Uh-oh.
Because I saw this, I saw the end of this game, the very end of it. My buddy's a big Spurs fan and texted me. He's like, "You got to see Wemby doing this." All right, man, I got you. You were like, "Hey, the Thunder lost," and typically we'll go back and forth. You know, Pelicans lost, Mavericks lost, and we'll just kind of kick that around for a second. She texted me, you go, "The Thunder lost." I'm going, "Well, the Kings are currently 7.5 back of the Thunder." What is that? Please explain why you think it may be significant that the Thunder lost last night.
Well, yeah, because look, we have no idea where this thing is going to end up. What is there, 24 games left in the season?
Yeah, for the Kings.
Like there are plenty of times.
25.
Yeah, 25. Okay, there's plenty of time for one of these teams that are inexperienced and up near the top to completely collapse. There's also plenty of time for them to move down to a number 3 seed and the Kings to move up to a number 6 seed. Like these things can matter, and especially OKC. If you're the Kings right now, I think you would circle maybe Minnesota. You'd circle OKC. You'd circle Dallas. I don't. Who else would you circle and say this is who I would kind of you don't want to circle Denver because Denver just showed you who they could be.
Yeah, I want no smoke with Denver in the playoffs.
But the first 3 games of the season, you did play Denver well.
I don't want any part of Mike Malone and his staff in a 7-game series.
I'm kind of in agreement with you there. So,
but Oklahoma City, I think if you're ranking these teams, I think Oklahoma City is a pretty clear cut number 1 there. For all the reasons, remember last year, we do. Last year, going into the Kings-Warriors series, Kings were a better team all year. But the thing everybody kept picking the Warriors is because of all the experience. They've been there before. The Kings are just too young. This is year 1 of this thing. You don't make runs in year 1. And that, to me, is the logic I'm using with Oklahoma City. I love them. I think they are going to be so freaking good for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm not buying them this year as a playoff contender.
No, I mean, the Clippers and the Suns would both probably try to lose games to make sure that they matched up with OKC.
Yeah.
Even more than Minnesota. Even but then again, in Minnesota, I'm not sure because Minnesota's
at least been there with these dudes. They were there last year. They gave the Nuggets their toughest series.
Yeah, but I would still say that you're going to run into the problem that in the playoffs, like everybody knows how to run Rudy Gobert off the court.
Yeah.
And you're just going to get in switches. And, that's the one thing that, like we talk about, like the Kings haven't developed their identity and stuff. That's still something that I don't think that we see enough, where the Kings, we saw for like 5 minutes, and we talked about early in the season for like 5 minutes where the Kings were starting to get the switches that they wanted to get. That went away. That's like one of those things that just hasn't happened, where the Kings are no longer getting the switches and the things that they were trying to. Yeah, this team is. It's got me a little like all over the place.
Well, that's what they are. They're all over the place.
Yeah.
And that's it. You can't go in on them like, dude, they need to blow this up. They need to do X. They need to do Y. They need to do Z, because there have been enough flashes this year that you're going, man, if they just do that, they could win 9 out of their next 10 and be firmly in the playoffs. And we're going, all right, hey, how do they match up with the Clippers?
Mm.
You know, oh, feel good going into the playoffs. Look how well they're playing down the stretch. Like, that's on the table for me. I wouldn't bet on it just based on what we've seen this year. But like tonight, I look at tonight and I go, I think the Kings are going to lose tonight. I do not love this spot for them. They've lost 2 in a row. Now they're second road game in a row, coming off a really bad loss to Denver. Like, man, this is just feels like this is where they slide a little bit.
De'Aaron Fox is questionable.
De'Aaron Fox dealing with a knee thing. But every time this year I've gone like, well, they're cooked tonight. They've gone on 1 and look great. Where we're going the next day, we're like, hey, there it is.
Hey.
I don't know, just
Are they back?
we're all over the place because they're all over the place. Do not blame yourselves.
Yeah.
Do not do that. It's the Kings' fault. It's their fault. You're reacting to their performances, and their performances are all over them.
It's not you, it's them.
Yeah.
It's not you. It's them.
Don't have them call you, you'll call them.
That's right.
All right. We need to hit a break. How do the Kings win tonight? I am not optimistic, but every time I've been not optimistic this year, they have shown the best version of themselves. Every time they've gotten their backs really up against the wall, they have come out and played their best. How do they play their best tonight? We'll tell you next.
We're all over the place on top.
I'll be right back. Okay.
I'm not getting my food. Although I might just grab an entire thing of bacon.
I wouldn't be mad. I have a tattoo appointment today, guys. My artist does this thing where he will design things, and then basically he won't do it for free, but he does it for like super cheap because it's just work he wants to do. And he does a lot of like kind of like macabre, like dark kind of horror type things that are just not my vibe. Like, that's not, I have like Disney tattoos kind of thing. And I was thinking about it the other day, and I'm like, man, he posted this one design that I really liked. It was not as horror-ish. It was something a little more, it was a little lighter. And it'd be funny if it was actually a little lighter, like a lighter, but it's like this big. But he goes, I was like, man, this is sick. I really like this one. And he goes, is this something you would get? I was like, yeah, think about it. You know, it's not really, it's still not my style necessarily, but I like the design overall. Like, if I woke up and had that on my body, I wouldn't be, you know, like mad about it. But still not quite my vibe. So don't give this. I don't know. What I was thinking about the other day, I was like, there's a way I can tie this into what I do, like what I like. And so I sent him a couple ideas, and I was like, hey, what would you think about this? And he sent me the mock-up today. Well, first of all, he's like, love this. This is great. Super amped for it. Can't wait. Can he come in Friday? It's like already he books out for like months in advance. I was like, yeah, sure, I got you. I can come in Friday. And he sent me the design today. He sent me like a rough sketch, and I was like, wow, this is gonna be sick. And then he just sent me the final one, and I'm hyped about it, man. Check it. Check social media for it. I'll post it later. Oh my man. Come on.
Take 2.
Oh, I get 2? Look at James brought me. This is weird because my camera's here, but the computer I'm looking at is over yonder. And so I keep like trying to talk to you guys in the chatty house like this because I'm looking at the computer. I'm looking at you, but I'm actually looking. All right, fine. I'll show you guys. Hang on.
Hello, everyone.
I don't know. This might take 2 sessions.
The bacon has gotten better. Where's that going?
My thigh. Oh, here we go. All right, we're back in here. Kings-Timberwolves tonight. He is James Ham, owner of the Kings Beat,
Of course.
owner,
operator.
operator, staff writer, executive editor, editor-in-chief, intern,
Host of the podcast.
host the podcast. Subscribe to the Kings Beat at thekingsbeat.com. You can also subscribe to the Kings Beat podcast, which is James, Sean Cunningham. I wanted to say Scott Cunningham. I don't know who that is, but Sean Cunningham and Brendan Nunez. They do a great job, so make sure to check that out. But since we're here, let's talk Kings-Timberwolves right now on this program. How's that sound?
I'm in.
Keys to victory tonight for the Sacramento Kings as they look to win their season series against the Timberwolves. They've split the first two, but the Kings did get one in Minnesota. That was another game that we talked a little bit earlier about how many times this year it's felt like the Kings like, okay, the second shoe is dropping. Here's where they kind of slide and really show us who they are, and they don't play well. But then they come out with this really great performance. And that was the road trip where they lost the two in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going, man, now they got to go to Minnesota. This could get ugly. And then they go and they just worked Minnesota and played one of their best games all year.
Well, that Minnesota at that point had not lost at home.
Yeah.
I think they're 9-0 at home or something. That like this was a big time victory, especially the getaway game. You know, you had won 3 straight. You got the Lakers, San Antonio, and the Mavs on the road trip.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get just thumped by the Pelicans twice. And then, you know, this team has an uncanny ability to show up in weird situations and make some noise.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. And so it's definitely, it's intriguing to me to see who this team is, who they show up, how they show up in a game like this, where it's starting to matter a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the thing that stuck out when I was going back through that game was, okay, De'Aaron Fox is obviously great. Domas didn't have a huge game, but he's still really productive. It was the 45 bench points for me. Then when I look at, okay, how do they replicate the 45 bench points? Like, man, if they get that tonight, you get 45 from your bench, regardless of who's doing the 45. I would feel really, really good about them winning tonight.
Yeah. I just don't know that they have that bench anymore.
No,
which is weird. You get to this point in the season and like, I don't know who would put up those points.
Kessler Edwards had 10.
Yeah, I mean,
what?
Kessler Edwards makes sense playing him against this team.
Mm-hmm.
He makes sense against Cat. He makes sense against Jaden McDaniels.
Mm-hmm.
So well, maybe he does.
All right, let's get to keys to victory. James Ham of the Kings Beat. What is your first key to a Sacramento Kings victory over the Minnesota Timberwolves?
It is ignore their length and play your game. Like, just forget about it. Just don't worry about the fact that Rudy Gobert is standing in the key. Feed Domas. Just play your game and let the chips fall where they may. Don't get into some weird, paint touches for this team are so crucial.
Yeah.
Do what you do. Do your offense. Be who you are, and you should be okay.
Yeah, and that actually perfectly ties into my first key, and that is you have to move the ball on offense. The ball has to hop around, because if you sit there, this Minnesota team, in this year where offense is blowing up and offensive ratings are higher than they've ever been, and the Kings set a record for offensive rating this year, and there's 6 or 7 or last year, and there's 6 or 7 teams with a higher one this year. The Timberwolves still have a defensive rating of 108.3. The next team is the Cavaliers at 111.3. That 3-point difference in defensive rating is the same as the difference between 2 and 10.
Wow.
That is how far ahead Minnesota is of every other team defensively. And I think to combat that a little bit, you have to have the ball moving. If you're doing one dribble handoff every single time, they're going to adapt to that, and that's it. If it's, hey, give it to Domas in the post and let him dribble, and he's going to try and figure out a way to get it, they're going to adjust, and they're going to get stops that way. Now, if you're moving, you're going to get clean shots. You're going to get looks at the rim. The ball has to move tonight. I would love to see 30-plus assists from the Kings.
Yeah, and that's who they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's just,
that's it.
Don't get away from who you are.
Yep. Number 2.
Feed Keegan. If Fox
that.
is out, this might change a little bit, but the Timberwolves like to run Jaden McDaniels at Fox, and that would leave anyone else to defend Keegan. If Fox plays, Keegan needs to eat. He needs to be a focal point for the Kings. If Fox doesn't play, life becomes a lot more difficult, and it just becomes who gets hot, try to ride the hot hand, try to get through a game, try to find a way to be gritty and win. But to me, it really does hinge upon Fox playing or not. But feed Keegan.
And that's not just for tonight. Like, it is just for tonight. But then you want to zoom out and go long term. Like, Keegan having a big game would be big time for his development. Number 2 for me ties in a little bit to my first one, and this goes back to the Kings' identity. Every time the Timberwolves miss a shot, get the rebound and go.
Yeah.
Do not let their defense get set. Because, again, that is when they can just put you in a bind and just kind of suffocate you. If you're getting out and running, making it a more frenetic pace, that makes it a little bit more difficult to get set and play that lockdown defense.
Yep. I'm with you.
Number 3.
This is a playoff game. Straight up.
Dang.
Kings have gotten to a point where blowing too many games. That's it.
It's a playoff game.
It's a playoff game.
Man.
And you need to treat it as such. Like, it doesn't matter if Fox plays or not. You got to go out there and you have to try to search out a win. You don't want to drop 3 in a row right here. The standings are just smacking you around. Like, the Lakers and the Warriors are on your heels. You got teams trying to pull away from you up above. Like, you have got to figure out a way to lock in and win a game that matters. This is a playoff game.
That's a great point, and I think that's something we should track the rest of the way, because it feels like every game going in, it's like, this feels like this is playoff-ish, and that's how it's going to go. My last one, number 3, outshine their stars. Minnesota had 2 All-Stars. I don't think they should have.
No.
It's Karl-Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards being an All-Star, fine. Karl-Anthony Towns felt like a reach, and I would like to see Domantas Sabonis specifically show that tonight. Show why that was wrong. He's gotten opportunities to play and show, and he averaged a triple-double in February, and look how great he is. Should have been an All-Star. Everybody knows it. Well, now's the chance to go up against Karl-Anthony Towns specifically. And Rudy Gobert. He's going to see plenty of Rudy Gobert, but not one-on-one necessarily. Just outplay Karl-Anthony Towns by a lot. I would like to see that tonight.
No, I totally agree. What's your matchup of the game?
My matchup of the game. I'm going to go back to, man, you know, I know I joked about this last time. It's Sabonis against Gobert. That is what because I think Domas is going to need to score tonight. He's going to have to put the ball in the basket. And it's something I want to bring up actually a little bit later, but he has to score and put the ball in the basket. The Kings, I think, are at their best when they are getting into the paint. They're getting those paint touches. And Rudy Gobert is just an eraser inside. And I think if Domantas Sabonis can win that matchup, maybe hit a couple of threes, get Rudy Gobert to pull him out of the paint a little bit. That's what I'm watching for.
Okay.
What about yours?
My matchup of the game is I'm going to go Keegan versus Jaden McDaniels, because I think that's like if Keegan can find a way and can fight through the fact that he's playing against a strong defender, then the Kings have the second or third score that they need. And if not, I think this game could get ugly, especially if Fox doesn't play. Injury report: we've got De'Aaron Fox questionable with left knee contusion, and of course Sasha Vezenkov is out. Kyle Anderson is doubtful for the Minnesota Timberwolves, but also Anthony Edwards is questionable with left ankle soreness. So maybe saying there's a chance. I don't know.
Just get bench on bench.
There we go.
I like the Kings' chances in that one.
I like their chances early in the season, but their chances right now,
maybe not.
We'll see.
Maybe not now. Kessler Edwards against Jaden McDaniels is my matchup to watch. All right. Want to remind everybody real quick before we get out of here. Saturday, 11:15 a.m. college basketball here on ESPN 1320. Number 5 Marquette at number 12 Creighton. Start getting those notes down for your brackets. And then we've got some NBA basketball for you. 5 p.m. Saturday, Nuggets at Lakers. And Sunday, 9:30 a.m., we've got Sixers at Mavs. That Sixers-Mavs game is one that Kings fans are going to want to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big-time game for Sacramento. You're basically rooting for the Kings and every team playing against Dallas.
That's
and
right.
New Orleans and Phoenix.
And the Lakers.
The rest of the way.
And the
Lakers,
Warriors.
And Golden State. There's so many teams involved. Oh, dumb. All right. We got more hoops coming up on ESPN 1320.
Mondo. I think we do see Alex Lynn tonight. Maybe.
What happened?
Probably, but they've got a really nice super sub there. Not having Kyle Anderson's a big deal.
Kyle Anderson is one of those players that I know he's good. Like in my heart of hearts, I know he can play and he's an effective player. But I cannot bring myself to take him seriously.
I've never been able to understand how people can't stop him. I don't. He's moving in slow motion.
He's like Jamie Moyer.
Mm-hmm. No, exactly.
Like how did
Why
Jamie
can't you
Moyer
just
not have a career ERA of 90?
How can you not just hit the ball over the fence every single time he pitches it to you?
His fastball is 84 miles an hour.
And he's piping it all day long,
Just-
and you're swinging him and missing. That's a great comp. Boy. Let Jamie Moore play like 22 years. Wow. Jamie Moyer, career win-loss. Oh, my gosh, he played till he was 49. Oh, Jamie Moyer played until he was 49?
Yeah, dude. Yep.
Holy smokes.
The Rockies?
He was 47 and 9 and at 47 he was 9 and 9. At 46, 12 and 10. 45 he was 16 and 7 at 45 years old.
Mm-hmm.
His career ERA 4.25, 2.69 and 2.09. Is Jamie Moyer a Hall of Famer?
He's one of those guys that I feel like should be in. Him and Julio Franco.
Okay.
Like just by virtue of how long they played. Just like, yeah, put him in there.
Well, that and Julio Franco just because of his batting stance.
Mm-hmm.
Jamie Moyer served up 522 careers in his 522 home runs in his career, which is a Major League Baseball record. He gave up an incredible, led the league 44 taters during the 2004 season for the Seattle Mariners. That's a lot of home runs. Can't believe I've gone down a Jamie Moyer rabbit hole. Here's a stat. Jamie Moyer never struck out more than 158 in a season. And he ended his career with 2,441 career strikeouts. He only broke 150 that one time.
I don't have one. Let's pull up. I'll explain another time.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Final segment. There's Damian Barling right there. He and Kenny Caraway will be taking over at noon. Thanks everybody for hanging out this week. It's been a fun week.
It's nice being in the same room, Kyle.
I am so, can I real quick, can I thank you for something? I am so happy. Like I like football very much. I am a football guy. I'm one of those dummies that every time the Niners make a roster move, partly because of Niners Wire and needing to write, but every time they make like a practice squad move, I look into that player and I just have in mind like what they can do, and that way if they get and just like right now I'm deep dive on free agency and this and that. I'm just kind of a dork when it comes to that stuff. But I'm also not like a football hardo where I'm just like, I need to record the combine, I need to watch everything, I'm going to take notes on every single thing and da-da-da-da-da. And that's a lot. I appreciate that you're not that guy. Doing a show with a person who right now is like, we need to do 2 hours of combine would be brutal.
No. And like, look, I love.
So thank you.
I love it all. I appreciate that, Kyle. I do, like, even during NBA combine, they don't film it the same way, and they don't.
It's not a whole production.
It's usually like, you watch a bunch of bad like 3-on-3 basketball. It's like, oh, this is not good. I would like to go to the combine at least once, but
NFL or NBA?
NBA.
Okay.
I like to go in after the combine and look at the anthropometrics, all the measurements, the height, the weight, the wingspan, the standing reach, who won the 3/4 court and who won the cone drill. And I like to break all that down, but like one time.
Mm-hmm.
But then I use it a lot. Like when I write about players, I'm always talking about like their combine numbers and sort of measurements.
Sure.
And as for years, I mean, I did mock drafts. I think during the pandemic, the 1 year, I think I wrote 23 mock drafts for NBC.
But that context is so much different than jumping on the radio.
Oh no.
And being like, how about Chop Robinson? How did that help his draft stock? Let's talk about it.
Yeah. No.
I just could not care less.
I
did a show in San Francisco one time with this guy, and here's the reason I bring this up.
Yeah.
It was leading into the draft, and I like the NFL draft a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I really, really enjoy it. And the Niners not picking the first round the last couple of years was a real bummer for me personally. And I had this guy one year who came in to a weekend show with a stack of papers, 4 inches thick.
No.
And he was like, "Wait, okay, here we go. We can talk. Okay, we can do first round here, but I got a couple of guards in the second round that I really like, and I really want to make sure we're getting into that." Dog, I don't.
No,
I like the draft a lot, and I don't care.
Yeah,
Give me three guys you like in the second round. Let's talk about that.
Yeah,
okay, that's fine. I got a couple of guards that we need to get into that. We don't need to talk guard play in the second round, my guy.
It's almost like, have you ever run a 40? Like that's what I want to ask those people. Like, what was your 40 time?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a 40 time, like, how are you comparing that? How do you know what's fast and what's like?
Well, because you're comparing it against other guys.
Well, I know, I get that.
The problem with the 40 specifically. Thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, thanks for not being combine talk guy. Now we're going to talk combine.
Of course.
Here's my problem with the 40 specifically. That's not a thing that happens. The 40-yard dash is not a thing that happens during football games.
No.
And it certainly doesn't happen in your underwear. So, okay, 10-yard burst is big for defensive linemen because you're in a stance where you are crouched down and now you are going to get out into this burst. Oh, we have to give away a Kings jersey too. We'll do that in a second. But you have to get out and burst and you go, wow, that guy's 10-yard split was crazy.
Yes.
A defensive lineman's long speed, I could not care less. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't. You talked about form and stuff earlier. Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, does a great job. He had a cup of coffee in the NFL, also played in the Arena Football League. And he talks about when he was working out for teams before the draft, he ran a 40 at X time. I forget whatever it was. Went and worked with a coach for 2 weeks and shaved 0.6 of a second off his 40 time.
Whoa.
It's not 0.6.
That's
but shaved significant time off of his 40.
Yeah.
I think it might have been 0.2. He went from 4.8 to 4.6 kind of thing.
Okay.
And that is just that's
what I'm telling you.
What does it matter then?
When I was
What's
watching
the point of the drill,
I'm like, hey, why does that guy keep standing up out of his stance?
Doesn't make sense.
You just blew your 40 time.
Right.
I could tell, you blew your 40 time.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
And you can't even relay that to, because you were watching defensive linemen last night. You can't even relay he stands straight up to, oh man, that's just how he plays. And when he comes out of his stance, he stands straight up, which isn't what you want on the defensive line.
Yeah.
But you can't even do that because that's not going and hitting an offensive lineman. It's just running a 40.
Yeah.
You can watch tape and find out if he plays too high. So I just, the 40 specifically, it is a marvel. It is so fun to watch. And I love following it just casually and referencing it because if you draft a receiver who also returned kicks in college, and then you look and he's a 4.28 40, like, wow.
Yeah.
That guy hauls.
Do you sit there and watch it and guess? Like, oh, that's like a 4.72.
Yeah. No, I don't.
No, that's a 5.1. Oh, no.
Oh, while they're running?
Yeah, while they're running.
No, because I got my eyes locked on the clock.
Oh, no.
I see it out of the corner and just.
No, I'm watching. I'm like,
Do you see 46-year-old Tom Brady ran a faster 40 than combine Tom Brady?
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's all form.
Yeah. Well, that and it's all about like preparing for that.
Mhm.
That's and that's what I think the NBA, like, guys just prepare.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. There was a kid that he came out of West Virginia. It was like one of the greatest combine stories of all time. Went with like the 10th overall pick.
Kevin White.
No, there's a kid named it's Joe something. I want to say it's like 2010, maybe 2009, 2008, 2009.
Obi Melifonwu?
No. White kid that like in the NFL, I mean the NBA draft.
Oh, NBA.
NBA.
I thought you were talking about the NFL.
No. And I think he was drafted by the Bucks. Anyway,
I've got nothing for you.
like
Here.
you're watching him and you're like, okay, well, this isn't like none of this really translates. And he really didn't last long in the league, but he had worked out so much on the drills that he was like his stats were astronomical. You're like, oh, that's crazy.
He's just super athlete.
Super athlete, but it didn't translate at all. Yeah, it was not great. But I think that's part of like the NBA. I think you can fool the draft a little bit, where I don't think you can in the NFL. Like the NFL,
Yeah, teams are too smart now.
yeah. Like I don't know. It became Joe Alexander. My bad. West Virginia, 8th pick in 2008, and his numbers were just astronomical. You're like, how in the world? Like even like I think
and he still bamboozled teams.
Oh yeah. I mean, he lasted in the league like barely at all.
Yikes.
Yeah.
You want to give away a Kings jersey?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we're going to do this each month through the regular season. So we're giving away our February jersey today. We will give away our March jersey at the beginning of April. And then we'll give away our April jersey after the regular season finale.
Okay.
We've gone to the Wheel of Names.
The Wheel of Names.
Everybody who entered our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest was eligible to win. And our winner this month is David D. in Rancho Cordova. David D., congratulations. You have won a Sacramento Kings jersey courtesy of Jiffy Lube. Our promotion staff will be reaching out to you about your jersey. Congratulations to David D. in Rancho Cordova. Winner
Well,
of the
that's
jersey.
awesome.
You too can win a jersey courtesy of Jiffy Lube by entering our Jiffy Lube Fast Break Player of the Game contest. After each and every Kings game, and we'll Monday will be our next one. After every single Kings game, we come in, we give a keyword that represents the Fast Break Player of the Game.
Mm-hmm.
And you enter that keyword. You enter to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate, but then you're also entered to win a Kings jersey. You're entered to win those two things. So make sure you're getting in there. Make sure you're listening for the keyword. We'll give it to you. You enter, and hopefully you will be a big winner in the next couple of months. Congratulations, David D. We're proud of him.
Jiffy Lube is what I'm calling it.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
It sure is.
That's right.
Although I need more positive buttons. I don't have any positive because here's all my.
This is completely BS.
Well, it's not that.
It's a complete crap.
It's not. We're giving away jerseys. Jiffy Lube said, here's Kings jerseys. We bought you these jerseys.
That's right.
Give these away.
An abomination.
They're not. They're sick. They're super dope. And then
It's ridiculous, and we're tired of it.
I'm not. I would give away a freaking jersey every week if we could.
Yeah.
But we have 2 more after today.
Oh man.
Carlos E and David D are two winners so far.
All right.
I think I've articulated my Domantas Sabonis point offensively. Offensively, not offensively.
Okay.
Offensively. And what I am wanting more from him. And I think it's offense driven more than Domas driven. But I went and looked up today. The Kings are paying him upwards of $40 million. 43?
This season, no.
Well, I mean, over the average annual value.
Yeah.
43
something like that.
43 and a quarter, I think. 43, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Anyways, 43 and a half. But it's really hard to win in the NBA when you are paying a player that much money and then not making him a focal point of your scoring options. When you go look at every high paid player, most of them are these, like, in a big spot, they are the guy that you're going to give the ball to go get a bucket.
Okay.
Domantas Sabonis has a usage rate, and usage rate is the percentage of possessions that a player finishes the possession, whether it's a turnover, whether it's a shot, whatever it is. Free throws.
Yep.
His usage rate is 21.7.
It's amazing.
That is tied with that on NBA.com. You can't sort out like non-qualifiers.
Yeah.
So he comes in at 122. But there's a bunch of guys who played like 6 games in there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like JaVale McGee has a higher usage rate than Domantas Sabonis.
Right. And again, much smaller sample size. So I don't want to say where he's ranked, but of the guys who play significant minutes around him, he is tied with Keldon Johnson. He is just behind Mo Wagner, and he is just ahead of Zach Collins.
Wow.
I would like to see him score. Like, he's too good for that.
Yeah, I think
he's too good to be in the same breath as Zach freaking Collins.
I think everyone out there,
Icky.
they literally heard Franz Wagner and Zach LaVine. That's what they heard. They did not hear Zach Collins.
But
they did not
Franz
hear
Wagner and Zach LaVine would be
Mo
great.
Wagner. They heard Franz Wagner. Franz Wagner.
That is, I've been trying to articulate, because shoot it more that puts the onus to me on, and I think sometimes it is on Domas to shoot it when he's open. But I think it's a function of their offense and what he does in their offense. It is a dribble handoff, and it's like, bro, I would like him to be a scoring option, maybe not all game, but that number should be higher if you're going to be paying him $43.5 million average over the next 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying.
I think he's underutilized.
Okay, as a scorer,
yeah.
But we're also talking about a guy who has an assist percentage at 34.8.
It's insane. It is bananas.
I mean, offensive win shares at 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
So here's how. Okay, this is kind of how I kind of, like, in my mind.
Please.
I
have a thing with this on Keegan coming up. Go ahead.
Okay, I was looking at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? His stats, and to me, the reason why is because it feels like every single game that I look at, Shai scores 31 points.
It's ridiculous.
And then you go and you look, and it's almost exactly the same. So his variance on his highs and his lows are so spectacular that I know this is like kind of a weird way to think of it, but to me, what Sabonis is as a rebounder, assist guy, and scorer is what is as Shai is as just straight up a scorer, like the rebound and assist numbers specifically.
Okay.
So on the season, Shai has scored 20 or more in 55 of the 58 games he's played in.
Good Lord.
20 or more. He's got a 19, a 17, and a 7-point game. Everything else on the season, 30 points or more. He's done that 44 times.
Whoa!
44 times. So the fact is that, like, yeah, he's gone for 40 only 5 times on the season.
Mm-hmm.
But we're talking about a guy who's like averaging 31 a game. So his consistency, every single game, you're writing down in pen that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to score 30 points.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me is like, it's remarkable how consistent he is. But it's the same thing with Sabonis. Like, I don't care that he's not scoring a bunch. because his variance on scoring is probably like 14 and 34, but most of them land between 17 and 22, like almost every game. And then the rebounding numbers are off the charts.
The bigger deal for me is in these close games or in these games where they've let go of the rope and it's like, man, they just can't get a bucket. They can't. I would like to see them rely on him more. And I think by virtue of doing that, you would see that usage rate number creep up. Kenny Caraway is here with the handoff. Kenny, if you missed it, Domantas Sabonis has a lower usage rate than Mo Wagner, and he's just above Zach Collins.
I want to address that, but I do want to talk about.
I want to address this issue,
but I want to say something about what you said about SGA. I chuckled when you said that because I saw a stat the other day, and you guys forgive me for not getting it exactly right.
No,
but I think it said in a single season, he has the most games of exactly 31 points in NBA history.
Really?
Yeah.
I can look that up to confirm, but that sounds right.
Yeah, it was either a single season or a career or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's a single season, the most games of exactly 31 points. It was like 18 games or something like that.
That's crazy.
Points. Maybe even more. I don't know. But I checked when you said, yeah, it feels like he has 31 every night. Like, yeah, it's usually exactly 31.
It's because he does have 31 every single night. Yeah, to me, it's remarkable the consistency that he shows. But it's the same with Sabonis. Like Sabonis is going out there and like the double-double, like maybe we just say the double-double compared to the scorer.
Mm-hmm.
It's every single game.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about the 40-game streak or the 41-game streak. He's got like the Kings have played 57 games. He's got 53 double-doubles.
Mm.
Like the consistency that he's played with is off the charts.
Yeah.
He hasn't not had a double-double since November 29th.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So
it's outrageous.
So what I was saying about Sabonis and the usage rating and all this other stuff is,
real quick,
yes.
Just to confirm your Shai Gilgeous-Alexander thing, he has 11 games this season with 31 points. That is the most all-time, just ahead of Oscar Robertson in 1961-62. He had 8. Charles Barkley had 8 of those things in 88-89.
He's probably going to get another 5 this year too, at least.
That record may never be broken.
44 games with 30 or more. That's where he's at. That's
Dang.
wild.
Man.
Wow.
He's the MVP. If you ask me right now, today, he's the leader for MVP. I think he's the guy. But Sabonis and usage rate, I don't know exactly if this is what you guys were talking about, but like shooting more and doing more on the offensive end. I feel like Sabonis is doing about what you would want him to do. Maybe a shot or two more a game, but if you asked him to do a little bit more, I don't think the production or the efficiency would be the same. It's
Sure.
almost like if you did like a Malik Monk per 36, like, well, if he played 36 minutes, he'd be averaging 29 a game. Well, if he played 36 minutes, he'd probably have more turnovers. His shooting percentage would probably be lower and all this other stuff. Like, I think when people, want Sabonis to shoot more,
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be what would happen.
And this may be, we've got like 4 minutes, and this may be a bigger discussion. I'm on with you guys at 12:15.
Well, we could talk about it.
We can talk about it.
I'm not ready to talk about football.
But here's my. Thank God, dude. We were talking about that. Hey, we're talking NFL Combine today. Like, get that out of my face.
No, I'm just hurt.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. I finally went back through and started listening to football podcasts.
Nah, not there yet.
I didn't want to.
Sorry,
I host a
Candlestick
podcast.
Chronicles.
That's
yet.
fine. Just keep downloading it. That's all I need.
I do that. It downloads automatically.
Delete. No, but here's my question then, and maybe this is blasphemous, but this is just what I come to. You then, if that's the player that he's going to be, if his offensive effectiveness is going to be more about distributing than scoring, that's totally fine, and I get it, and I understand everything, the impact he has.
Mm-hmm.
That requires, though, then a level of player around him.
Mm-hmm.
There's ostensibly a higher bar, right, of player that needs to be around him that can put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah,
and I think it makes it more difficult to find those players when you have De'Aaron Fox is one of your highest paid guys. He's a 1A. I am in. You have Domantas Sabonis is one of your highest paid guys, and then what?
I think you got it right now to a certain degree. Like you could always get better. Like if they got Mikal Bridges, that's what we always talk about. Like, yeah, he can create, a shot and all this other stuff. But I think you got it. I think I'm expect maybe towards the end of this year, but definitely next year, I'm expecting Keegan Murray to be that guy. I'm expecting Keegan Murray to be a 17-point per game scorer.
Yeah.
If they're able to bring him back, I expect Malik Monk to be that guy late in games that you go to for baskets along with De'Aaron Fox. I think they got it for the most part. Those guys got to be a little bit more consistent. Keegan's got to be a little bit more assertive. But if franchise building, roster building, I feel like they got that. I do.
I'm with you. It's just waiting for it, right? Like we were talking earlier about 2 timelines, and I'm at this
I hate
point.
that it's become a joke because it's such a useful thing to say.
Well, yeah, but at this point, I want to merge the 2 timelines. Like it's time. It's time for Keegan to become that guy right now, because that's what has to happen. And this team is going to not only like make the playoffs, but to like have a shot to go. He needs to elevate right now and become that player.
Yeah, because real quick, whoever you bring in, say you brought in Zach LaVine, you're not bringing Zach LaVine to average 26. You're bringing Zach LaVine in to average like 19 and do it consistently every night. And I think while I don't know if he can get to 19, I think he can give you that level of production along with Malik Monk on a consistent basis.
Yeah. And then it's about finding 3-and-D guys to go alongside those guys who average like 12 to 14, but are defensive-minded guys who hit the 3 ball.
Ironically, we've been talking about a lot of like just the perils of the combine, right? For teams, you fall in love with a guy because he's a super athlete and you forget that he can't play the sport. The irony of this is, James, you bring that up. I think one of the things the Kings need to do is over the next year or 2, whenever they have picks, is go to the combine, even for undrafted guys, go to the combine, and everybody who blows up the combine, if they're available, be like, yeah, we'll bring them in. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, I mean, he was taken with their pick, Olivier Maxwell Prosper. That's one of the combine guys that was just unbelievable with all the measurements and everything. They traded that pick.
He hasn't played, by the way. I don't think.
No.
Oh, good.
He's not there yet.
Good. Screw him. Do you in a play-in matchup, Kenny, real quick, we have like 40 seconds. In a play-in matchup, do you fear the Lakers or Warriors more? Because everybody's on board that's just what's happening, right? There's no way that we're going to avoid, because we got to make sure that this is as hellish as possible.
I think they could still, I understand what you guys are saying. I think they can still get to 6.
That's just me. I don't know where James is.
I understand what you're saying. I probably the Warriors because of Steph Curry. Okay, Lake Show.
That's ridiculous. I didn't do that. I don't know where that came from. They're both playing well, though.
Either team is tough.
Yeah,
no doubt. I'm with you, though. You win 6 in a row. You're in a really good spot, and the Kings are in a soft part of their schedule. I think they can do that. Okay, we got to go. I'm on with D'Lo and Casey at 12:15. We got a ton of stuff coming up with them, talking Kings. Thanks, James. We'll see you guys next time. All right, I got to bounce, guys. See ya.
I got to bounce to the other seats. See you guys.
That's playing in my ears.
I know. You're welcome.
They had a full breakfast spread today, huh? It's still out there.
Oh, God. Yeah, we had Charlie storm in. We were doing a bit about how we were getting left out in the cold.
Yeah, it's like we feel like D'Lo and KC now.
Oh yeah, it happens.
There's just stuff happening that we don't get to be part of.
It happens.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are never part of the meetings.
That's so nice.
I've never been to one.
Good, lucky you.
I don't even know what they mean.
Yeah, they're not. They're fine. You're not missing anything.
No, I didn't think so. Oh, maybe I should put my laptop in my bag first before
Anyone want to fill me in about what the fuck's been going on in the chat?
Forgot Jesse runs it.
Anyone want to fill me in?
What's been going on in the
They
chat?
fighting? Being disrespectful.
I'll let her know.
Anyone want to fill me in? So this is what we're going to do. All right.
All right, my guy.
See you at 3, Hammer.
Yes, sir.
Got us all set up here. Why don't you? See, we're already set up here.
I'm trying to remember it.
It's all right. Aldrin J, if you're watching, I'm trying to figure it out.
Drew down, what you know about Craig David? Hey, I see you, Leezy. Tell him I sent you.
Leezy out there making moves, though. You ain't see Leezy?
No, what are you doing?
Leezy had Jasmine's Cybertruck with him last night.
Wow.
That's a shoot.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
We in here, baby. It's Friday. Come on, man. Let them fly. Come on, man. One more time. What's all the way good? Welcome into the Friday, March 1st edition.
March 1st.
Of D-Lo and Casey.
Remember, even though it's March 1st, Black history is 365 days a year. Don't ever forget that.
As is women's history, because
Yes,
I believe
indeed.
that's what they celebrating today. You could celebrate that every day, or I should say that's what they celebrate here in March. We're happy that you're here with us, man. We got a loaded show for you. Kyle Madson's going to be with us in a couple of minutes. Chris Biderman will be with us. Will Z, James Ham. We got Kings and Timberwolves tonight. We'll talk about everything that happened in the association last night. I'll say this. I'm going to choose my words carefully because I'm a professional. Draymond Green is a jackass. Bonte is our dude. He stay our dude. And Draymond is everything I've ever said he is publicly. And Draymond is everything I've ever said he is privately. He is the most insecure little man that ever existed. His feelings were hurt because Bonte didn't praise his ass the way he didn't enable his ass the way the rest of these Golden State Warriors do, the way that Steve Kerr has, the way that Steph Curry has, the way that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers and the way that the rest of those guys have. He didn't coddle him and he didn't enable him the same way the rest of them dudes did. When he was suspended, the flagship radio station that covers that basketball team covered that man fairly. Never called him outside of his name, never said anything childish about him, said his act is old and it's tired. And clearly, by Draymond's interaction with Bonte last night, he was in his feelings over that. Because for 10 or 11 years, however long the dude's been in the league, he's been enabled. And this is what happens when someone doesn't fall in line with everybody else. When someone speaks the truth. That's what Bonte did. He spoke the truth about Draymond Green's behavior. And Draymond's in his feelings about it. And all that little clip, what Draymond Green did to me last night was proof he is every bit as insecure as I said he is. He latches himself onto Steph Curry. He latches himself onto LeBron James because he is insecure with who he is as a basketball player. He's insecure with who he is as a man. He begs for Hall of Fame candidacies and he begs for votes and he begs for all of this stuff publicly. He gives 45-minute answers when a 60-second answer would do because he wants to coddle his boss, Colin Cowherd, at the other network that he does. He thinks he's new media. He's not. He's insecure and he's played. He's every insecure professional athlete in history. He's just been more enabled than everybody else. Shout out to our brother Bonte. Bro, you handled it like a pro. You got a job at NBC California that is completely separate from your job at 95.7 The Game. You handled that like a pro. Bonte, salute.
Yeah, man.
Draymond, kiss my ass.
Salute. Same thing. I'm a salute to my man Bonte Hill, man. He handled that like a pro. Handled it with class. Draymond Green, that was a joke. That was embarrassing. This guy, everything like you just laid out, he's a master manipulator. And he's the master of, if you don't fall in line to praise him, then he's got a problem with you.
Talk about it.
And I say that also saying, who the hell are you, Draymond Green? Who are you? Like I don't mean to disrespect the man's career and what he's achieved in his career and all this other stuff, but we got to call a spade a spade. I know he's not going to like that, but we got to call a spade a spade. You were carried for all of those championships. You're being carried right now. Nobody in the history of the game grows up wanting to be Draymond Green. They want to be Steph Curry. They want to be Klay Thompson. They want to be Kevin Durant. Nobody's thinking about being Draymond Green. Now, when you have Draymond Greens on your team, it really does help. It helps out. I'm not disputing that at all. But everybody that ends up being a Draymond Green is because they're not talented enough to be Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, and Steph Curry. So to survive, they do what they have to do. And that's what Draymond Green has done. He's not talented enough to be the top flight guy on a team. So he had to attach himself to all these guys on his team. And then, like I said, when you talk about a master manipulator, the way he's attached himself to certain guys around the league, i.e. LeBron James, and he rides his coattails. And he tries to be like LeBron's best friend, but LeBron's like, you're not my best friend. Like, we're cool. Like, we're good. You can come hang out, but don't make it like you're my best friend, because you're not. You try to be my best friend. I don't know what you got going on, but you're not LeBron's best friend. And like I said, the people in the media, the Marcus Thompsons, the Anthony Slaters, the Tim Kawakamis, all these guys, he continues to always try to be a master manipulator. Master manipulator. I won't fall for it. I don't buy into all that stuff. I think the way he behaves is clown behavior more times than not. And he showed his ass last night. Like, you talk about being insecure and not being able to take criticism. Like I started saying, who the hell are you not to be able to take criticism for something you did? You're the one that got suspended. You're the one that kept punching people and choking people. Nobody made you do that. Nobody did anything unjust to you. If you wouldn't have behaved like a jackass, we wouldn't be talking about any of this. Bonte and everybody else wouldn't have anything to say if you would behave like a normal human being. But because you don't, because you're an unhinged individual who's not in control of their emotions, people have to talk about this, and you want to act above being criticized and being talked about as if you're hurting your team. You want to act above that? Draymond Green wants that. Steph Curry, nobody really is above that, but Steph Curry, maybe you could say he's above. Kevin Durant, maybe you could say. Klay Thompson is struggling this year. He deserves a pass for everything he's done in his career. Draymond Green is acting like he's above criticism. Bro, you're just an average player. That's like Smush Parker acting like he's above being criticized or talked about. Bro, you're a nondescript player in this league. You're a nondescript player. You're not one of them superstars. You do not get that kind of caveat. So if you do something stupid like you've been doing for the past 7 years of your career, Yes, we're going to talk about it. Yes, you deserve to get criticized.
This is what happens when you enable somebody for so long. And I made the mistake. This is me because I'm not a professional. I assumed everybody knows what we're talking about. For those that don't, here's Draymond Green with the crew over at NBC Sports Bay Area, led by our man Bonte Hill, of course, who hosts the Morning Roast at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, following the game against the New York Knicks. Jesse, let's run this real quick.
Toyota Warriors game live. Jesse, Bonte here, and first of all, let's talk about MSG. What is it like?
I'm shocked you're talking to me the way you was talking about me when I got suspended. I am very shocked you're talking to me.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, though.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, tell me about Planet MSG. You guys go there once a year. There's a lot of Warrior fans out there. Describe the energy out there at MSG.
It's always fun game.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Man, dude is trash. Dude is trash. I'm very surprised you're talking to me. See, this is why Bonte is a professional, because I would have said, bro, I didn't have the choice. I didn't ask for you. If Steph's available, hand the headphones to Steph. He hit 3 threes to start the game.
You hand it to Pods.
You're there. Give it to D-Lo's man Pods. Give it to him. They gave us you. Look, I didn't ask to speak with you. That's why Bonte is a professional. That's why Bonte's on TV, and that's why I'm always going to be here, because I would have popped off. I don't want to talk to you, bro. I think you're ass, but I don't have a choice because this is NBC Sports Bay Area. So you want to talk about MSG or you want to be a jackass? Clearly, he wanted to be a jackass. And again, salute to Bonte. Handled it perfectly.
Handled it perfectly. And Russell Hunt, and I know Russell probably doesn't mean anything by this, but this is the problem. He says, who's more of a jackass, Draymond Green or Aaron Rodgers? And I say to this, that's the wrong category to even mention Draymond Green in. Aaron Rodgers, for whatever you feel about him, is one of the great players in the history of the NFL. He's one of the great players in the history of sports, in modern sports. So him being a jackass, yes, he's a jackass. But that's like saying who's a bigger jackass, Grayson Allen or Aaron Rodgers. They're not the same.
Oh, I got one.
They're never even going to be close to the same.
Who's a bigger jackass, Draymond Green or Hassan Whiteside?
Yes, that's a little bit more where we need to be
shot
at.
Hassan Whiteside. He ain't bothering nobody.
That's the whole thing. But see, that's the problem. Draymond thinks he's Aaron Rodgers. Bro, no, you're Pat Bev. You're Pat Bev. You're lucky somebody wants to hear what you got to say after a game.
Most people don't, just for the record.
That's the problem. Aaron, talking about when we talk about jackasses and greats, we're talking like Favre and Rodgers, right? Like that's what we're talking like on that level. Like those are great, all-time great players who are jackasses. There's players like Draymond Green who are average players and there are jackasses. Those come a dime a dozen. You see those guys once a year in sports. A new one pops up. And like what Jay-Z say, every day a star is born. He's like, no. But that's the problem. He thinks he's Aaron Rodgers. No, you're not, bro. You're not. You're an average ass player at best.
At best. We'll come back. That's how we were going to start. That's always how we were going to start. But more importantly to what we're going to do today, Sacramento Kings take on the Minnesota Timberwolves. Warriors get a win last night. They're one of the hottest teams in the league right now. Lakers get a win last night. Suns get a win last night. We'll talk about what that means for the Western Conference.
Night.
It was not a good night at all. Absolutely not a good night at all. And it could get worse tonight. We'll talk to our man Kyle Madson here when Dealing with Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
If he gets into the King, I have no desire to talk to his ass. I don't need to talk. What do I need to talk to him for? No disrespect. I'd rather talk to Mason Jones. At least Mason Jones has an interesting story or something like that. What do I need to talk to Draymond Green for? I don't need to hear shit from Draymond Green. I don't need to talk. I don't ever need to talk to him ever in life. That guy, he is not entertaining. He is not interesting. And I just don't like being around jackasses. So for those 3 reasons, I don't need to talk to Draymond Green ever in life.
No, it's not on StreamYard. It's on the YouTube. It's like in the customization community tab. But Aldrin's not in there. So I don't know. Maybe Aldrin's just not here today. But I don't. Warren sent me a text.
They was doing some blocking stuff and all this other stuff.
There's 7 fucking Brad Clayton profiles in here, dude.
That guy. Goodness gracious.
I mean, salute for his desire to listen to this show and just create another profile with the same picture and the same name.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that was my bad. I apologize. That's my bad. Sorry to Hassan Whiteside.
I can't lie. Even I picked my head up like, oh, that wasn't nice.
Yeah, that was.
So I said, what are you saying F me for?
Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry. Sorry.
There goes P1 Hassan Whiteside.
Sorry, bro. That was completely uncalled for. My sincerest apology. That man ain't bothered nobody.
Oops, almost blocked you. Michigan didn't mean to. Just trying to click on your comment. No, it's not a muscle in.
Okay. Kyle will be in a second. That's what I was told.
Well, shout out Roddy. Other people catching strays.
What Roddy do?
No, Roddy just ignore somebody. Somebody else in the chat got a stray. I ain't gonna say it, man. We've had a long week with those guys.
Oh, I saw that message too. I don't know what the message is pertaining to, but I saw that.
Well, wait a minute. I didn't see it.
It's just context, like we don't have to say,
Do I know?
You always know.
Y'all send it in
Benny was out here, man. I'll send it in a group chat.
Damn it, Roddy.
Well, no, Roddy didn't do anything. Roddy was just like, oh no, people out here catching strays. And it was a stray.
I see it. All right. Settle down. Everybody relax.
It was a stray.
Roddy, just move on. All right, Roddy, enough.
We need a Friday vibe this up a little bit.
I didn't even step in the building yet before the chat had gotten on my nerves. If anybody can find Aldrin J, God damn it, send him back to the YouTube stream.
Damn, that's crazy, bro.
Kyle Madson's here.
Come on, man. Don't be doing that, dog.
Hi, Kyle.
Kyle in the house. I like that crew neck, man.
Thanks, man.
What is that?
I don't want to say.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's the K-pop group I really like. This is their production group. They make all their own music, and the 3 kids that make the music make.
Are those
say the 3 guys? They're called Stray Kids.
Are the
adults?
What's the name of the guys? Are they K-pop? They're like the most. I don't know if they still are, but
BTS.
They're like the most famous group in the world.
Yeah,
that's K-pop.
Yes. Okay. This is not BTS.
Are they still the most famous group in the world? Or are they kind of
probably,
down
but
a little bit?
they've got a bunch of guys in the military right now because there's mandatory military service in Korea. So they've had their group. A bunch of them have gone solo as they've gone into the military and go through that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know any of their songs, but I know that
you do. You've heard a couple of them on the radio.
What radio?
Oh, I guess so. Huh?
not my
Never mind.
radio.
Not your radio. Never mind. I haven't ever heard him either because I only listen to 102.5.
Thank you. That was good. No, that was
ESPN
good.
1320.
That was good.
Well,
that was good.
Yeah.
Noon
I
to
don't listen to
7.
102.5.
Noon to 7. I'm just.
All D'Lo and Casey all the time.
The only reason I really know them though is because they were on New Year's Rockin' Eve like a couple years ago.
For sure. Yeah.
Scale from 1 to 10. How worried are you about the Kings?
What do you mean by worried? Like that they're going to miss the playoffs?
No. Well, yeah, that they'll miss the playoffs through the play-in. Like I don't think they're falling to 11.
No,
that
I
is
don't.
a catastrophic.
Yeah, the top 10
not only
top 10's about set.
The top 10 is that not only do I think the Kings wouldn't lose that many games. The Jazz are going the wrong way.
Yeah.
Houston's going the wrong way.
Yeah.
They're about a week away.
So worried that they are in the play-in and losing the play-in.
Yeah, worried.
And I guess play-ins are probably pretty close to 50-50. So
worried that this season is going to turn into because I think I know people. I think most people losing in the first round. You know, unless there's some crazy context to it where they're playing Minnesota, but you know, Rudy, Ant-Man, and Karl Anthony Towns get kidnapped, and you're playing some other version of the Timberwolves, and you lose to that team. Well, okay, well that's a problem. Other than that, like I feel like all right, the Kings lose in the first round. That sucks. You lose in the first round series. I do think missing the playoffs, especially with the concerns over that draft pick, like everything that hangs on that draft pick, I do think that's going to leave a lot of Kings fans really, really deflated headed into the offseason.
Yeah, well, because if you miss the playoffs, now you're rethinking your roster in basically outside of Domas and Fox and Keegan, and you're rethinking everything. And you don't have any means, you don't have any real means, and I'll let James explain later, but basically if they miss the playoffs, they don't have the means to make substantial moves because of their draft picks still being tied up in the future.
Yeah.
So that's why that's such a concern, but I'm at like a 3.
Can I
right
add,
now in terms of concern?
Nice. Can I add one thing to that real quick?
4, 5, maybe 5.
Oh my, that escalated quickly.
Yeah. Keep going.
No, I was just going to wait to see if you were going to just add more.
6.
Okay. That's good. That's good. What if you talk about rethinking the whole roster? What if in this scenario that we're talking about, they get there by finishing with 47 wins? That's one less than last year. So they basically did exactly the same, except the conference was different.
Well, right. The conference is more along the lines of what the conference normally looks like. 48 wins in 20. Let's see. Last year was 23, which means the year before that was 22. So in 22, thank you. 48 wins would have tied you for the 6th seed with Denver.
Okay.
Like so 47 wins being the play, like that basically means 2 years in a row they were a fringe playoff team. And that to me says at that point you have to tweak your roster. So in a more significant way than adding Chris Duarte and JaVale McGee. You know, so I don't think the amount of wins is necessarily the problem. It's does this formula with these players work? And that may be a question for them.
No disagreement.
That may be a question for them, regardless of what happens in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I think it is. I definitely think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to figure out where, regardless of what happens, where you can improve.
Yeah,
you know, I don't think that this group is coming back regardless of what happened. Like, and what I mean by that is this group coming back. They say they get into the playoffs, they win a first round series, get to the second round. I still think you're looking at this roster like, all right, how do we get better? What position?
Yeah,
and major position. I'm talking about one of the starters. What position do we need to upgrade or change to get better? So, yeah,
I think it's really clear. I think it's very, very clear too. I think it's pretty black and white, kind of how this needs to go.
Well, I agree, and it's also it's your only move.
Yeah,
and well, you could. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You can say what you were thinking was black and white.
No, they're just who on this team is capable of being on a championship roster, and you know who's not. At least in my mind, having the current roles that they have on a championship roster anyway.
You want to name the name?
I don't think Kevin Huerter is a starter on a championship team. It's a starter who has as substantial of a role as he does. I also think the same thing about Harrison Barnes.
I think Mike feels that way about Kevin. I don't think he feels that way about Harrison. Can you tilt your camera a little bit? It's just
I
always off
really
to the
like
side.
how it
It
is.
drives
I
me
really,
crazy.
it's artistic.
I need more Kyle
feel-
Madson, and it looks like you're hitting the gangsta lean. You could
Kinda
turn.
that,
You can
that,
keep.
that
No, you
schoolboy
can-
cue's got me feeling.
You can
myself
hit the
today.
lean. No, as you should. If you just turn your monitor that way, you could hit the lean pretty tough.
There we go.
Yeah,
Oh, I feel good.
Yeah,
Oh, I feel good about this.
Yeah, you
Have
look
I tested
good.
out the Collinsworth slide in on this on this program? No,
It's coming.
wave it off. Wave it off.
They're gonna.
No,
You-
if you just
you
like
have not.
later.
You
just
have not.
introduce me like
No, that's good. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Insiders as well as Candlestick Chronicles and NinersWire.com, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Madson.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
That's very good.
You like that?
See, okay, but I'm gonna my partner. I got it. That's not how the setup goes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It goes more like
Oh,
this. So,
okay,
so
hang
come back.
No, this
come
is
back.
good. This is great. I'm
Yeah.
sure ESPN
Great
1320 and
radio.
Odyssey have. No, they're enjoying this. This is good.
Then you've got a Kings team tonight, Kyle, that is playing a Timberwolves team that is really looking to sew up that 1 seed.
Well, thanks, Kenny. And you talk about this Timberwolves team now. Now, Anthony Edwards. Now, here's a guy.
This show is just turned into a circus of impressions. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Have I done my
when this
Mitch in New
happened to
Jersey for
us.
you guys yet?
Oh, please.
No.
But shout out Mitch.
Wow.
Shout out Drew Down. He sent me a clip with Mitch was on with our man JD.
They let him back on.
John Dickinson in the
Here's-
Warriors
here's-
post game.
There we go. They let him back on.
I actually have audio of that
Oh,
call.
I need to hear it. I
Actually have
want to
audio.
hear it whenever Mitch
Okay,
calls.
no, I'm ready for this.
I have
Yeah.
audio of that call
Yeah.
right now. Yeah. Hey, JD, it's Mitch in New Jersey. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Warriors. I think that Brian Ponomsky guy, I think he's going to be a pretty good play. And I think if Steve Curry one day wants to retire, I think Brian Ponomsky could be the next Steph Curry.
How's retirement treating you, Mitch?
Oh, retirement is going okay. I get to watch a lot of Kings. I like that DeAndre.
Bro,
I like that DeAndre Fox.
That's really good. That's really good.
It's really
That's really good.
I
Shout
love-
out to
I
our
love
man Mitch in
Mitch.
New Jersey.
Yeah, man. Shout out Mitch in New Jersey, aka Tarzana Mitch.
No,
Rosanna
I'm not
Mitch,
gonna
indeed.
say his name, but I'll tell you his initials. OJ.
OJS.
OJS.
Mitch, call today.
Oh, we'd love to hear from Mitch today. That's good. That's a winner.
If he's even listening to us, we don't know if he's.
We
don't know.
We're
We
never,
think
Bro,
he just kind of
okay,
calls.
we're never quite clear
so
if Mitch
here's-
actually listens to the show.
So I was at the station when I was in the minors here, right? Mitch would call the show. I was like, wow, this guy must love Sacramento. He's dialed in from New Jersey. He just loves his Kings. And then I went to 95.7. And I get there, pick up the phone. Yeah, it's Mitch in New Jersey. What? Mitch in New Jersey? You do this too? Are you following? And somebody's like, oh, he can't come on our station.
Oh,
He's not allowed.
L.
that is
Not allowed.
all
L.
bad.
I was like,
Massive
I was like,
L.
all right, you got it. And I guess that's the rule then, but that's kind of wild, Mitch. And then I come here and I'm sitting in that studio one day doing my doing my work after the show. And Jesse picks up and he goes, 11,
Whoa.
whoa. I just It's because I was just talking about it. He goes, ESPN 1320. I did that on my show one day. On my show,
No,
answering the
it's
phone.
fine. It's
Brutal.
fine. No, it happens. I was listening actually. It was wonderful.
God, dude. So Jesse picks up the phone and he goes, 1320. Yeah, hey Mitch, what do you want to talk about? All right. I go, is that Mitch in New Jersey? And he's like, yeah, he calls all the time. It's like, what? Mitch gets around.
Mitch is a
love
Hall
Mitch.
of Famer
I love Mitch.
here in Northern California, and he lives in New
Apparently.
Jersey.
I'm a big Mitch guy.
It's not really the minor leagues over there either. It's more like the AAFL. More like that.
Damn.
Alliance of American
Damn.
Yeah.
Football.
Is
League.
that
Yeah.
even in existence anymore?
No.
Oh.
TikTok. No, that's not.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Don't do that.
Wow.
Don't do that.
That's crazy.
Once
Goodness,
again,
okay.
we got people we know and love over there.
Yeah, we do.
Love
Like them. Like them. Tolerate them. There's varying degrees of love. And he knows who he is. He's listening right now. He's going to
He
send us a
definitely
tweet
is.
in like 2 seconds.
look,
1,000%.
I got love for everybody over there. Just keep it a stack. With everybody. I see him,
Some of them gonna make me tweet the ratings though, based on some stuff Kyle sent me today. I'm gonna have to send out the little.
See why they do this?
I don't know. I don't know
Why they
do
talking?
it.
We have why?
What?
Let me know.
Are you
I don't
going to
even
send
have
it?
to- No, I could. I
Okay.
could. So.
Oh, no.
Let me.
Oh, we're doing PowerPoint.
No.
Hey,
So
break
do
out the
you
overhead
guys?
Hang on, should I talk about Draymond Green real
You
quick?
guys see this bar? This bar
Bars.
is us. This bar is them.
This is wild.
That's just men 13 plus. Well, okay. Here's another one. This bar is us. So if you're listening on the radio, you're just gonna have to go back and then this bar is them. No, this is an improvement. Hey, 18 to 34, man, they're doing a great job. Well,
oh no,
now
This is crazy.
now
Oh.
this is called the money demographic. This big scary bar, this is us. This little tiny bar right here. I'll move it closer so you guys can see it.
Hey, why did they say
It's
anything?
right
Did they
there.
say something, Kyle?
It's right there.
Did they?
I think it's egregious.
Oh, why'd they have to die?
This is a top 10 station. This is a top 22 station.
We talking about in the city.
Hey, just for fun, here's one more. Right here.
Oh.
Right here. So the next time someone tweets what they doing, just remember this right here.
I know. Oh man, come on, man.
You all see this. Don't look at me. See that I'm gonna put you up on screen too.
What?
Because no, you know what you guys are.
What?
No, I'm gonna tell you all
What
three
did
of
I
you.
do?
No, I'm gonna tell you something. All three of you.
I didn't
right
do
here.
nothing today.
Nope. That's Joe Lacob, that's Steph Curry, and that's Bob Myers in there. But y'all are enablers because what you do is you send me tweets, you send me little screenshots, you send me things that you know are gonna piss me off, and I'm going to react to. And I feel like y'all got a group chat. Hey,
I thought
who's
we were
gonna send them
I
this?
thought we were gonna have a good chuckle. I didn't know we were gonna. I didn't know we were gonna just drop a haymaker. Good God.
Enablers.
I mean,
that's the theme of today.
Just keeping
everybody.
you updated on the latest and greatest in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I like dude.
Staying
man.
locked in.
I like dude, man. All right, man.
First time I paid attention in class in a while, though.
Like, oh, I get bar graphs.
Look, I
now.
like him. That's why I didn't. When he had the drink, I didn't say nothing. Because I like my mans. I didn't say nothing. Why he keep doing this stuff though?
I don't know, man.
Fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Can we go
No,
back
here.
to the Bonte and Draymond video?
Bro,
Happy Friday, everybody.
Hey, defend your boy.
I thought Bonte did a great
Not
job.
Bonte. Not Bonte. Defend
I
your
don't
boy.
know. I was gonna sit down and do that as a bit. I was telling Jesse, I was like, hey, well, I'm gonna go in there and be like, I don't think it's that bad. No, but you can't. It's not like Draymond was this great player and had one bad game, and Bonte jumped on the radio and talked about he was trash and this and that. And there's like this is not an extensive list. This is just the most recent. You put a player in a chokehold and dragged him across the basketball court. And then you smacked a player upside his head and you got suspended from your team he got suspended for more games than you can miss and be eligible for awards. That's insane. That's so many games. And I the idea that now, and the idea that now you're going to jump on TV and because you finally had a game worthy of being interviewed post game, and this is the first time you've gotten to talk to Bonte and go, wow, I'm surprised you want to talk to me the way you were, but no, it's fine. No, it's fine. Go ahead. That's just like, man.
And I'm a bit unclear if it's actually the first time they talked.
It probably is.
I think it is.
Yeah, probably. It's like
they
did
didn't.
I misread a text we got? Because I don't think it is. Sorry, not us collectively. I don't know why I'm pretending. I obviously text Bonte as soon as I saw the clip from Kyle. Like, yo, hey, you handled that like a pro, man. That was trash. But I had a me and Bonte text. Yeah, no, yeah, okay. So I'm sorry. He sent this to me. I said, hey, you handled it like a pro. I said what I said about Draymond, and then he said we just interviewed him 2 weeks ago. So he was for what
trying to do it for the.
He was doing a little show, like
all this other stuff.
Come on, man,
all this other clown behavior.
That's Draymond's MSG moment. You got Michael going for 60. You got Steph with his 54, and you got Draymond trying to dunk on Bonte. And good for him, man.
And it's like so you talked about like the first time like he's had a game that allows him to be on the post game. Number one, it's probably because the real ballers in that game were talking to TNT.
Yeah, Steph behind him.
Yeah. Like that's one reason why they were talking. The real ballers were out there talking to TNT. Number two, look, man, you had 7 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. You know what we would say about Domantas Sabonis if he had a game like that?
And we had a offensive play.
We had a show the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. Yeah,
we'd be clowning this dude. We'd be clowning Sabonis. Well, we wouldn't be clowning, but people around the city, around the nation would be clowning this dude Sabonis for having a game like this.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy thinks he can talk tough after having that type of game.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that's what I said earlier, bro. You like, who are you? You play defense.
Smush Parker was nuts. That was crazy.
Smush Parker-ish.
That's crazy.
He definitely Smush Parker-ish.
That's crazy.
He's a good defender. He's a good defender.
Okay.
He was a really good defender at one point, but that's long gone. He's really a hack now. How many times did he smack the hell out of Dante DiVincenzo yesterday?
Oh,
my count was up to 3. Beat the crap out of Dante.
Dante was my favorite player yesterday. He was going through it in the first half. He was so frustrated. He hit those 2 free throws or 3 free throws, whatever it was. I think he had 2 of the 3 free throws at the end of that.
Missed the first one.
Just left. Just put the shot up, walk straight to the tunnel. Like, I want no part of this. Man is in Madison Square Garden, national television, has to have a tissue stuffed up his nose. And he had been cooking there for a little bit too. And it's funny, I don't know how much of the rest of the game you got to see. The game was basically the same. The whole, like, it never fluctuated.
Warriors up a bunch. Knicks cut it to 6.
Yeah.
Warriors get it to 15.
Yeah.
Knicks cut it to 8.
Game.
Warriors get it
the whole game.
The whole time. The biggest thing with Draymond Green is, like the great LeVar Ball once said, stay in your lane. You trying to talk like you one of them ones and you're not. Like if you would stay in your lane and just be a hard worker, a try hard type player, nobody would say anything about you in any way. But when you get out of your lane and you try to talk like you him, that's when we got to remind you, you're not him. Like, stop talking like that. You're not him. You're not one of those guys.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. I promise you.
That's what
we haven't said anything about Draymond in weeks because he stayed in his lane. He ain't done nothing out of just stay in his lane. I'm back. I'm putting my head down, working hard.
He did have a very awkward video that we got wind of. The video. I'm not reenacting that video. Yo, you know what video I'm talking about? The Draymond Green video. Where he was doing the thing.
He's doing the sign language.
Yeah. Well, that was another case of him not staying in his lane. Paul George is 10 times the player you are. I don't care about no rings that you got off the coattails of KD, Steph, and Clay. Shut your mouth. Paul George, there's people. Kiyan Anthony is out here talking about Paul George is the GOAT over his dad, Carmelo. Ain't nobody saying that about Draymond. Know your damn role. You are not Paul George.
Draymond's kids can't even find him. Hey, Dad, you're in the man cave.
I mean, that's a shoot.
No, your role. Don't talk. Once again, it's like Pat Bev. It's like Smush Parker trying to talk to the gods. Don't do that. Don't do that.
The thing that sucks is I feel like he has smart things to say when he's not being mean.
I don't think he's
When
that
not
smart.
talking
To be honest
no,
with you,
but
I don't think he's that smart.
but I I think he is. But
I think you get fooled
when he
because
talks
he talks
about,
a lot.
No, but when he talks, like last night, he talks about Jonathan Kuminga.
Mhm.
And he's like, Jonathan Kuminga, he goes, people talk about me coming back. Jonathan Kuminga being as good as he's been is the reason that we've been winning.
That's not smart.
No, but
that's looking at the way, like any doofus can see that
no, but if you're a
Kuminga playing
doofus,
well.
but if he's a doofus, if you're a doofus, you're going, what? People do this all the time. I'm not gonna call anybody else out. People do this all the time where you go, wow, look at, since Draymond Green came back, what are we going back to the
Doofus. Draymond, everyone else. I'm sorry.
Oh, people go, wow, since Draymond came back, look at their defense. And it's like, yeah, it's because of Kuminga. And I respect that he's capable of doing what you're talking about, where it's, hey, this is not me. Like, this is all these other guys. But then he goes and hauls off and goes, I'm surprised you're trying to talk to me the way you're talking about me when I got suspended for the second time this year because I smacked somebody in the face. Like, man, like that's just, I don't just.
But
fine.
This is the conundrum I've had since the Danny and San Francisco days when this whole thing started. And not saying that you said this, but Draymond will go on the podium and say, man, really, Kuminga, the way he's played has really helped us, elevate our game as a team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that basketball IQ of Draymond. Oh boy, I'm telling you, that's the smarts. That's the smarts that you just can't get anywhere else. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
That is not earth-shattering stuff.
You're more tuned in, I think, than either one of us are.
Uh-huh.
Didn't they make the switch with Clay after Draymond came back?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that significantly more important to what they're doing right now than Draymond Green's return?
Yeah, Kuminga playing better. Moses Moody being as good as he was last night.
There's probably a list of things.
Yeah,
Pods is playing
Draymond
really well.
Yeah, Pods has been excellent. Like Draymond's, like you said, Kenny, he's good, but he's not. Oh wow, the Warriors are playing so much better because Draymond's back. Like, no, they're playing their young guys and they're playing well.
And the sad thing about this, Kyle, is it does help that he's back.
Yeah, no
it
doubt.
Just doesn't,
no doubt.
People just don't need to jump out the window and be like, oh, since Draymond,
right?
Like, it can't just
right.
Always. Damian can attest to this. This has always been my thing with Draymond. Not that I hate him or I think that he's not effective at all. It's just taking it over the moon. Mm-hmm. It's not enough to just say, man, Draymond being back along with Pods and everything has really helped this team. It's like, well, since Draymond has come back, it's changed everything. No, stop.
That's why I have to mute the broadcast.
That's one broadcast I'll never watch.
It's been about 12 minutes. Are you at a 7 yet? Did your concern?
No, actually, you know what? Surprisingly, 5.5.
5.5.
Yeah.
Let's go. Good. How do you feel
here's why. I think De'Aaron Fox in a play-in situation gives the Kings a very, very good chance, particularly to beat a team like Golden State, who is either old or inexperienced. But I mean, you have Steph Curry.
I don't want to sit through another one of those games.
I don't either.
I don't either.
And honestly, I wouldn't probably feel great about Sacramento in that particular game. But if you told me, if you are a genie from the future and you go, hey, Sacramento beats the Warriors in the 7-8 playing game, be like, oh, okay. Like I buy that. De'Aaron must have had a huge game. Like that makes sense to me. And I think the same thing about the Lakers. And I like their matchup with the Mavericks. So I'm not terrified that, like, oh my God, I don't know how if they're in the play-in, I don't know how they win. That would be like panicking to me. But on the other hand, I sit legitimately like 5 or 6 because I need to see something over these next, 25 games?
Should be at 24.
24 games. Over these next 24 games that I've not really seen this year to be that confident in them. I think I'm anchoring to last year. Like, I know what they can be. I know what they've been at their best this year. But getting that consistently is a giant question mark.
Yeah, that's concerning. That's concerning for sure.
Not 6.25.
Boy, boy.
Oh,
Wow,
boy.
this is
Nothing we're talking about.
He's worked himself into a shoot.
He
Is that what
did.
it is?
That's exactly what
I'm
it
gonna
is.
storm in Monday, just randomly like, I'm at a 10, guys.
Well, you'll be back with us on Monday at 10 a.m. And your partner over on Candlestick Chronicles, who's in Minnesota right now, covering the Sacramento Kings, will be with us coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll talk more about what the Western Conference looks like here with the Sacramento Kings as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay, good.
Wait, you got Biderman?
Yeah.
Good booking.
Smart ass.
What did Stern say? What was the you got Burkle? Remember, was that what he said? Remember when everything was going on and KJ was like, yeah, we got Ron Burkle. Oh, and Stern was like, you got Burkle?
Yeah.
You got Burkle? You got Biderman? Big shout out to Kyle Madson, because Kyle is the Warriors fan that just takes the brunt of all our Warriors hate and Draymond hate. And he just does it with a smile. I appreciate you, Kyle.
Because I get it. Like I understand. I know that the Warriors Kings fan interaction last year was really bad. But I don't know. I'm just not fucking delusional.
No, you're not.
I don't know.
You're the man, Kyle. That's what you are. You're the man.
Kyle just watches hoops. He's like us.
Just watches hoops.
It's like watching hoop, bro.
Just watches hoops.
Dude, I get a Fubo TV subscription through the NFL wires, right?
Yeah.
So because we have so many people out of market, it's like, hey, if you need to watch, because you got all this stuff. And they use that. USA Today uses that partnership with Fubo for their NBA sites and other sites. So it's just loaded with I got League Pass. I got all this just for. And I didn't know that until this year. I was like, oh, maybe my Fubo will have NBC Sports California on it.
Yeah.
But I'm like out of market, so I don't know if it works. And then I go to look on one of the first couple nights of the NBA, and just all the NBA games are out there. I was like, this is great.
So they work, like you could watch the Timberwolves version of the Kings, or do they black it out?
No, I get the home broadcast.
Okay.
Or no, I get the Kings broadcast.
Okay. I would love that. Not because I don't like Drapes, Mark, and Katie, but sometimes I just like hearing other perspectives on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
How somebody else sees your team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, appreciate you. Let's go into the But I won't ever listen to the Warriors broadcast. I know that much.
It's so tough, dude.
I don't need to. Well, I'll be getting on League Pass, and I'll be trying to watch the Warriors game. They send me to that one. I'm like, no, up. Give me the Blazers broadcast, please.
When they're on the East Coast, their games, start 4:00 or whatever. And so I'm usually working out like during their games. And so I have to have the sound on, and it's just.
But I
guess
tough. They do what you're supposed to do. The outside of maybe you. I mean, Warriors fans seem to love them. They do their job.
I feel like it's a bit. I feel like it's kind of a bit.
Warriors.
No, people who love Fitz. Like everybody's kind of in on it. Like Fitz is a nice guy. Like I've had nothing but good interactions with him.
Right.
But it's like, man, it's just it's a lot.
When he because he would come on the radio, a lot back in the day.
Yeah.
The only time I really wouldn't like hearing him is when he talked about the Warriors. Everything else was just like,
yeah.
It didn't really bother me that much, but the Warriors stuff was crazy. I was like, this dude.
The wildest thing was he's a Notre Dame guy, right? He went to Notre Dame. The day the Manti Te'o story broke, not a word of it on Fitzabrooks. Not a word.
Well, I know what everybody wants to hear today, and we're not going to talk about it. We're going to talk instead about Randy Moss going to the Raiders on Madden.
That was so much later than that. All right, guys. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Have a good weekend.
Our man Kyle Madson, ladies and gentlemen.
We just brought it. We had a Manti Te'o reference. Did you ever see what was it, like the Netflix show on Manti Te'o?
The Untold, I think it's called.
Yeah, so they do a good job with those Untolds.
It was very good.
Yeah. I've never seen it. Are you?
Oh, you should watch it. It's good.
No, I think I will. I just hadn't got around to it. But you know what I will watch?
I'm With the return of BMF.
Definitely gonna watch that. But you see what Hulu threw the preview out for?
I didn't.
That Freaknik doc. Boy, oh boy, some people are gonna be sweating watching that one.
There's gonna be some 45-year-olds really, really concerned. Oh man.
I can't. I really want to say I cannot believe that happened. Cannot imagine. They tried to recreate it, I think, like 5 years ago. That is a swift no. We're not recreating that.
For those not familiar with Freaknik, Google it. Not on a work computer, just Google it.
Yeah, that could not be recreated. But yeah,
I didn't know that was coming. I did think that I think I felt bad for Manti Te'o. I always kind of felt bad for Manti Te'o and that
I couldn't believe that happened.
It's so I mean, I had a lot of questions. Like as it was happening, it was something I couldn't like comprehend. Like how?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how that happened.
I still have questions. I still am so curious how something like that happens. But I don't, I'm not judging. I did walk away feeling some sympathy for Manti Te'o because obviously his name is a punchline.
Do you think at this point? Yeah, I think I know where you're gonna say with this. Do you think that would have been as big of a situation if he went to Mississippi State?
No, I don't think it would have. Part of it was the success of that team.
Mm-hmm. And he was a Heisman.
Yeah,
candidate.
like he. Yeah.
I don't know if he'd be a Heisman candidate if he was at Mississippi.
Right.
State,
No. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Like I'm trying to put the two together, and that's probably not. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. So I say
the league though. Good for him. Got to the league. He played.
He played for a little bit,
5 or 6 years.
Yeah, I think. I mean, 6 is the magic number, right? I think he made it to 6.
Yeah. Good for him.
Salute. I know he's out there doing good work, man. So good for him. We mentioned this a minute ago. It's probably worth repeating in case it got buried in some of the silliness of our conversation
Dr.
with
David, come on,
Kyle Madson, which got a little bit out of control. That's my bad. Shout out to Securing the Bagley and Kings MD and Dr. David who got the memes cooking. That's good.
Got you and Al Davis's jacket.
That's good.
Man. Come on, man.
Yep. I got you.
You're right. Twitter's a terrible place.
Well, see, and that's the one thing about Twitter is like Dr. David makes me laugh. Dr. David is funny. And Securing the Bagley's funny. Actually, Securing the Bagley is a good basketball follow too. I don't know if he's Securing the Bagley.
Yeah, he needs to. He went back to Securing the Bagley. He was Securing the Beam.
Yeah, I think
he might have changed.
He's just
it.
Bagley now.
So he's beaming, but he's Securing the Bagley on Twitter. He's a good basketball follow.
Shout out Securing the Bagley. I don't think I follow Securing the Bagley. I'm gonna follow him right now.
Did we say we got the link over to Biderman?
Yeah, I sent that earlier.
Okay.
Follow Friday.
What's that?
Said follow Friday.
Okay.
Remember giving shout outs on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh.
Follow Friday. That's how a lot of people got their followers up. They put like 7 to 10 people in a comment, be like, follow Friday, and people would just follow from that list.
Okay. Well,
back in the early Twitter days. Now, I never participated, which is why my Twitter follower count is so low.
No bots.
No, I don't think your Twitter follower count is low. I don't think you've purchased followers.
Well, there's that.
People do that?
See, what you can't do is purchase listeners. You could purchase followers. You can purchase subscribers, right? But you can't actually purchase listeners.
Hey, the crazy thing is, we ain't even gotten to like the views.
Well,
learn something new every day.
Every day, my man. Every day. We mentioned that this is still gonna be a day, and you know what? It's my fault. This is 100% my fault. I woke up very, very early, like 3 a.m.
That is early. I had just gone to sleep.
in a horrendous mood because I was jarred out of sleep realizing I booked my haircut at the same time that I had an important conference call.
Mm.
And so I had to, of course, I immediately text my barber. It's at this point, it's 4 a.m.
Sir.
Hey, I'm sorry, bro. I know I said I could move my appointment to today. I couldn't. I have a conference call at 8. I'm going to have to miss it, but I'm going into work late. If you have anything at like 9:30, it's Friday. There's like no chance, right? And of course, he's sound asleep. Yes. And he texts me several hours later. It's good, bro. I moved my 9:30, man. Come in. I got you. And so I've been kind of regrouped, and then a variety of other things happened. And then there was a little mishap in the chatty house that I was trying to fix. Kenny and I, we laid yesterday out flawlessly because we have a really big day today.
Mm-hmm.
I told Complex before I left Complex, we are all set for tomorrow. Everything should run completely smoothly. We'll meet at Sacramento Memorial Auditorium at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Great, man. Great job. Okay, cool. About 10 o'clock, an email comes in from Complex. Hey, can you and Kim get together and do these reads for the 2 stations? Normally, Complex sends 1, 2 over. Totally normal. We do it all the time. Sent 9. 9 different reads over. And I'm looking at this like, oh my God. All right. So now I'm working with our schedule, the insider schedule, and Kim's schedule.
Oh,
got it all done. Everything. We found Aldrin J.
Oh,
yeah, he's back. He's back, by the way.
Aldrin J, the AJ, the burner. We found him. Aldrin. I don't know what happened. It might take a day to wash off. I don't know what's going on, bro. I cannot find you. But ride with the burner. We got you. And then Kyle. And then Kyle sends that tweet that he texts me a tweet. And I'm just like, my thing is, if someone says something loud enough and no one retorts, people might believe it. So I'm going to start retorting. Y'all can be really, really loud if you want to, but I'm going to start responding. Hey, doesn't mean I'm not rooting for you. Doesn't mean I don't want you to do well.
That's right.
But if you're talking a smidge sideways, I'm going to straighten your ass out, because there will be no perception that we aren't the ones. Don't get fooled.
Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Look, man, like I said, we can all coexist. We can all exist in this whole realm, man. But number one is number one. Like that's something that we can't mistake. That's something that can't be proven otherwise. Number one is number one. And hell, number two is number two. You're not careful, number 3 might be number 3. So it's cool. It's cool. It just is what it is. And like I said, in all seriousness, I like a gang of people. I like everybody I know over there. Everybody I know.
Truth is, so do I.
Yeah, everybody I know over there, I got love for, man. I don't want nothing bad to happen to none of them people professionally, nothing like that, man.
Got a really weird Jason Ross gift this morning, though. I don't know what was going on over there this morning, but
yeah,
Jay Ross, Jay. The great thing is Jay knew. I mean, I'm sure he knew as soon as he did it. Chris got him. Chris was gonna get him.
Well, yeah, man. You know, it's just the guy. I got love, but just hey, man, we doing our
y'all
thing.
work
we here,
build.
That's all.
But if I catch y'all lying again. And again, it's me. This is what happens when I get. I'm really like I'm hyped up for tonight. Kenny and I got a big night.
Here's the call come through. Did it?
Yeah.
Oh snap! Oh, yeah. That boy looking like money. Yeah. And I feel like money.
The call. Yeah, it's at the house. It arrived. The show will be stopped tonight.
Ooh.
I mean, my man King Melly. Y'all follow him on IG at King Melly.
Yeah.
He came over one night, took some measurements. I had an essential sweatsuit, this one or something like it on. Took the measurements, wrote them down, took a couple pictures, and I sent him a picture of a jacket LeBron James had on that you one, my podcast can't afford. 2, it's not, you can't even buy it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I could do that.
Mm.
And when I tell you, he replicated that jacket to a T in a flawless fit. Man,
come on, man.
Y'all are not ready for this.
Come on, man.
I feel like money.
And I didn't even tell you about this. He made me a black suit too.
Ooh.
That boy is the one. He right here in Sacramento too.
Yeah. Shout out King Melly. Shout out to him, man, out here doing that work.
He is the one.
Yeah, man.
He is the one. So yeah, show will be stopped tonight. Yeah, D'Lo and KC, we're gonna look like. So I went, D'Lo, y'all gonna see us tonight. Believe that. Believe that. But we'll be at the Sacramento Memorial. So I'm already charged up for that. And now, we don't have just one sports station hating on us. We got another hip hop station hating on us.
Why?
This is a shoot.
What?
That's why we can't talk tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We're
they hating again. Like they sent like a follow-up, like, hey, remember what we said.
No, they didn't send a follow-up, but we've never told our people this.
Yeah.
We got every damn radio station that doesn't fall under the Odyssey umbrella, and maybe one that does, scared to death of us now.
That really is the case. It really is the case.
We
got these boys shaking.
They said we put our legal team on this, and D'Lo and KC can't say a word on microphone at this show.
Okay, radio's so weird, bro. Like,
But
seriously,
they shook. You, like you said, you ain't never heard us say that about anybody. Sports, hip hop,
and that's
nothing. You guys get it how you live. You know what I mean? Because we do what we do.
They had their legal team look at this and said, no, don't let them talk. They can't talk.
if you don't like it, just step it up.
That's crazy. But it's over. It's over. There's nothing these people can do.
I hate some of these people so much.
There's nothing these people can
God.
do. I look at the landscape, and there's a couple reasons why there's nothing these people can do. Number one, because we're just that good. Number two, I think I could speak for Damien too. We're so paranoid of falling off that we ain't gonna stop working.
We absolutely
like that's just what it is. Like, man, I don't want to go back, or I don't want to be. I was hot a couple times a few years ago, and now I got lazy, and some new D'Lo and KC then took my spot. I can't have that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always gonna be hungry,
and that's the
I
thing.
ain't never taking nothing for granted. So because of those two things, these people know there ain't nothing we can ever do because they ain't never gonna fall off. They ain't never gonna sleep at the wheel. So it's over.
You know what? The one thing that bothers me about what you just said, and we're just going to talk about ourselves for the next 4 hours.
Other people do it.
There should be another D'Lo and KC on the way. But I don't think none of these people is ready for it. They ain't going to take that chance.
One of the people that I know and that I've talked to, I told him, like, yo, that's the move. That's the move. I've said it multiple times. And he'd be like, man, they ain't gonna do it, dog. I was like, I know, but I'm just telling you, man to man, like, cause you my guy, and I'm not ever trying to, hey, I want to see everybody win. I'm telling you straight up, that's the move that needs to be made. And he's like, I know, but they ain't never gonna do it. Like, all right.
You know where the next D'Lo and KC will come from? Right here.
Simple as that.
Find them.
Simple as that.
They out there. Shoot, find them. We know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Coach JT, I see you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a process, and I love everything this company has done for us.
Mm-hmm.
They move at a snail's pace. They get things done.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't get it done when we want to.
That's all right. Just wait with us.
So
wait with us. No, we ain't forget. We ain't forget you.
We'll let them over at V101 hate and be scared.
That's crazy, man. We didn't broke bread with these people.
Over at 1140, be scared. Hey, y'all do you. We're gonna be here. We're gonna get your attorneys to look over this document and this document, because I guarantee you the next time that show come around, ain't gonna be no questions.
No.
Ain't gonna be no questions.
You're gonna be boxed out.
We sold out. Sold out a 90s R&B show 2 weeks in advance. Shout out to our man Dwight Murphy.
Mm-hmm. Big ups to him.
Did an amazing social media production. When that promotion ramped up over on KSFM, 2 weeks in advance.
Mhm.
Sold that joint out at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium.
Straight up. Straight up. It is what
Coming up next on How Great We Are.
Hey, while he's in here, I would shout out to Tone, because Tone, I'll be having conversations with Tone. He always looking. He always got his eyes peeled too. So shout out to Tone. He always making sure. Tone a real one. He making sure ain't nobody doing nothing funny, doing nothing sneaky. So shout out to my man. He always watching.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. We even got Jesse working for 2 stations now. Every day at 5 o'clock, Jesse's over there in the studio.
Come get your Disneyland tickets from me.
Oh,
hey,
man.
it's good. But hey, boy, we got we got some things. Oh man, hey, we talked to some people last week. We got some things lined up. That's just gonna make the distance even crazier. It's gonna be even crazy when if this go through the way it should go through, and the way I think it's gonna go through. It's gonna get just forget about it. Just forget about it.
It's gonna look more like that.
What does it look like in red, though? Can we do it in red next time?
If Charlie has us pulled up at his desktop, 1, he's probably laughing his ass off. 2, maybe we can get Charlie to put this in red now. Chris Biderman going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. We mentioned this a few moments ago. I'll repeat it because it's been an interesting hour.
Even more interesting when we were talking about blackface.
No, I don't think it was more interesting than that, because it's
definitely been a week.
That conversation covered blackface and homosexuality in hip hop. That's a wild first hour and 16 minutes of the show.
Oh man.
That story is not slowing down at all.
No.
It's getting way worse.
No.
I hate that about hip hop. They've got to chill with that. The Kings aren't going to fall out of the top 10. I think that's, you said this, it bears repeating. The Kings are going to have an opportunity to get into the postseason, whether it's finishing top 6 or through the play-in tournament. The top 10 teams are pretty set. The Kings are 7 clear of the Jazz right now. The Warriors, who I think are in the 9th spot now after last night. Oh, they might be in the 10th spot because the Lakers won too. They're clear of the Jazz by 5. So the Lakers and Warriors are clear of the Jazz by 5. But I said earlier this week, we're not quite ready to put the Lakers and Golden State into the conversation with Sacramento, Dallas, New Orleans, so on. It's getting about that time, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's getting about that time. Golden State is on a tear right now. They're playing terrific. And the Lakers are playing well.
Dodged the bullet last night, boy. I was watching that.
That was
please.
Bro, I was rooting for Jordan Poole something tough last night.
Now it just makes me sad to watch Jordan Poole. I mean,
he had a good night though.
Well, he did, but the overtime got.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Overtime was bad.
That wasn't good. Yeah, I was a big Wizards fan last night, but it went to Lakers. Like big night from AD and LeBron. I Charlie and I, as we wrapped up our because Charlie never leaves.
No.
As we wrapped up our work on KSFM, we were talking about LeBron going for 40,000. I said, I look up to see what LeBron wore, because if he wore a black suit into tonight's game, he's going to get 40,000 tonight. He didn't. He got pretty damn close. He'll hit 40,000 tomorrow. I think they take on Denver.
Nuggets. Yeah, Nuggets
national
on ABC.
TV. Yeah. He'll get the 40,000 there. And I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a stop the game moment. I'm not really sure what that is. It's never happened before. There's certainly historical significance to it.
I think you probably just put up a graphic for it. You already broke the record.
They're going to want the ball.
I think maybe not in the middle of the game, but on the following commercial break. You know how it goes sometimes. Like they call a timeout, you go to your huddle, all this other stuff. As they come out of the huddle, the
LeBron James
scores
just
table,
became
they give him the ball. He raises it up to the crowd.
Off the top of your head, in Denver?
I think it's in LA.
Oh no, I don't think that's what's happening. I think they'll stop.
Yeah, in LA.
Yeah, I think they'll
And,
stop.
and like when he scores the bucket,
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll stop when he scores the bucket. I think it's going to be on the first stoppage of play, like the next commercial. And coming out of the commercial, they'll announce it, standing ovation, first player ever to score 40,000.
Yeah, it's not like Michael Malone's going to call timeout right there just to
Right.
acquiesce to everybody.
You think that record's eventually
It is
become maybe unbreakable if he plays 3 more years? Because he hasn't.
The way he's playing,
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't really
Yeah,
slowed down, like
it
at least for a
could.
normal player.
Yeah, it absolutely could.
Like, what if he gets to 45,000 or something? I don't
I-
even know if that's too crazy to get there, but
I can't imagine somebody else having the career that LeBron has had,
KD is the closest, right?
probably.
And I think he's at 28,000.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking of the kids Reese plays against right now. Like, I can't imagine somebody having this career again. I don't think I'll ever see this.
So
Ever
we've
again.
probably had this discussion before, and this is where you have to be careful with what you're seeing now versus what you see at 38, 39, and in my opinion, 40 and potentially 41 if he wants to, is Luka. I can't imagine Luka playing like this
Right.
at 40. And to be fair, that came across the wrong way. I'm not trying to make a Luka joke.
No.
I can't imagine anyone playing this way at the age of 40.
Right.
The numbers of like points per game for players like 38, 39, 40, it's like 8, 9, 10. LeBron's 20 something.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't see somebody doing this. This feels like a one of one career. You know what I mean? Like people talk. He might be. I got to really sit down and think about that. But people have talked about before. He absolutely has had the greatest career of anybody to ever play.
So there's no. Okay, I'm gonna say it. I think I know the answer. There's no conversation that LeBron James is the most valuable player of the league.
No.
no, they're the 9th seed.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
It's a hard stop once you start looking at the
Okay.
standings.
All right.
What's he doing this year, though, for argument's sake?
25. Let me round up a little bit. 25, 8. Excuse me. 25, 7, and 8.
Look at that fall off. Usually
Jeez.
8 and 8. Now
Right?
it's 7 and 8.
That's incredible. Man, just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a season for sure. Especially all things considered, his age, all this other stuff. Like he's
this is fun.
He's still having a great season.
This is fun. There's probably a much easier way I could do this. Chris Biderman is going to join us in a minute. He's in Minnesota. Obviously, we're going to talk Kings basketball with our man Chris Biderman, who's done a great job on these road trips this season. Him and JA flying out to these different spots. I'm going to try to do this in an easier way. Here we go. So outside of his rookie year, 20.9. Outside of his rookie year, what do you think is the least amount of points LeBron James has averaged in a season?
26.
I think it's this year.
Well, yeah, besides not counting this year, I'll go 26.
It's not this year.
Wow.
25.0 is the least amount he averaged, and that was in the 2021 season. This year is second, as we just said. That's 25.3. Of course, the most he averaged was 31.4 in the 05-06 season. He's averaged 30+ points per game 3 times, and that's the other thing when we talk about this scoring record. I think that Luka is a perfect example. Shea could be hitting a stretch where he becomes an example of this as well. Guys are going to average 30 points per game in the league because, if you read Tim Bontemps, the league's broken. Guys are going to average 30 points per game for, like, LeBron has done it 3 times. He averaged 29.7 one year, but he's done it 3 times, 30 plus 3 times. Guys are going to do it like 9 times and 10 times. It's just what happens after that. That's the question. Like, because LeBron James, again, is in season 21.
Right.
And he doesn't miss a lot of time.
No, and you're right. Like what happens after that, but also who wants to play that long? Like I can't see Luka wanting to play 20 years in the NBA.
Good point.
You know, I don't know. Like we haven't. It's uncharted territory. Maybe he's the leader of the new wave, but he's even far surpassed his peers, the Wades, the Carmelos, and everything. Like
think about those guys' last year.
Yeah.
Melo didn't even get to retire.
Right.
LeBron's also unique in the fact he never really had any like true big injuries or whatever. He never even missed really like 2 weeks at a time or whatever. Like, he's always just been around.
That's got to be credited to him in the way that he works. Let's come back. Chris Biderman joins us live from Minnesota when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Biderman.
What's up, guys?
What's up, my man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Man, we are terrific, my friend. It's great to have you on with us without that antagonizing Kyle Madson around.
I appreciate it. Have you guys ever spent any time in Minneapolis?
That's what you thought it was. Sorry about that, Chris. What was that?
Have you guys ever spent any time in Minneapolis?
I think I've been there. I've only flown through it. So I know the airport is spectacular. That's about all I know about Minneapolis.
Downtown is pleasant as hell, man. I like it here. Yeah. I mean, it's also like 40 degrees. It could be like, 40 degrees colder than it is, but it's a nice city.
I mean, all things considered, 40 degrees isn't that bad, right?
People out here are celebrating like it's the start of summer.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. I was listening to, I think it was the Joe Budden podcast, and they were like, why is everyone in such a good mood? Because it was like 60 degrees in New York. Like, oh, this is the best. This is
right.
The cool part is, and this is what I hate about those places. It could snow for a week straight in April.
Right.
Like that's the killer part.
Yeah. When I was here last year, I think it was like late January, early February when the Kings had those 2 games. Probably the coldest I've ever been in my life. Because it was like, it must have been January because it was the Niners NFC Championship game was happening. And it was I think it got down to -10.
Oh wow.
I was walking around. I was like, yeah, this is not for me. But very pleasant city otherwise.
Yeah, Minneapolis is one of the bigger. I'm trying to think of some of the bigger cities I haven't like really spent time in. That's one. You know where else I haven't been to Houston. I haven't spent any time in Houston.
From what I've heard from people not who aren't from there but who visit there frequently, we're not missing much. I haven't really been in Houston either.
I know Houston is traffic and humidity. Those are the 2 things that I hear the most: traffic and humidity.
Yes. And a couple other things depending on who you talk to.
Well, yeah, for sure. Are you going on the East Coast trip?
Is that the Toronto, Washington, Orlando one?
Yes.
I'm not certain yet, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Seems like you and JA are going on a lot of virtually all of the road trips, like right when we always be there.
We try to do every game between us.
Good.
Yeah,
that's good for fans.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's weird. It's like this is probably the most I've traveled ever doing NBA stuff, and it's like going to Memphis twice in like a month span and Denver twice in 2 weeks. It's just it's funny how you just like go back to the same city. Never done that before.
Oh man, this chatty house is memeing the hell out of the graphs. Oh, the Mike Brown one is good.
Oh, they got my
they made a meme out of me, Biderman.
What happened?
Well,
I was taking a nap.
We're coming back. Oh. We are back here with our man Chris Biderman. Oh, Jesse, I don't know how to fix this. I think I broke it, Jesse. Oh, I got it. Everything's fine.
Back.
No one,
we
no
back.
one, no one, everyone's fine. Chris Biderman, live in Minneapolis with us here. We were just talking road trips and cities there during the commercial break, man. Happy that you're with us. I asked your partner over on the Candlestick Chronicles, Kyle Madson, about this earlier. I'll ask you, what's your concern level on a scale from 1 to 10 with Sacramento and how this season may turn out for them?
I think it's relatively concerning. You look at all of the teams that, there's that bunch of teams that are in that sort of 5 through 8 spots in the West, and they're all separated by 2 or 3 games. The Kings over the last 10 are 4-6, and among that group, that's the worst record. So I think it's fair. Look, you got to be concerned because you got De'Aaron Fox banged up. He's been banged up for a significant portion of the season now, whether it was his ankle early on in the year, his shoulder sort of midway through the year. He talked about needing some time during the All-Star break to get that shoulder healed, and now he's dealing with the knee issue, and we'll see if he plays tonight. I saw him at shoot around. I wouldn't say it looked promising, but it's kind of tough to judge De'Aaron's gait because he's kind of got that old man run to him anyway, even when he is fully healthy. But so I don't know if he's going to play again tonight, but obviously, if you don't have him against Minnesota after what we saw Wednesday against Denver, that's pretty concerning. So, for the Kings, like, you really want to avoid being in the play-in. You don't want to get LeBron James or Steph Curry potentially in a 1-game scenario. So it's a tough stretch, and it's another tough game tonight. So I think it's fair to be reasonably concerned, but we know this team can play as well as anybody in the league on any given night. It's just the inconsistencies that have been sort of costing them and have been the story throughout the season. So
we have a frozen Biderman. Oh man, and how fitting. He's in the Twin Cities and he's froze. Oh, and you know the rules. We got to leave Biderman up on the screen, man. My man just froze everything, and he froze in 4K.
Yeah.
Too. Like
it
James
didn't get all pixely.
Yeah, James is going to be on dial-up for like 45 minutes later on and not freeze.
It's a solid freeze right here too. Looking out the Minnesota windows out there, probably looking nice weather.
Yeah, probably looking at Prince's house. Like who knows? And yeah, just a tough look as our man froze here. And I have a follow-up for him because he said. Not sure whether it really looked promising, but it's hard to tell with De'Aaron at shoot around. I'm curious, like, well, what did it look like the other day?
Yeah,
because when Biderman said he was a full go at
warm-ups and
I thought, oh, he's good. Biderman is thawed out. He's back with us. I had just told the guys, but you said you weren't really may not really be promising for De'Aaron. What did you think when you saw him the other night in Denver? Because when you tweeted that he was a full participant, we were on the air. I was like, oh, he gonna play. And so I was really surprised when you reported later on that he didn't or wouldn't.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like like I said, he's kind of got that old man gait to him even when he's healthy. So he's kind of got that herky jerky. But he didn't look great at shoot around today. And it's kind of similar. Like he was, like you said, he was a full participant Wednesday and then ended up not playing. And that was decided, I don't know, roughly an hour before the game on Wednesday. So I haven't gotten to talk to him yet. I tried to talk to him at shoot around. That didn't happen. So we'll find out again today. But I didn't think he looked great today. Just being honest, but maybe he feels better. Maybe he doesn't. I'll talk to him before the game today, hopefully, and get a better feel for it. But I'm not sure. We'll find out.
Did you think on Wednesday that the Kings had a chance to win before that game without De'Aaron Fox? Because I asked that because a lot of people seem to be like they're just like, oh man, Wednesday was so alarming or whatever. Like this is super concerning. And if you ask probably everybody before the game, like, hey, Fox isn't playing, you think they're going to win? They'd probably say no. So, like, what was it? The fact that they were leading and they lost the lead so quick and then they got blown out, that was alarming. I don't know. I think me and Damian were the only ones that just kind of came away from that saying it was just a loss. You move on to the next game. Everybody else seemed to think it was a reprimandum on what this team is going to do for the rest of the season. Did you feel that way?
No, I didn't, because I thought the Nuggets played really, really well. And you look at the stretch that they've been on recently, since the Kings went to Denver and beat them in the last game before the All-Star break. They've been the best team in basketball and look like they're in championship form. And frankly, that looked like championship type basketball that they played against Sacramento in the second and third quarters of that game. And it also happened to come when De'Aaron Fox was sidelined. So if you're wondering whether or not the Kings can beat the Nuggets in a playoff series, then I think it was alarming, just given how good the Nuggets are. It's less about the Kings. But after the game, there were pretty clear signs of frustration in the locker room, and I wrote about it a little bit for the B. Like Kevin Huerter had mentioned, I asked him about the second and third quarter and what went wrong, and he said, I wish I was out there more. And Kevin is usually pretty measured in what he says, and it was, I haven't had a chance to follow up with him yet, but it was an admission that he wasn't exactly happy with his minutes in that scenario. And I've talked to him earlier in the year, and he said, this year is a roller coaster, and obviously his numbers have been inconsistent. He lost his starting spot. I think it was late December through 5 games in early January. He's obviously been mentioned in trade rumors. And then, I talked to Domantas Sabonis on Wednesday after the game, and he said he didn't think they had good coverages. And he didn't really elaborate defensively. He didn't really elaborate on whether or not that was a coaching thing or an execution thing. But the guys were pretty frustrated with how it went. It wasn't one of those, we were shorthanded against the defending champs. That was kind of to be expected. There was a lot of frustration in that locker room, I thought, and I'm curious to follow up with the guys on it today. But that to me, like, we've seen the Kings, the vibes have been good, right? Like, since Mike Brown has gotten here, the vibes have been overwhelmingly positive throughout the vast majority of his year and a half here. But I wonder if things don't go their way down the stretch here, if that's going to be something to worry about from a locker room perspective, or if this team has enough, physical or emotional resolve to handle something like that.
I can't front. That gives me a little of confidence is the word. I that makes me feel a little good about tonight's game.
That
the
they
fact,
didn't just
like,
oh, it's just another game. They were kind of
the fact that they and Domas kind of said something post game. He talked about the guys being measured. Of course, he said it to you about we could have done a little bit better with our game plans for some of their key guys, indicating like this whole thing was off a little bit against Denver the other night. And we could talk about the Kevin Huerter stuff in a minute, but given the fact that those guys were really upset following that game, that actually gives me a little confidence that they know they know that this is another really tall task ahead of them, and they're not willing to lie down for it just because Minnesota's the top or a top team in the Western Conference.
Yeah, because I think that's a good point. And you look at some of the disappointing losses that they've had. When they lose to, like Detroit, like obviously they're frustrated, but it never really felt it's kind of been like, oh, it's one of 82, right? These things happen. It's the NBA. You got to play well against everybody. There hasn't been a feeling that this team, at least from my perspective, that this team is like really upset about any of those losses that they've had. And I do think if you wanted to sort of spin it positively, you could say, all right, it's good to see them being emotional about losing at this point, because I think I don't know if it's a leadership thing. Like, De'Aaron Fox is not an overly emotional dude. I mean, we see him get emotional on the court now and again, but like when he's talking to us in the locker room, he's definitely not the type who gets overly emotional or who reacts too high or too low one way or another. And that I think the Kings overall, the team kind of reflects that. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I think for them to show emotion after losing is a little bit of a change. And to your point, probably a positive one, because they have around the same record that they had last year. Obviously, last year went a lot better for them given where they were in the standings, but now they're really fighting for their lives in terms of trying to get a top 6 seed and avoiding the play-in. So I do think you can make a case that it's good for them to feel emotional after losing a game like they did Wednesday against Denver, because these games really matter. This is a really important stretch. Obviously, those are important opponents in the Western Conference to play, and given that these other teams that they're grouped up with are starting to play better, including the teams behind them in the Lakers and the Warriors, who are in those nice 9th and 10th spots. It's a really important time for them to get it together.
Hey, Chris, the schedule is the schedule. It is what it is. But I've said for a while now, I don't think enough maybe has been made about what the Kings have had to deal with the last 2 months, the way the schedule is broken for them. Not a lot of home games, a lot of long road trips. When they get home, it's usually like they came off a 7-game road trip. They're home for 2 games, and then they got to go out for another 3 or 4 games. And it's going to balance out a little bit here in March. And I think that is going to be the time to make the move. If I was plotting this out a little bit, like, hey, keep your head above water in that tough January and February, because it gets a little murky, not home a lot or whatever. Keep your head above water. Put yourself in position to really make that run in March when I think 15 of their last 24 games are at home, I think it is. And that's where they're at. That's what they've done. People may not like it. I don't like it. But, hey, you kept your head above water, and now you got to the point where you're in a situation where I don't want to say control your own destiny, but you do in these final games with a lot of home games coming up.
Yeah, I would agree. Like you look at the January and February schedule, I think it was a 5-game road trip with 2 at home, and then they went out on the road for 7 more. And this trip, after this trip they're currently on, they only have 2 more trips where they play more than 1 road game on each trip, right? So they have 2 East Coast swings, and it's basically all West Coast road games or just home games for the rest of the way. So yeah, it's an opportunity for them, and it's an opportunity for them to play, I think, with more force at home. Like, they've let far too many teams, particularly bad teams or teams, missing their top guys, come onto their home floor and outplay them. And so having a stretch where you do have a lot of home games allows you to get into a rhythm, allows you to play with more force, and allows you to sort of solidify where you're going to be in the standings. To your point, I think it's a great one that, like, they have an opportunity, and they know that, like, regardless of how tonight goes, you have a winnable game on Monday against Chicago. You have a trip to play the Lakers, which is going to be a really important game, given that right now you're only separated by a game and a half, right? But yeah, they need to take advantage of what they have with the schedule. And I think one of the frustrating things about them for this season is that they haven't really done that. It doesn't feel like it, as loud as Golden One Center is, and as good as of an atmosphere as it is, it doesn't feel like teams are all that worried about coming in and playing there. And I think that's that speaks to just, I don't know, like the Kings have talked about it over and over again, that sometimes they feel like they can just kind of cruise to wins at home, and it'll come back to bite them. But they'll have an opportunity now with all these home games to get it right, and they're going to have to take advantage.
Chris, why do you think they haven't been able to take advantage of these moments this season? It feels like there's been a lot of ups and downs with Sacramento this year.
I think it's urgency. Like when they play, like I think about that Clipper game. What was it, Sunday, right? That felt like the most urgency that they've played with. And when I say urgency, how that manifests is like physicality on defense, getting out to 3-point shooters, not getting burned by dribblers to the lane where the defense has to collapse and then you leave shooters out open on the perimeter. I think it's just kind of an urgency thing. And I think the Kings know that they can score, but sometimes, and I think it's just in the back of their head that, we're going to go on a run here at some point. So, we're going to score at some point. And I think that just the league's too good to have that mindset. You just have to have that mindset where you have to bring it every minute you're on the floor of every game. And Mike Brown talked about it last year. Like, and I've said it to you guys a bunch of times, but I think it's probably the most important thing that Mike Brown said is that, it's easy to go from bad to good. It's really hard to go from good to great. And that's the battle the Kings are fighting right now, because going from good to great is about consistency. And he's talked about it with De'Aaron Fox. He's talked about it with his roster as a whole. It's just the consistency to play the defense with the intensity and the physicality game in and game out that you need to win games is really been this team's biggest issue. And I think it's kind of as simple as that. And I don't know what switch you have to flip to improve that. I think that's one of the more confounding things about this team is that, it's been talked about, the answer's in front of everybody, but they just haven't really done it on a consistent basis. And until they do, it feels like this is kind of going to be where they are as long as the Western Conference continues to be as formidable as it is.
Do you what do you feel about this team? Do you think they can get into that top 6?
I think they can.
See, I knew you were going to say that. Do you think they will get into the top?
I think they will. I mean, if they're healthy, that's tough. I would need to do a dive on the rest of the schedule, but I mean, they should. Like they honestly should. De'Aaron Fox, I think Kevin Herter, he went on the Point Forward podcast. I was watching that clip before he came on with you guys, saying that De'Aaron Fox is a top 3 point guard in the league. I agree with him. I think, what Domantas Sabonis brings them offensively is obviously, he's one of the most important offensive players in the league when you just look to the value to his team relative to, what the team does and what the team relies on. But can you get a consistent stretch from Keegan Murray where he's scoring 20 points a game for weeks on end, right? Can you get a consistent stretch from Malik Monk where, it's 15, 20 points nightly instead of, 25, 30 and then 6 the next night, right? Like there are just so many players outside of Fox just are kind of riding this roller coaster of a season, and you haven't gotten all of them sort of firing on all cylinders at once. And maybe that'll come. And if that comes, the Kings are a really, really hard team to beat. When they have the full, when you're getting Trey Lyles hitting 4 threes off the bench and Malik Monk scoring 20 points and running pick and rolls with Domas, and you're getting, double digits in the fourth quarter from Fox, like the Kings are just really, really difficult to beat no matter how they're playing defensively. But offensively, it's been a little bit uneven, and you have, I would say, 3, 4, 5 guys that you can point to that have kind of had roller coaster seasons offensively. And I think that's a serious issue in terms of how you look at them in terms of getting to the 6th seed. So right now, I would say, I would lean no, just because of how thick that grouping is in the West, that everyone they're contending with, and you have teams that have won playoff series, where the Kings are still trying to find their footing and do that this year. So, not to be like Debbie Downer, but I just, it's hard given what I saw, and maybe my opinion's colored too much by, the Heat game on Monday and then the Denver game Wednesday. But for right now, I would say it's looking difficult, but if they go on a run where they win 5 straight games, maybe I change my mind.
You mentioned Keegan Murray there a minute ago. We talked quite a bit throughout the week about Keegan's second year. How would you evaluate? You've been covering this team for 2 years now. How would you evaluate Keegan Murray's second year?
You definitely see flashes of like growth in his game, growth and evolution in his game, right? Like last year, he was mostly used as a spot up shooter. And I think that's one of the transitions that the Kings have been making this year is they're relying on Keegan to be more of a secondary playmaker, to be a driver, to use a mid-range game. And the cost of that has kind of been to Kevin Herter, right? Because Kevin Herter was getting a lot of dribble handoff stuff, a lot of pick and rolls with Sabonis. And now Herter is sort of the guy that is on the other end of Keegan Murray getting more opportunities on offense. And that's one of the transitions the Kings are going through overall. But I would say Keegan, it's the flashes have definitely been there. And his game is far more well-rounded offensively than it was. And I think that all goes back to Summer League. And that was the main talking point when when Keegan was playing really well in summer league for those 2 games, 3 games, whatever it was. But I would say the consistency is the thing, right? Like when you don't have De'Aaron Fox Wednesday in Denver, you look at the first quarter and you say, oh, Keegan's aggressive. Like maybe if Keegan scores 30 or 40 points here and is hot from 3, like maybe the Kings can make this a game and make up for what they're missing without De'Aaron Fox. And then after the first quarter, it just kind of goes away. And so I think that's really the next big challenge for Keegan is how can he adjust when he's the focal point of a team's defense, right? Because Denver's a really, really good defensive team, and they don't really have any weaknesses defensively. We can talk about Jokic a little bit, but he's not the defensive liability he was earlier in his career. But when you're playing a really good team in a high leverage situation, can Keegan Murray be a go-to scorer? Because, Mike Brown said it over and over again, that's what the Kings need to take that next step. And you see signs of it, but you haven't seen it. You haven't seen it for any extended period. And I think, Keegan's, I'm optimistic about Keegan getting there. I just think maybe right now when he's 22 years old, it might be tough to get that from him at this point in his career. But next year, the year after that, I could definitely see Keegan evolving into that secondary scorer that pushes the Kings to a different level. Because right now, even Sabonis scores plenty, but he's not a guy who can create his own offense when, De'Aaron Fox is taken out of a play or De'Aaron Fox isn't playing, right? So that's what the Kings need from Keegan. I think he's shown signs of his game evolving and improving, but it hasn't been there to the point that the Kings need it just yet.
Last question from me. Do you look at this situation with Kevin Huerter? And we've said a number of different times on here, they need Kevin Huerter to do what they want to do. Do you see the relationship or the up and down nature of playing time? And do you see that changing between Kevin and Mike Brown?
That's a good question. I think it starts defensively, right? Because it feels like whenever Kevin Huerter is taken out of a game and just kind of relegated to the bench, it's because Mike Brown is going to a better defensive option, whether it's Chris Duarte or, Kessler Edwards even. So if Kevin Huerter improves his play defensively, that will allow him to get more opportunities to stay on the court, unlike Wednesday where he had a turnover, he missed a couple free throws. He didn't shoot the ball particularly well, and then was taken out with 8 minutes left in the third quarter and didn't go back into the game. And in part, obviously, Mike Brown emptied the bench in the fourth quarter, so that's obviously part of that. But it's tough. I think Huerter's had one of those difficult seasons where the expectations last year were so high, given how well he played in spurts and given how important his shooting was to the offense. And for him to kind of, I don't know if taking a back seat is the right way to put it, but to be on the other side of them saying to Keegan Murray, all right, you're going to take more offensive responsibility and Kevin's going to be more of the spot up shooter now. He's just a rhythm player and he's struggled to get in rhythm all year. And I think the trade deadline stuff and all the rumors and all the discussion, I think that got to him. And I haven't heard that specifically, but talking to Kevin and have him say this season's been a roller coaster for him emotionally, reading between the lines, that's kind of where my head goes, is that like you're part of, you see your offensive role get sort of limited after having a really good season last year. You're mentioned in all these trade rumors. They end up keeping you and not dealing you, but you're still going to be in all those trade rumors in the offseason, and he might see the writing on the wall long term potentially. But he's very much a rhythm player, and he's talked about how difficult it's been for him to get in a rhythm this year. Until that changes, and I think for him to get in a rhythm, he's going to have to improve defensively to get those opportunities to play in a rhythm, right? So that's where I think his focus needs to come, because he's the type of shooter who can get hot really at any moment. And if he really focuses on defense and plays well defensively, then Mike Brown might be willing to stick with him more, and then those shooting numbers could potentially come back up for him.
Real quick, the crazy thing about Mike Brown playing it that way is it almost never works.
Yeah.
Like you're like, oh, I'm going to teach him a lesson and go with a better defensive line. Yeah. You don't win, and it doesn't make Huerter better. So what are we really doing?
It's frustrating.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's definitely something, Mike Brown spoke last night before the players did, and obviously had I gotten, had I spoken to Herter and then Mike Brown, I would have asked him about that, and I plan on asking him about it tonight and see. I'll see what he says. But yeah, it's been, I think when it comes to progression in the NBA, it's never quite linear, right? Like it's easy to look back and see the Kings be a 3 seed last year and just assume, all right, they're going to be better next year because they're a young team and they'll have, more time together. But the West got a lot better, and the Kings have had to deal with some injuries, whether it's Fox or and other things. Like it's just hard to continuously ride that same trajectory. And I think the Kings are learning that. And I think ultimately they'll be better for it long term. But right now, I think they're definitely in one of those difficult stretches.
To be fair to Herter, it's perfectly okay to be frustrated. Like the season that he's had dating up to training camp and all of that stuff. Like it's, but we said, and I think our frustration lies with you. We said at the trade deadline, or excuse me, not the trade deadline, the All-Star break. One of the most important components to the rest of this stretch, Chris, is they've got to, Mike and Kevin, whatever's going on or has been going on, those two need to get on the same page. Because like Casey, like we need Kevin Herter to be a certain type of player for the Kings to get where they want to go. And now we're like 3 games into this. And Chris is right. The context is important. Like Mike didn't play anyone. He played Domas long enough to get a rebound. He didn't play anyone in the fourth quarter, but it felt like Herter kind of was already out. And it's like, no, this is not what we do not need this.
Well, one of the reasons why Malik Monk works with Mike Brown is because Malik will go right at Mike, right? Yeah. Like Malik will go at Mike, and they have enough respect to where, they might be yelling at each other during a game, but then they'll talk about it afterwards and hammer it out. And that dynamic is healthy. And if you talk to Malik about it, he'll say, yeah, I love Mike, but like, we'll yell at each other, but it's all good. I don't know that Kevin and Mike have that same rapport. And I don't know that Kevin's built that way. So, I don't know if maybe he should yell at Mike or if he should go at Mike the same way Malik does. I don't know that that's necessarily in his personality, but I think that's one of the stark differences between those two guys is Malik will go right back at you, where Kevin, might not take to the hard lessons in the same way.
Great stuff, Chris. We know you got a long night ahead, man. Thanks for carving out a pretty good amount of time with us, man. We really appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry about this hotel Wi-Fi early on.
Oh, man, it was great. Just one little hiccup, nice little reset. You're back in 4K, man. It was perfect.
Perfect, man. Well, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
Likewise. That's our man, Chris Biderman, right there. Also, we obviously talk Kings basketball there, but 49er fans, make sure you're following Candlestick Chronicles. They got a great YouTube page, too. Those guys go live once in a while.
They do. I told Kyle earlier. I'm still not there
No,
yet.
it's
it's nothing personal. It still downloads on my Apple podcast, area, or the Odyssey podcast as well. But I'm not there yet.
It was a good catch. It was a good catch. You were about to get you was about to get our ass kicked.
Hey, I ain't got no problem with the
Stacey Kaufman ain't heard D-Lo and KC in 2 years, but she tuned in the second KC said Apple podcast.
I ain't got no problem with the Odyssey app.
There's nothing wrong with it.
It works fine for me. I enjoy it. Putting all my podcasts on there. I'll be having my ears to the street on there.
No, you do have your ears to the street. You too can have your ears to the street if you download the Odyssey app. That's a great way to listen to D-Lo and Casey on 102.5 as well. I know Drew Down does it a lot. Drew Down, we appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Russell. Like, Russell doesn't know this. We can see when Russell's calling. Russell's trying to win. Russell, I could see when Manny's calling. I know, because depending on what is on your caller ID, we could see when like the Chatty House crew is trying to win tickets.
Yeah.
And I'll be damn, like, I swear Russ is caller number 6 or 5 or 6 damn near every day. Salute to Russell. I know he's out there listening to us, man. We appreciate you. We're just gonna keep going, obviously, Jesse. I wish the Kevin Herter thing was different because I do feel like it's lingering a little bit. Hopefully, it's not something that lingers too much. Hopefully, it's not something that lingers into tonight. I think my biggest takeaway from that conversation with Chris Biderman, and I did not catch this in his writing, was what he said about the locker room following the Denver game. That's to me, as a Kings fan, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
because sometimes we as fans think, players don't believe in scheduled losses, right? Like they don't. Like they believe they can win every game that they go play. And the fact that, because Domas's remarks did stick out a little bit to me, but I didn't really think anything of it when he said, I think we could have game planned a little bit better. We could have been a little bit more. He said the top guys. I think he was talking about Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray had himself a night like he just an incredibly efficient, like 30-something points or whatever that he had. The fact that those guys were pissed off in the locker room, hey, that's a win.
Yeah, man.
That's a win in my opinion.
And
you hope it's a win in that you hope it carries over tonight.
Absolutely. And it feeds into what we've talked about since probably the Pistons losses. It feels like there's a sense of urgency with these guys.
I don't think that's gone because they lost to Denver or because they lost to
No, I don't think so either. And to be honest with you, that like you just said, there's no scheduled losses for these players. They go out there, they feel like if they execute a certain way, if they do certain things, that they can win the game. There's no, oh, we don't have Fox or it's a tough game on the road. They're feeling that way. But to be honest with you, it might be in the back of their head, like we've been saying, just get through this game. Get through this game, and our time to make a move will start on Monday because we have the home games coming up. We have really that's what it is. It's not even like, oh, below 500 or whatever.
No.
It will be at home for most of March. That's going to be our time to make a move.
Well, not just that. I mean, beating you need wins, right? But some of the wins are more valuable than others. You need to beat Chicago just because of where Chicago's at, and that's tough. It doesn't go well for Sacramento when you say you need to beat somebody. They got the Lakers Wednesday.
That's a big game,
man. It's huge. Yo, it's huge. And you talk about Lakers games, Pelicans games, Suns games, Mavericks games. Those games carry a lot of weight right now.
Does Mike Brown need to figure it out, or does Kevin Huerter?
Mike Brown.
Yes, both. I think both of them need to.
I think Mike Brown needs to figure it out. Kevin Huerter is doing what Kevin Huerter does, and I don't feel like he's not trying.
You're right, but I disagree to a certain extent because we've seen Kevin Huerter, maybe he can't do this against everybody. We've seen Kevin Huerter play. I don't think it's a stretch to say he's played good defense at points. I'm not going to say at points during the season, but I'll say in games. Like we've come in here after games and say, hey, Huerter was getting after it defensively.
The effort's there at least.
I don't know if triggers is the right word. I don't know what causes that. He's capable, and I don't know if it's a pep talk. Mike has to know what Kevin responds to. And whatever button that is, he needs to push it.
Yeah.
And again, it could be the skill set of who he's guarding. Maybe he can't do that against everybody. But I think there's more players than we're giving him credit for that he could be active with. Shoot, go back to Miami. He was one of the guys who was
active, getting deflections,
absolutely,
all that other stuff.
Absolutely.
And the reason why I say Mike more than Huerter is because if you're Mike Brown, you have to know Kevin Huerter's he's trying, he works hard, but he's just not gonna be able to do that every single night. And those nights when he doesn't have it, the nights when he's not doing maybe what you want him to do on the defensive end, instead of messing around with his playing time, maybe that's a conversation. But you've got to be able to take the good with the bad if you're Mike Brown in that situation and say, for the greater good, I can't take you out of this game. I can't,
I'm with you.
Have you playing 5 minutes in the second half or whatever the case may be. And we lose. Like, that's the whole other thing. That's the thing that really gets me. Do whatever you need to do, you know what I mean, to win the game. But too many times he's messed with Kevin Huerter's minutes, his production and all this other stuff, and it comes in a loss. It's like, well, what is this? What is this helping?
We accomplished nothing.
Yeah. So if you're going to Duarte or any of those other guys and it's yielding results, then it's a lot more up to Kevin Huerter to be like, hey, if you want to be a part of this, you got to change your game because we're winning here, without you if need be. But when you're not, I think that's when Mike has to just be like, all right, well, when are we winning? We're winning usually when Kevin Huerter's playing well. I need to have a longer leash to let us to try to get to that spot where Kevin Huerter's playing well, then essentially we're playing well.
It's kind of like a pros and cons thing, or like kind of like what has more of an impact? 'Cause I get Kevin Huerter's defense might not be great, but is his offense more impactful than say Chris Duarte's defense would be? Because that's why you're subbing him in. Like, what has more of an impact? Like, can you live with Kevin Huerter's? Maybe he's not great on defense that night, but he's putting up buckets and like, what's going to have more of an impact? What's going to help you out more?
Huerter's buckets.
So I agree, but I also think Mike is kind of hoping Chris Duarte will hit shots.
Yeah, but it's like what game?
No,
50?
I know.
I know what you're saying. But it's like, Mike, work with us here. Like
No,
we're game 55, and I don't know
know.
what's happening.
I know, but like he hit some shots, you know, and I don't want to call it garbage time. He hit some shots against Denver, and like okay, dude can make baskets, right? But it feels like in those moments where like Mike's like, all right, I'm gonna go with Duarte. It doesn't, like in the second quarter, in a 4-point game, it doesn't feel like those baskets fall a lot. Like you could probably name the games where it's like, oh, Duarte had a big impact in that game. Not very many of them.
Well, and to be fair to Duarte, in my opinion, I thought he's played well. He's played well since he came back from his ankle injury. That spans 5 games or something like that, maybe. He's played well. He hasn't played well enough where it's like you need to swap him and Huerter's minutes out.
Right.
You know, he's played well enough to get a look and to steal some minutes during games, but not where it's like, all right, this is the option now. We got Duarte here. Like we don't need Huerter to. Nah. I haven't seen that.
Well, because you could look at Kevin's numbers too and be like, oh, like, well, he's not putting up, like producing or whatever. But it's like he's not getting the chances. He's getting cut off like just instantly. He's that 15-minute mark. Sometimes he'll get to 25 maybe or whatever, but he's not getting an opportunity. Shooters got to shoot the ball. Like in order to get out of something, they got to let the ball fly. Like, and he's not getting that chance.
Yeah. No,
absolutely.
He's not. Michael says clearly Mike Brown, pushed the wrong buttons from the start of training camp. He put doubt in his head instead of building him up. Players respond differently. And Kevin, is not a guy that threats work. I think Michael's right. I think this is I think the whole Kevin Huerter situation has been a bit of a misstep for Mike Brown this year. I don't fault Mike or Monty or anyone for wanting to see, you know, what Chris Duarte can do for you. I think there had to have been, and I don't know, I'm a dumb radio show host. I don't know. I don't know what that is, but I feel like there had to be a better way than what Mike did.
Well, that's the thing. Like
you could have worked him into the rotation. You could have done virtually anything other than saying, "Oh, I'm going to start him."
Yeah, because everyone needs to be coached differently in a sense where it's like everyone responds differently to different things. Like how I respond might be different than Kenny or whatever. Like you just got to know that as your coach, what's going to work. Because you could probably still implement like Duarte or like figure it out, but there's a way to do it, like you said.
Yeah,
Kenny's the most chill dude. You don't even know what he's responding to. You just like he takes it all in.
Well, yeah, because he's like Jim from.
That's all right.
I'm
that's
sorry.
My bad.
Like
that's my bad.
Yeah, hold on.
Wait, who's Jim?
That's no. It's
hold on. Let me get this out the
you
way.
You didn't even catch it. Look at that.
Yeah.
I just put my hands in the air. That's on me.
Yeah, well, Jim from The Office. There's an episode in The Office where Pam was like, "Yeah, you don't really yell, but you exclaim. Like that's you. You don't really yell or anything like that."
Well, he got pissed off once, and boy, did things start happening after that.
It's facts.
But
poor BDX kind of got lit up on that.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What's the next move? What are we doing?
Yeah. No, Kenny was not here for the nonsense.
I almost had one of those moments yesterday morning. We were in the other room. So what are we doing here? Why does this happen?
Monday meetings used to be some.
We'll come back. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Much more Kings coverage ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me get some more bacon before it's gone.
Man, those biscuits. No.
Oh, yeah.
Those biscuits look so good. I just refuse to eat biscuits from a place with that name. They looked really good. Are the biscuits good?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not a huge biscuit guy.
Oh, man.
It's been a few hours. It probably kind of dried out, too, at this point.
Yeah, they look good, though. I was like, oh, come on, man. My bad, Sean Bowles. My bad. The funny thing, Kenny didn't even hear it. Oh man. I'm so glad we got Chris back.
That's the thing, Paul. Sometimes you got to let him play through it. Because when he's on, I mean, they're tough to beat.
Oh, Russell, you can use whatever phone you want to. It's just luck, man. It's just luck. We literally count to 9. It's all we could just see the screen. That's the only thing. I never know what number you are until I press the actual button. Was Chris with 1140? Why did you guys have to? Oh, yeah. Chris with our urging. Was paid to stay away from Odilo and KC, and after a season, now that I'm not going to pretend after a season. Now we have the insiders too. He's come back home, and would like Chris to be a bigger part of this radio station as time goes along.
Michigan, I'm not going to say he is, but something is off with him. I don't know what it is, but yeah, he's a little off.
I love Michigan's commitment to boxing. It's one of my favorite things on the show. My man loves him some boxing.
He needs to stay away from Oscar.
What's going on out there?
Well, apparently I'm D-Lo.
Well, all right. Did those files get sent off? Thank you. And thank you for helping with that. I know. Well, at some point we might need you to kick a cameraman.
Oh.
That's fine too. I can do that too.
Yeah, not lazy. Don't kick lazy. Figurative cameraman.
Oh boy. So matter of fact too. What's up, D-Lo? I'm not D-Lo.
It was someone who works here?
Who said that?
Yeah.
Kimberly?
No. The one that's not always over there. Can you see him?
Yeah. Yeah.
I might have forgot his name.
No.
No, it is.
Yeah, that one. Right? Yeah, that one.
Oh man.
Yeah, major Friday vibes. This might be a different type of Friday vibe. This is like Friday vibes on the night of a big concert.
Oh yeah.
That's us right there.
1 foot out this door is what I have.
David, see, the great part about David says, "Hey, are you guys do some mo?" That's not what happened. They walked by and said, "Hey, do some mo." I looked around like, where are they? Looking around, and the guy's like turning away from. I was like, is he talking to us?
Oh, wait, when did that happen?
It happened on the concourse. We were walking the concourse. You all remember that? We were walking the concourse, and some dude yells, "Hey,
I vaguely remember this.
Do some mo!" And we're like, "Hey," and we're like looking around, and I turn over and I see the guy, and he's kind of got his hands up, and he's looking at us, and I'm like,
do you think he like realized after?
I don't know.
Like maybe that guy's like, wait,
maybe
no,
he got
I blew it.
Maybe he got his podcast mixed. It's just
I don't even know how that happens.
Because like,
I don't know.
There's so many questions. Like, which one of us is Deuce? And then, like, more importantly, which one's Morgan?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't even know how that happened.
Can you imagine dude just tunes into Deuce and Mo after every game? Who the hell are these people? Where are the guys been?
Oh man,
That's literally like me seeing Drapes after a game, be like, Jerry Reynolds,
Hey,
what up, my guy?
Yeah.
No, sir, no.
Oh,
What?
it's terrific. And I don't know. Maybe he had a couple of beverages in his hand. I'm not sure. He was really excited though. So Deuce, if you're listening, you got a really big fan out there who's not quite sure what you look like.
All right, let's play a quick game real quick. What's worse, calling you Deuce and Mo from someone who's a fan of the shows, or calling Casey D'Lo, that is our coworker,
The coworker
that we see in the hallways,
gotta be the coworker
that we walk past, that we have sales meetings
that
about.
we rely on to
Yes,
help
that
us
we would
out
like
here.
you to sell stuff for.
Can I throw in a third party candidate? How about the woman who asked what I do here?
Does she work here? Like, she roams the halls? Like,
she's right there. What do you mean that she work here? She's right there. What are you talking about?
I didn't know that's who it was until now.
Right there.
Oh man,
She's worked here for a while.
Well, to be fair, she said that like her first or second week.
I'd say about 3 weeks.
Okay, it
It
might
was
have
about
been-
3 weeks.
I
It
had
wasn't her
said
first.
hi to her like her first day. Like I walked over and introduced. Like if she turns to her right, she sees me sitting right here.
She has D'Lo the computer. Hey, can you let Jonathan know it's working kind of slow?
Oh man!
And see, the problem with that is, like, there's some people that now I know, but like I had been here for a while, like in the office for a couple months. I was like, who's that guy again? Like, what does he do?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not necessarily my job to know who that guy is and what show he's on.
Mm-hmm.
It was her job.
I love her to death, by the way.
Good
She's
people,
fantastic.
really good people, really
She
good
is
people.
absolutely.
And she was
fantastic.
for lack of a better term, she was a noob at the time.
She was a noob.
She was a noob.
She was a noob.
So,
But
it's all good.
nothing will kick your ego in the balls quicker than a coworker looking at you and going, "What do you do here again?" Nothing.
I'm on the street team.
Yeah, yeah. Hi, my name's Joe. If you need anything,
Shout
let
out
me know.
Joe. That's my boy.
I know, boy. Joe gonna be pulling them tonight, man.
He is.
I know.
Who-
Joe's
hey,
excited.
Who's gonna pull more? Joe or Leezy?
Leezy.
Leezy, don't stop, boy. Leezy, don't stop.
Yo, Leezy will walk up, and here's the great thing: like every baddie in attendance tonight is probably going to be about 40 to 45 years old. And here's going Lil Leezy is going to show up with his camera talking about, "Hey, can you guys say something for 102.5?" And he'll, "Hey, can I get you guys dancing on the video? Hey, can I get you guys dancing?" Leezy has no fear.
Nah, man. Leezy get after it.
None.
He get
We
after
was
it.
watching Leezy from the stage at T-Pain and
Thunderdome.
Flow
Yeah,
Rider.
yeah.
And Leezy, just watch Leezy making his rounds, got his camera in his hand. He's looking up, looking around. You can see him spot a group. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
And he
that.
makes his way over
He's
there.
like Spice Adams at the tree. Like,
yeah.
the crazy thing is, hey, tell us why you love dealing with KC so much. Like, I don't even know who
Who?
that is.
What? Sir,
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just tell us why you love him so much.
Sure, they gave me my tickets. Like, I don't know, but like, fine. And now we know why he's HAL.
Yeah.
He ain't afraid to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
That man was driving a Tesla truck yesterday.
Come on, man.
Jasmine paid for hers. Can't even get hers. And
I'm
Leezy,
gonna need mine.
Leezy just out there riding.
I'm gonna need mine. That's for sure. Hey, real quick. Yeah, we got time. Did you see did you see that clip of Andre Iguodala? Iguodala.
I did not.
Did you see it, Jesse?
I didn't see
I
the
did not.
clip, but they're talking funny about Andre Iguodala. Why?
Should I pull up the clip?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
I'm out the loop.
Give me 2 seconds.
missed
You
it.
guys go ahead and talk more about coworkers real quick
Oh.
while I pull this up. But I mean, fair or foul is what I would ask. Fair or foul? Because part of me seems like, hey, man, it's fair. It was asked the question.
Oh, I saw. I didn't see the video of that, but I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. You just asked the question. You know, he's got to answer it. He's not on a team anymore. You know, he's got to answer the question. So there's that. The other part of me is like, come on, man. He was He was grinding with this guy. He was grinding with this guy. Let me see. Let me pull up the share screen real quick. Where we at? Boom, boom, boom. All right. I think we sharing. Oh no, we
You
ain't
know,
sharing.
you there? Just you just put it up on the
There
on
we
the
go.
screen.
All right. Andre Iguodala was asked by Ryan Wassillo about who he would trust more in the clutch, Kyrie or Steph.
Tie game, playoffs. Who are you most scared of?
Kyrie Irving is not even close.
Whoa. So wait, you're going with Kyrie now over everybody we've talked about.
For the last second shot, I'm going with Kyrie. You talking about fear factor at any given moment, or for like that moment, Kyrie? Because I mean, with Steph, I think he's proven to teams that you can double him, and if you could just try to get the ball out of his hands, then I guess that's the way to combat him. But with Kyrie, he's just so good. Like, he's able to, you can't get the ball out of his hands. Allen Iverson said Kyrie was the best ball handler in NBA history. And I've been told that I was crazy for saying that. But Kyrie, you talk about fear factor, you ask anybody in the league, that's a scary guy to see.
Tie game, playoffs.
So first
Fair
of all,
or foul?
First things first. Iggy looks tremendous.
He looked phenomenal.
He looks fantastic in
Yeah,
that.
that was a great suit he had on.
Are you okay?
I don't know why this thing keeps doing that.
I think it's completely fair. I don't think he said anything egregious at all. I
Pick Kyrie over Steph.
Yeah.
And then he mentioned, like, I think Ryan Russell was like, just anybody. He's like, just anybody. Who would you take? Oh, Kyrie. But then he singled out Steph. He was like, yeah, Steph, you can get the ball out of his hands.
I get it, because maybe like he's trying to be a media guy now and stuff like that, and that's gonna drive up more clicks and stuff like that's what they're looking for. But like that's your guy. Yes, that's your guy. Like
you could even say, maybe you could hedge a little bit.
You wouldn't
be
even
on
be
the fence,
lying.
be like, "Yo, Kyrie's crazy," but come on, man, this dude Steph, I had 4 championships with this guy, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Where's the loyalty at?
Well, wait a minute.
Where's the loyalty?
Wait
at?
a minute.
He went into business for himself. That's Hulk Hogan stuff right there. Went into business for himself.
If he says Steph Curry is my guy, I won 4 championships with him, he's not answering the question.
Just pick Steph, honestly.
Oh, you two are little hoes. You don't even want him to answer.
I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Just something about it seems a little funny.
I get where you're coming from.
There's anything wrong with what he said.
I get
Am
where
I
you're coming.
wrong?
No, I get where you're coming from, but
You
I'm
didn't have to
just on
single out
Casey's
Steph.
side. Like, yeah, it's just we won championships. We played on teams. Like, I got your back.
He didn't have to
I'm
single
sorry.
out
Play
Steph.
the beginning of this for me again. Play the very
He
beginning.
kinda-
Maybe I heard what I wanted to hear.
Oh, here we go.
Tie game, playoffs. Who are you most scared of?
Kyrie Irving.
See,
Okay,
right there,
stop.
right
I got
there.
you. Okay. I got
And
you.
then he voluntarily brings up Steph Curry.
Run it. Well, okay, wait a minute. Run it again. Play it from right
Not
there.
even close.
Whoa. So wait, you're going with Kyrie now over everybody we've talked about.
For the last second shot, I'm going with Kyrie. You talking about fear factor at any given moment, or for like that moment, Kyrie? Because I mean, with Steph, I think he's
stop.
shown at
So this is a reel, right? There's some editing there. There was clearly a conversation about Steph. Ryan said over all of the other
Everybody
guys
we
we
talked
talked about.
Yep.
So he didn't just bring Steph Curry up out of nowhere. They've had conversations about players. See, look at you two. You're doing the internet thing where you take a clip and it's isolated, and there's I think the crux of Iguodala's point is there. There's probably a lot more to it in regards to Steph Curry. I don't think he said anything wrong in that clip. Absolutely nothing at all.
Jesse, don't.
Why do you hate Kyrie Irving?
Well,
That's the bigger question.
That's my boy Kyrie. But
I
Jesse,
don't know.
just wait till he's doing an interview with Joe Davison for the Sac.
Who's the best producer? Chris Verlaine.
Yeah. Oh, look, he's doing an interview with Joe Davison. He'll be like, honestly, I'd take Styles over KC, to be honest with you.
The tough world.
Don't make me do this. Don't make me do that. Come on, man. I've established on this show on a number of occasions there is no longer a D-Lo show moving forward. It's D-Lo and KC, or I'm doing something else with my life.
Because when Aaron comes to talk to KC, I mean, you can get the ball out of KC's hands. Styles just a fear factor.
This is ridiculous. I don't want no part of this. It's ESPN 1320.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ.
Hey guys, we've got Kicking It with KC today. Let's get after it. Uh-oh. How do I get this off of here? I went full screen. I don't want to do that. Hold on. Let me unshare this screen. Let's take this off. Let's do it again. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, I don't want that in the background. I want the full screen. Okay, there we go. Now we good. We good.
We're gonna do like a quick 13th round, like when we come back from break or something too. I think.
Oh, for sure.
Ryan
For sure.
Garcia is looking kind of funny.
We'll get into it. Kicking It with KC. Let's get it. Kicking It with KC with your boy, Kenny Caraway. And today we're talking about the Air Jordan 5 Olive. Ooh, I like these. The Air Jordan 5 Olive made its debut way back in 2006 and had never been re-released since then until now, as the Jordan 5 Olive is back in these streets. When it first released, the Air Jordan 5 Olive was part of the Jordan's brand lifestyle series, which also included matching apparel. But here, the 2024 version consists of an olive suede textile upper with the tonal shades of green on the mesh, mid-foot panel, and eye stays. Contrast comes by way of the bright orange accents on the inner lining, Jumpman logos on the tongue and heels, as well as the sharp tooth graphic on the midsole. I really like these. I really do, man. I'm usually a guy that goes for the more traditional color when it comes to what Mike actually wore when it comes to the Jordans. But these are pretty fire, man. I like these, man. I like the orange accent color here. Really complements the olive and the suede. It doesn't feel like traditional suede. I don't really know how to explain it, but it's different. Seems a little more durable or something like that. Yeah, man, I really like these. I really like these, man. This is a good look right here. But, I got to ask my man, Reese, what you thinking about the Air Jordan 5 Olives, man? What you seeing?
For the Air Jordan 5 Olives, I like the design, and so I'm going to have to give that an 8 out of 10.
Okay, all right,
For
all
the
right.
colorway, I'm going to have to give it 9 out of 10.
Mm.
It reminds me of the Jordan Undefeated collab a little bit.
I see you. Yeah.
And then for the comfort and for the comfortability, I'm going to have to give that a 7 out of 10.
That's a pretty high score, man. What's the total you got?
Total overall rating is a 24 out of 30.
Okay. All right. I like what you're talking about. Yeah. These is pretty hot, man. I think I'm with you on this. Air Jordan 5 Olive returning in full family sizing on March 2nd, 2024 for a retail price of $210. A reminder, all my people out in the Sacramento area, if you want these and all other hot shoes out right now, check out my people over at Phenom down in Doco, just steps away from the Golden One Center. Shout out to my people over at Phenom, baby. Yes, sir. Kicking it with KC. Shout out, Reese, man. Appreciate you, dog. Yeah, I like those olive joints. I really do. I didn't know if I would, but I do.
All right, we're coming back. Dame's not here, so 13th round on the air.
Well, this is a shoot. D-Lo has left me. He said, you guys play too much, and he's out of here. So it's just me and Jesse. Here.
All right, real quick, he just walked in. Is Ryan Garcia all right?
Wow. Well, I watched that press conference in LA yesterday. He didn't seem like he was all right. Now, he tried to say he was hopped up on coffee. That's what he said. But, yo, that was a wild little press conference, man. It really
Give him
was.
the benefit of the doubt, but I'm watching right now.
Can you really be hopped up on coffee?
I don't think so.
I've never drank a coffee. That's the thing. So I've never drank a coffee. I'm like, oh my gosh, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
I'm maybe awake a tiny bit more, but
yeah, I don't know. But I saw the same thing you saw. I was like, oh, he's a little off. He said he said for sure, I don't do cocaine.
Yeah, he did say that.
He made that perfectly
Well,
clear. He
all
said,
right.
I drink and I smoke. I don't do cocaine. So I don't know. I don't know. Did you see the sparring video
with Tank?
Yeah.
That is the guy.
Is this the
Ain't nobody
extended
beating
13th round?
Well, you weren't here. Like, just come on, dude. It's Friday.
All right.
Come on, we're just hanging out real quick. Come on.
Ain't nobody beating Tank at 130 to 140.
He's not just power, dude. He can box.
Skill now too. He got
He's
the
pound
skill.
for pound. He's top 6,
And then-
5. He's better than Haney and those guys.
And then Bill Haney wanted to be like, oh, did he show you the video? And when we stopped Tank and made him quit and they gave us our money? Bro, does anybody believe, after seeing that video, does anybody believe Devin Haney at any point stopped Tank Davis? Now, he might have got some hits in. He might have done some good stuff outside of the video. But does anybody believe he stopped Tank Davis?
No chance.
Stop.
It was bad. It was the point. It's like, oh, well, let's good stuff by Devin. You need to get knocked out by Tank. All right.
Somebody said the promo for the fight has turned into who got beat worse by Tank.
Box office. That's the 13th round.
There you go. Shout out, Jesse.
What you want to talk about, man?
Oh, no, just want to make sure everybody's good. Make sure everybody's good.
We good, man. We good. I didn't know if you was coming back.
Well, after what you said, that was a little bit ridiculous. I could have stayed gone. I can't even exist in this building. I walk by, Kimberly looks at me and goes, what? Ma'am, I was just walking back to the studio. That's all I was doing was walking back to the studio. I got you talking about I'm siding with Styles in some fictitious situation. I got Kimberly looking at me like, what? Like, bro, I just wanted my green juice. Man.
I'm out here on this Friday.
Boy.
The sun isn't out. That's what has everybody on edge.
Man, I hope it stays out.
I do too. I've been checking. I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either, but it's been supposed to
Man.
rain all morning and it really hasn't. It's just kind of been raining off and on.
Let me see what it's saying.
I'm gonna put the black jacket on IG.
It's- I
so
mean,
y'all
it's-
can see this
It's 60 to 70%.
at Showtime.
Yeah. I don't know though. The Doppler radar doesn't look like there's a lot of rain though.
I don't know. So, well, okay. Yeah.
Y'all gotta see D-Lo out here looking like money.
No, this is the jacket you haven't seen yet. Yeah, that just went to IG. Make sure you're following us on IG. We're gonna be all over Instagram tonight.
Oh yeah, man, it's gonna be
all over Instagram tonight.
It's gonna be a night.
I'm so damn excited for this R&B show at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium.
Shout out to my guy Joe. It's actually happening for the first time. Me and Joe will be in the same place at the same time.
Yep.
So nobody has to worry about anything. Has to wonder or anything. We are two different people.
Good times ahead, man. Good times ahead for sure. And the league is in good hands. Because that boy Vic is bad. He is okay. Sorry. Headline: Spurs beat the Thunder last night.
Mm-hmm.
Sub headline: That boy Vic is bad. He is legit.
He's a problem. He is an absolute problem. And he's getting more and more comfortable by the game.
Mm-hmm.
And there really is a little something going on with him and Chet. You know what I'm saying? He gets
I like it.
I like it too. I love it.
Yeah,
I
because
love
Chet's
it.
good too. Chet's not good. Chet's great.
And when he blocked Chet's jump shot, I was like, oh, snap.
I
I
think
said, oh, snap.
like hearing Vic talk to the Spurs fans like after the game and stuff like that, I think he could like take over that face of the league
Yeah.
stuff. Like he could play that role. I think like he knows what it takes.
It's so funny and maybe a bit ridiculous what one little bad word can do.
That's all it is.
Just one little bad word made. Oh, this dude just like me.
He's just like me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Because I don't feel like we know a ton about Victor Wembanyama, the person. Like we've heard everything about his, about Kareem and growing up and stretching routines and prodigy and prehab and all. We've heard all about that stuff, read extensive articles on all of that. But like, who's Victor Wembanyama? Like that's what we have to learn. That's part of becoming the face of the league, right? You establishing your personality. One thing I was not prepared for, Vic is a style guy.
Oh yeah.
They got Vic. So Louis
time.
really Louis in this Pharrell campaign, they're really leaning into NBA players. Like you can't check league fits without that dominant print walking into the stadium. You got LeBron as one of their spokespeople, spokesmodels, or whatever you want to call them. Now you got Vic out on billboards outside the arena in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that I didn't know that. I like this. Now we're getting to we're I can't remember. We're rounding him out as a person. I'm sure that's an offense reference, but I can't remember what episode. We're rounding him out as a person. And so far, I'm all about it.
Yeah.
I'm all about it.
He is definitely, even when we had that discussion about whether or not he, was the face of the league or can be or whatever, I didn't know if he was going to. Never said he can't be. He can be. Like you said, he's got a level of charisma to him. He's got the style to him. And to me, I'm still a little old school with it. He's got the two machines behind him when you talk about now Louis, and now he's got Nike. And Nike don't really miss. They don't really miss. So between those two and then his game, yeah, he's going to be everywhere. He's going to be everywhere. You won't be able to miss him, obviously, physically and just on your TV screen.
Okay, I had to look up because I didn't know. I had to look up his agent. I don't know that gentleman's name.
Is he from France or something
I
like
think
that?
so. Yeah. His family has had a long time relationship with this individual. That's not a name I can even attempt to pronounce. So I'm just gonna. I just wanted to see who it was. ComSport is the agency, and I'm not even familiar with that. But salute, brother's doing a great job, or person's doing a great job, whoever it is.
Yeah,
doing a very, very good job. But so the Spurs don't get lumped into the categories of the Wizards in Detroit, despite the fact they're only a few wins better. I'm not saying this to stall out the Kings or to console anyone who's frustrated with the basketball team. Games like that happen. The Spurs, who I think yesterday were at 11 wins.
Yeah.
So the now 12-win San Antonio Spurs, which is like 4 games better than Detroit and Washington, beat the top team in the West. Not only beat them, they beat their ass.
Yeah, went to work.
It happens. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for Oklahoma City because the Thunder fans are like, hey, we're in a fight for the top seed with Minnesota and we're losing to San Antonio. They're experiencing the same emotions that everybody else does. Point is, I know it's frustrating. It happens.
It happens. Man.
It's not a great sweeping indictment of the team. It happens. It sucks, but it happens.
Yeah, and it's really what it comes down to, man. And a lot of this stuff is really about how you respond. If you respond, swinging out of that, like the Kings have done a couple of times when they've lost these type of games, they bounce right back when the next game
mostly against the Nuggets.
Mostly against the Nuggets. But that's what it's going to be about, man. And I do know this though. Even with all that being said, they play the Spurs again. They got to win that game when they play them.
They do.
They got to win that game.
Week? Or
It's
sorry,
Thursday.
not this
It's
week.
Thursday.
It's
Thursday.
it's Bulls, Lakers, Spurs. Yeah.
So they're going. The time.
I actually want to go to that game again. I want to see it
I
again.
do too. I do too. The time for it happens for the Kings. It's kind of up, like that. Some things just shouldn't happen.
Thank you.
At this point in the season, they can't come to us talking about. You think I want this? It just happened. No, no more.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air for those that aren't caught up. So this got my attention. This is what I assumed he was waiting for. Cam Newton finally addressed the video. I assumed we hadn't heard from him because Brody has a podcast. The podcast dropped Cam said he explained that he's disappointed in himself for letting the situation escalate, but he wanted to clarify a few things. I know and knew exactly who that was. They were former coaches under my organizations. He went in. There was a lot of different clips that was going around, kids jumping Cam. Those were grown men. Those were coaches and former coaches. And he went on to talk a lot more. Some of this stuff I can't read. But he said we can laugh about it. We can play. And I will always try to bring humor into something that's lighthearted. But this is a serious situation. This could have gotten ugly for real. I paraphrased that last line.
Well, I'll be listening.
Yeah, I'll have to check this out. There's one thing really, really, really bugs me about Cam Newton. I think Shannon Sharp brought this up, but he might have been speaking specifically about that incident with those coaches. That incident with the fight, those were coaches. There's another video circulating. It's just from a different moment with Cam.
Yeah.
Where he's talking to a young man and he challenges him to something, and I can't remember what it was. But this young man calls Cam Newton a washed up athlete. Like, bro, you're talking to a Heisman Trophy Rookie of the Year, NFL MVP.
There's like a compilation of those videos.
Yeah.
Like, who the hell are you talking to?
If he didn't get hurt, probably a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And I found that baffling. Like, why are people comfortable talking to Cam Newton that way? Maybe it's that he talks back. Maybe it's that he doesn't like turn the other cheek. Maybe it's like, oh, you want to go? Like, let's go. He told the kid, I'll pay your mortgage. I'll pay your rent. Let's go right now. Oh, what am I going to do going up against a washed up athlete? Bro, who are you talking to?
Right.
I find that fascinating because and I know Unc was talking about Peyton and those guys and their football camps and how they don't get disrespected. Why in the world would Cam Newton get disrespected that way? And I'm asking the question, why the hell does Cam Newton get disrespected, period? Y'all don't know who that man is? Man was the #1 pick in the draft. Did not disappoint. Man won an MVP. That man took the Carolina Panthers to the Super Bowl with a 15-1 record. Who are you talking to? That man could have won his second MVP the year his shoulder got destroyed. In my opinion, go back and look at the numbers. Before that Thursday night game against the Steelers, that man was the MVP of the season. Gets hurt against gets hurt against Pittsburgh, never the same. Never, essentially, theoretically, ended his career that night.
Yeah.
That's upsetting, man.
It really is, man.
That's upsetting.
And like Shannon said, in the same clip that we're talking about, these kids and people around them, they think it's cute. The culture, they think it's cute. They think it's clever, to say these type of things and be disrespectful on this level, have it go viral and all this other stuff. Like you said, it's not cute. It's not cute. It's a problem. It is highly disrespectful. And yeah, there's nobody there to check these kids. Like I wish Reese or any of the kids that I coach would say something to somebody, the adult just in general, but the stature of Cam Newton when I'm around. Nah, it's not going to be okay. It's not going to be okay. Respect needs to be shown. And these guys have done things and have been places that you're trying to get to. So you'd be a fool not to embrace being around them as opposed to disrespecting them.
You think you can learn more without Cam Newton than with them? Man, that's a cold world. Can't imagine that. Can't imagine being a aspiring football player or athlete and feeling like I don't need Cam Newton. I have the ability to have Cam Newton on my side, and I don't need him.
It's crazy.
All right.
And the crazy thing about it is the kid who said that and the kids who said that in those clips, they're probably not. They're not even
you,
sniffing.
You're right. You're
where
right.
Cam Newton
You're
ended
right.
up going. They may
You're
get to
right.
college and all this other stuff, and I'm not sneezing on that, but the heights that Cam Newton reached, they won't even come close. Won't even come close. That's crazy. I do want to see what he got to say about those guys because I saw those guys talking.
Yeah, they was
on a radio
talking.
show.
Yeah, they was talking.
They didn't say anything. I think they thought they were gonna like shed light on some stuff to make people like say, "Oh, okay, well, I kind of see where you're coming." No, I don't see where you're coming from at all, dog. At all.
There was one. I saw a clip from it, and there was one line that told me I did not need to see this. The line was, "It was typical Cam Newton behavior." That right there told me you had an axe to grind, and I have no interest in what you're about to say. There's no typical Cam Newton behavior. All right, man. All right, bro.
They was running around trying to act like victims. Like somebody did
looking
something
sad.
to them. Like, oh, nobody gonna talk about how crazy he was talking to us on Saturday and all this other stuff. Bro, there's video of you talking crazy. You aren't very bright in this situation because you wanted to post it on your socials talking crazy about Cam, calling him out of his name, all this other stuff. So let's not act like you just innocent and Cam started talking crazy you out of nowhere. Like, stop, bro. Like they thought they were getting on there and telling their side of the story and giving a little more light to it. And they looked even worse. And they looked even more like people I'd never want my kids to be around. You guys supposed to be leaders.
Yep.
And you guys, the victim, acting like you're the victim, pointing the finger, everything that coaches tell players not to do. You sitting up there and doing that when the heat is on you. It's ridiculous. Those guys are embarrassing.
Very much so. I derailed us. I apologize. That popped up. And it
No,
really
I
caught
didn't
my
know where we were
attention.
going.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Well, at the rate we're going today, we ain't going nowhere other than to the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium at 7:00 tonight. You know, the Clippers need to get going. Clippers actually stalled out a little bit. They, good for them. They got the Wizards tonight.
Well,
they got the Wizards
on
on
a back-to-back.
They got the Wizards on the
Jeez.
second night of a back-to-back, who are just walking back into crypto tonight after taking on the Lakers last night to take on the Clippers today. And the Clippers have been a little sketchy over the last 10 games.
A little sketchy. I wish you tell the whole story. Paul George, I don't think has played in any of those.
He hasn't, but the Clippers have almost locked themselves into the 4th seed, where the Suns and Pelicans and Mavericks teams, all those things, they're given the way that because I expect the Clippers to regroup in some way, shape, or form and not falter too much. Those teams are probably a little bit too far behind. But at the same time, Denver and Minnesota and Oklahoma City, they might be a little too far ahead.
Yeah.
They could be the 4.
Yeah. It could be.
Essentially what Sacramento was last year when they were locked into the 3 for so long.
Right. And that could actually probably play to, I want to say, like, you want to get as high as you can in the standings. But if you're locked into the 4, you've got home court in the first round. You're going up against a team that has flaws, no matter who it is at 5, that you feel that you can beat. And the most important thing for them is probably, let's get into the playoffs healthy. That a team like the Clippers, a team like Denver, I don't know if Minnesota and OKC have the chops to feel this way yet, but we're talking about the Clippers here. Their goal is let's get there healthy, and then we can win from anywhere, whether we're 4, 3, 6. Let's get in the top 6 first of all. Let's get there healthy, and we're not fazed by any of this. So maybe it's working out for them. Okay, where they don't have to push guys like Paul George and Kawhi to, either get into the top 6 or push them for a 1 seed or something like that. They're 4. They got their home court, and they can try and get healthy for the playoffs.
Denver's got 2.5 on LA. I actually thought it was 3. Not a big difference between those two. Optically, it looks a little bit different. I still think 2.5, 3, whatever, is probably a little too much for the Clippers to make up, given the high quality of those teams in front of them. Oklahoma City has 3 on them. Minnesota has 4 on them. And the Clippers have 3 on Phoenix, who's next. And then it goes 3.5, 4, so on and so forth as you move down all the way down to the 10th seed where Golden State is. And Golden State's now 2 back from Sacramento with the Los Angeles Lakers, just a game and a half back. And that's where we were talking about Wednesday's game. I kind of am leaning into something. You repeated it today. You first said it yesterday. And I probably let it slide and should have dove into it a little bit more. I know we discussed it, but I think in the end it was a good line. You said it yesterday. I just want to get through Denver and Minnesota, and it was like, okay, I know what you mean. And then I thought more about it last night. I was like, man, I think that's a great point. Just get through these 2 games because both of those teams are monsters. And not that they can't beat Minnesota tonight. I absolutely believe they can, whether De'Aaron Fox is playing or not. But get home. You know, you got the short trip to LA on Thursday. You got a back-to-back coming up next week. Like you've got a tough road ahead. But a lot of it is going to be at home. Your first, you know, even that road game in the middle of the week, it's a quick shot down to LA and you're right back. Doesn't mean it's easy. It's just you're not off to Toronto. I thought that was a great point. Just get through these 2 games. Get through Denver, get through Minnesota, get back home to the Golden One Center. You have to start taking care of business, regardless of what happens tonight. You've got to start taking care of business.
That's the most important thing with this season is what they do with these 15 home games. You know, if they can take advantage of that, and like I said, I said it the other day, 10-5 at home, maybe probably 11-4 or something like that in those 15 home games. But as I talk through it a little bit more today as well, that probably, I'm not saying that was their goal, but if we looked at this thing realistically, looking at the schedule, and just stay in the race, keep your head above water for January and February. That's a long time. That's 2 months to be like, keep your head above water. But do that so you can, you know, so you're not completely behind the 8 ball by the time you get to March, which is when that's the time to make your move. You know, it's like the horse and the jockey in the Kentucky Derby or whatever, where he's not, sounds terrible, but he's not whipping the horse. That's what they do, right?
What is it with you and these references, man?
Is that what they do?
I mean, it is. They don't really talk about it either, but that is what they do.
So is that how you get, you know, someone to do what you want? You whip them. Is that what you're saying, Kenny? Wow, we're 1 day out of February, Kenny. We're 1 day out of February.
when you hit the horse.
Okay. So now we're hitting horses.
When you hit the horse, they're not doing that in the first quarter of the track. But when
I hate that I know what analogy you're trying to make. It really pisses
when
me off.
you get past the halfway mark and you're coming up on that last bend, that's when you start hitting the horse.
I really wish you would work this through in your head before you said it out
Maybe
loud.
exactly what happens.
Maybe smacking the horse or something.
This is exactly what happens. That's where the Kings are. They're in their final bend right now with 15 home games to go.
So who's whipping the players, Casey?
De'Aaron or Mike?
Okay. Well, I guess as long as it's not Monty. Man. This feels like a good time for a break.
Yeah, Casey's got a lot of animal references.
Boy.
I've thrown rats on the table.
Shout out Guru. Rat on the table. Beating dead horses. Kill 2 birds in 1 stone.
Dog fight.
Yeah, we know how the birds feel about this guy.
Well,
look,
man. Hey, they're living in harmony right now. I don't do nothing to those birds. I don't do nothing to them. When the weather gets hot, though, I don't know what they be doing.
Well, CJ brings up the great plantation vacation that you took.
What?
How can we? Don't what? You told us about it.
Yeah, I didn't take a vacation on a plantation.
I think you told us that story.
No, I was on a vacation in the boat that went down the Mississippi River.
My God.
Sacramento
Oh
sports
my
leader. We'll be
God.
back.
What? I love when Jesse throws the break. It's so good.
That's hilarious. I didn't even catch that one.
The boat that took us to the plantation. What's the problem? What a shit show we have here. Goodness.
They actually heard you this time.
Well, good. That was insightful. Kenny's taking us to a place. Don't trust this guy. Goodness gracious. Casey is the bird flu to real birds. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, I'm with you. Yep. Yeah, I think so, too. I think so, too. I'm not sure what to think, man. I feel like it's setting up the tag. Like The Rock and Cody one-on-one. I mean, I like it. I don't think that's what I feel like that call out was used to set up the tag. But I'm excited to see where it goes. I just can't envision the Rock doing a one-on-one match with Cody. And then when do you do that?
This is real. We need Aldrin J to change his name back. It's like a bad Vince McMahon gimmick change right now.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know what happened, Aldrin. We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, we tried looking for you, Aldrin J. We couldn't find you.
We couldn't. I don't know what happened. I know it was an accident. We'll figure it out, man. Hopefully it just reappears tomorrow. I don't know, man. We cannot find it anywhere. So I didn't I'm with you. That sounded weird. Nah, I'm with you. I didn't watch it either. I didn't see what it was, but I know he's on SmackDown tonight, so we'll figure it out.
This will always be the best reference for like bad gimmick changes and all that. Always.
That's hilarious. AJ is the Lord Tensai of Aldrin J.
Just throw some tattoos
That's
on him.
fucking awesome. Well, that's what we do here in Sacramento. We traded Aldrin J's account for cash considerations. Oh, man. This is so fucking funny.
And you know what? Shout out to John Cena for putting him over.
Lord really? He put over freaking Albert with some fake tattoos, who became a dancing something with Brodus Clay, didn't he?
Was he part of that?
I think so. Like didn't I know
maybe that was early stages of that gimmick then, because I don't remember, but
Tensai died. Like Tensai didn't make it.
Oh no, yeah, because he was doing the silly stuff after.
Right.
Yeah, he was still Tensai, but he was doing the silly stuff, I think, like you said.
They called him like Funky T or something like that.
Something, yeah.
Oh man. James Ham's gonna join us in just a few minutes. I love James so much. But every time we have days like this, I always think, all right, James is going to be here in 15 minutes. All the fun's going to end.
James reels this in.
James has got 3 hours worth of work to do to pull this show back together.
Well, we did it. What was it on Wednesday or Monday or whatever? James, your thoughts on the upcoming WrestleMania card?
Nope. No, not gonna do it.
We got Ramsey on the line, by the way.
Oh, let's talk to Ramsey. 916. Is Kenny okay?
I don't.
What is he doing?
I don't know where he's at.
Ramsey, what's going on, man?
Not too much. I was like looking like, where Kenny at?
I have no
But
idea. Like, he's not even in sight.
He might have really just dipped out on us.
He just come walking back in on his phone.
Yeah, he's just chilling on his
He's
phone, like just
kicking it.
texting right now.
Like, has no idea. He's a wild dude.
I just want to, because it happened yesterday, and I didn't know if we were going to get a chance to talk about it. Where do we feel Caitlin Clark's going to land when she gets to the NBA and potentially a number 1 draft pick with Indiana? I think it's going to be a nice mesh if she can mesh with her and Aaliyah Boston on that Indiana team.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be a star. Like, Indiana needs to clean it up. Like, they've been bad for too long. Like, they've in part of this is the, Indiana's kind of living in that Minnesota world where, like, if you're bad long enough, you're going to get a couple of stars and you can start to, you can piece it together. I need Indiana to be better. They're going to sell tickets. They're going to be on national television. They're going to be box office. Caitlin's going to be a great WNBA player. She's going to be a great WNBA player. But at the same time, that first year is going to be tough because they're coming for her. Like the Asias, the whole list. The Kelseys, everybody, they're coming for her. Oh, okay, Golden Child. Let's go. Oh, you broke my record. Okay. I got you. Yeah. No, they're gonna be gunning for her, but she's gonna be a great ball player. I just need Indiana to put that squad together, and they shouldn't be a San Antonio. They shouldn't be in a figurative 11-win team next year, 12-win team, 60 games into the season, like the WNBA equivalent. They shouldn't be that. They should be better than that, and they need to work to be better than that heading into free agency.
I was listening to
Bill Simmons.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, no, of course you were. No, we knew.
Make me sick.
They were having a good conversation because he had Chuck Klosterman on there, and they always just kind of talk about like big picture stuff. They were talking about women's basketball, and they were just kind of comparing what happened last year to Magic and Larry to a certain degree. Obviously, that was like the biggest. I think it's still like the biggest viewed basketball
NCAA tournament. Yeah.
And they were comparing that moment as that like college basketball was huge. Those two stars, whatever the case may be, in men's college basketball for a long time was in some ways bigger than the NBA till Mike really got cooking, like late 80s, early 90s. And then obviously started winning championships, and it went Dream Team, all that. It went to another level. But they wondered if what happened last year with the finals and the Final Four just in general, Caitlin, Angel, Juju's coming down, the coaches, Kim Mulkey, Don, Coach K, Gino, all these other people, where that's going to be the dominant college basketball game out, bigger than the men's. And in 10 to 12 years, will the WNBA do kind of like what the NBA did after Magic and Bird, where they'll take over as the dominant women's college basketball isn't a league, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be the WNBA. Because I think even like for 3 years, it's still going to be women's college basketball bigger than the WNBA. When will that flip, essentially, is what they were saying. They said it might be 10 years from now. Will it ever flip?
You're asking when the WNBA will be bigger than women's college basketball? Or I think honestly, I don't know, because like I'm getting into it now. Like once Caitlin and Angel Reese get into the WNBA, I feel like people will be more tapped in and stuff like that because you'll have like the stars. I feel like
there's always a next, though. That's the thing about women's college basketball, maybe a little bit more so than men's, is there's always a next. And if there's not like a next right now, there's a next, like, because you have freshmen and sophomores and junior, like you have players around. And because you have programs, you have South Carolinas, you still to a certain degree have Tennessees and Notre Dames and Stanfords and Dukes and UConns, and those are full transparency, those are Dawns and Karas and Genos and Taras. It's not Muffin anymore. I forgot the Notre Dame's coach's name. Black woman too.
Ivy's mom, isn't it?
It is. It is.
I forgot her name now.
But yes, it is Jaden Ivey's mom.
I think it's Niall Ivey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That draws, and if you got eyeballs on it, you'll find a star, and you'll stay having eyeballs on. You got to catch Dawn walking up and down the sideline. Louis Vuitton.
Shout out, Don.
Shout out, Don.
That's my girl. I like Don. Except, obviously, she's a Philly girl, and she reps everything Philly.
Everything.
And damn it, when the height of me hating the Eagles, here I got to see Don's Instagram. She got her Eagles jersey. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I ain't
And she
trying to see all
coached
that.
in a Randall Cunningham jersey.
Yeah. But that's my girl, Don Staley. But it's the continuity that women's college basketball will have that men's college basketball does not. And I a lot of people like to look at it like the talent level. I don't think that. I think people are playing good basketball. I don't know if I'm not here to say it's as good as 15 years ago or not.
I think this is the best we've ever seen.
Well, no, I'm talking about men's.
Men's.
I'm not here to say if it's better or the same or not, but I still think the kids can play. Those guys can play basketball, and I watch them and I see skill level out there. But they lack the continuity with the coaches and with the players. Every year, it's almost like a new team. Like I'm a Michigan fan. I probably have watched Michigan 3 times this year. First of all, they're not very good. Second of all, I don't know who any of these kids are.
Yeah, it's hard.
I don't know who any of them are. The last Michigan team that really stayed around, Trey Burke was there for a couple of years. Nick Stauskas was there for a couple of years. Tim Hardaway Jr. was there for like 3 years. And you would essentially watch these kids grow up. And they'll have that at least. So that's the question. Right now, they'll have that in women's basketball. Will it get to a point where Juju or my girl down in Ontario, my little Kyrie Irving like girl, is she get to the point where she'll be one and done?
No.
We don't know that.
Like,
I don't think it'll be that quick
in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
I don't think the league isn't growing at that rate. Because the reason the WNBA has a year's requirement.
So they have a year's requirement.
They do.
That's what I'm saying though. So they'll have to keep that.
Yeah.
And that's what'll help. That's what'll always help the women. I didn't know they had a year's requirement.
Well, but do you know why they have it?
They don't have enough teams?
No, their pay structure. It's like, we're not taking a 19-year-old out of college. Go get we're about to pay you. Now, it's probably upwards. I don't know what rookie scale contracts are anymore. I know all contracts are higher than they used to be. So I'll mess around and say, we're about to pay you in the vicinity of $80,000 to $100,000. Not sneezing at that money whatsoever. That's not what the NBA dudes sign for when you are a 19-year-old signing out of college. That's not what that is. They want you in school longer. Now, you also have those 3 beautiful letters to Juju,
game changer,
and your girl in Ontario, NIL. Juju probably makes $5 to $6 million a year. Those girls at South Carolina get paid. Those girls at UConn get paid. So you can make a decent amount of money doing that and getting your education. That's why you hear a lot about, like, Pat. This was Pat's the hallmark to Pat Summitt's career was always she had 100% graduation rate. That was, you could talk about, you could talk about my wins. You could talk about my national championship trophies. The kids who come, these young ladies who come and play with me and stay with me, they're going to graduate. And her rate was 100% until the day she walked out that door. It's probably a little bit different now, but that's important.
They
because as you know, the league hasn't expanded yet.
Right.
Like you could be a great college player, you might not go anywhere.
Right. The NBA, I wish they would find a way, to be honest with you, to put an age restriction in. I know it's kind of sacrilege. And I get it. I understand it. You're 18 years old. You can go to the Army, but you can't go to the NBA. I get it.
Yeah.
But with NILs in right now, business-wise, best for business for everybody would be to have these kids stay in school. And I think it'd be best for everybody involved. Now that the kids can get paid, you let them develop their game to a certain degree. Business-wise, with the NBA, you build stars for 3 years. Part of the reason why the WNBA is going to be in such a good place and women's college basketball is in a good place is I know I'm going to see Juju for 3 years at SC.
Yep.
Then I'm going to follow that story. Why do we love wrestling so much? The story, a lot of the times.
Yep.
College basketball, men's college basketball has no story. It has nothing. It's a little Uzi Vert song. It's just there. There's nothing to get behind it. You could build up.
Did you just take a shot at Lil Uzi Vert in this analogy?
That's not a shot, but his songs are just mindless songs.
That was great. Just took a shot at Lil Uzi Vert for no reason. You're not wrong. It's just funny.
They're just mindless songs, and his albums are just
mindless
noise.
Yeah,
it's just a compilation of mindlessness. That's what men's college basketball
everybody
is.
with Nikki. That's fire.
Well, the songs are great. I mean, a lot of the songs I like. But I'm not. It doesn't move me. Like the players might be good. Doesn't move me to listen to the album.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
got
Like
you,
I don't
yeah.
need to see the whole season. I think having these kids stay in school would allow everybody to benefit. The players, the college basketball game, the men's college basketball game, and the NBA. I think everybody in everybody's pockets, I think, would benefit as well. I don't know. I highly doubt they'll ever get to that point. Obviously, the new CBA just signed. It's 5 or 6 years right now or whatever. And there's no age restriction or age limit or anything like that. But I wish they would. I think it would be good for everybody involved.
Jill sent me the updated numbers for rookies in the WNBA. 77,000 will be Caitlin's salary next year. $77,000. Of course, because of NIL, and this is another thing that's brand new. Because of NIL, she has endorsements that can carry over. I heard a rumor regarding, I think it was Caitlin. Part of me thinks it was true. I think it was Caitlin because of the conversation we were having. Caitlin is headed to Jordan. And she's going to make waves when they make that announcement. So like some of these endorsements that these people sign in college can carry over with them, when they get to the league.
Yeah.
Amazingly, the box office that Caitlin's been, Jill says Caitlin has got about 900,000 in endorsements right now. That's a fraction of what that girl at USC makes.
Oh, man.
A fraction. Now that's USC, that's Los Angeles, that's Southern California, that's Iowa. It's two very different animals right here. But this is probably a greater conversation about the inequities of NIL and how this is really a bit of a mess across college sports. Because you have figuratively, you have two max players, and one at minimum is making twice as much as the other, but it has nothing to do with the sport that they're playing.
Right.
And their value to the sport, it has to do with the school that they're at and who's willing to invest in that. And when you're in Southern California and you got so many very, 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 very wealthy alums, yeah, you're going to be able to get $2 million out the gate.
Yep, that's for sure. And and the crazy thing is, it's just going to go up because she hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, no,
she's
she has
everything
not.
and then
Absolutely
some. They
is.
said she was going to be.
She absolutely is. Speaking of $2 million out the gate, that's about what it cost to get James Ham here to join us
sounds
at
about right.
ESPN
Sounds about right.
1320. Just so, it was about equal to your contract, if I remember correctly.
What?
James, during his negotiation period, said, "I want 1 penny more than Kenny Caraway." We were like, "All right, James, we gotta do it." So here we are.
I got that Jerry Rice deal. I'm always the top paid wide receiver. Always.
That's see, James won't get this, but that's the Scott Hall, Kevin Nash deal. That's the favored nations deal, where if anyone came to WCW, those two had to be paid more.
Isn't that what Bill Russell did with Wilt too? He wanted his deal like $1 more or something like that.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know that.
I think so.
That's tremendous. I love that. That's how I'm going to start negotiating contracts. I want $1. Who's the highest paid person here? I want $1 more than Stacy. Sir.
All right, bye, pal.
Get the hell out of my office. James Ham with us here. James, how you feeling about the Kings and Minnesota tonight? Minnesota is a team I really started watching over the last couple of months. Because it was a team when they played the Kings the first time, when they played the second time at the Golden One Center, I wasn't really sure of. Like, I wasn't clear, like, what they were. And I'm much, much clearer now about what Minnesota is and what their strong suits are. What do you think about this matchup tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really tough matchup for the Kings. And we always talk about the length and athleticism of some of these teams. And this is the, probably the longest team you're going to face. The one difference I think is, I would point out that I think they don't have an advantage over teams like the Clippers or, say, I don't know, the Pelicans, is that they lack the physicality that we've seen from some of these teams that really give the Kings fits. So while they are long and super athletic, they aren't a team that really bullies you a bunch. And so I think that's why it's, they've split the season series and it's kind of left a door open. Jade McDaniels didn't play in the first game, and that was a big deal. Jade McDaniels is a superb defender, and he defends, 1 through 4 probably. And the fact that he can go out and defend De'Aaron Fox is a big deal. And when he wasn't there, Fox kind of got loose. The next time out, it wasn't really the same. And so I'd be slightly concerned if Fox doesn't play, because that means that Jade McDaniels slides over and plays against Keegan Murray, and that could really damage what the Kings try to do tonight as well.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup, man. It's a tough matchup, and one of the things that we just kind of talked about, we talked a little bit about yesterday, talked a little bit about this afternoon, James, was between the Denver and Minnesota games. I got the feeling that it's just like, man, just get past these games. You want to win one and all this other stuff, but if you lose both of them, you lose both of them. Just get past them, and then your time to make a move starts when you come back home against Chicago, with those 15 games in the final 23 at that point being at home. That's going to be the determining factor of whether or not you can make this playoff run, get the 6th seed, all this other stuff, because you really, January and February, in my opinion, were just to stay above water. And now this is the time to make the move.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. This is one of those games, we looked at this 5-game set and we said, hey, if the Kings can go 3-2 in this 5-game set, that would be amazing, because it's a really difficult set. They win the first 2, then they fall apart in the next 2. And you're looking at it like, okay, can they hold on and just make it 2 and 3? The fact that 2 and 3 and 3 and 2 really isn't that big of a difference when you look at the group of games that they played. When you look at that, they had to beat the Clippers. They had to go in against a really good Denver Nuggets team and got thumped. So if it ends up that they lose 3 games here, I don't think it's the end of the world either. But you got the Warriors and the Lakers that are now breathing down your neck. And that's a problem. Like the Kings are already, they're in very precarious position when it comes to like the 5 through 8 grouping, where you're hoping that they would somehow avoid the play-in and be a 5th or a 6th seed. now that group of 4 is looking a lot more like a group of 6. The Kings are only a game and a half up on the Lakers. They're 2 games up on Golden State. And while, they've got a whole bunch of home games coming up and they've got, maybe a little bit easier schedule, it's not an easy schedule. Like their schedule is still really difficult, still top 10, most difficult in the NBA to finish out. But there are winnable games, especially I look at this next group of 10. This will tell us whether the Kings are going to be a playoff team or not, pretty much.
Like a playoff, like a top 6 team? Like, do they have it?
Yeah,
like the 16 games will tell you if they have a chance to make the top 6.
Well, but I'd even tell you this, like, I don't like the Kings' chances against the Lakers or the Warriors in a play-in series, in a play-in game, because it's one game, and they have LeBron James and Steph Curry, and they're going to get star calls, and you're not. And so you're going to have to outright beat those teams if you're going to make it. And that's not very, very easy. That's going to be a very, very tall task. If somehow it's Dallas down there. What's that?
We got De'Aaron Fox.
Well, yeah, but the officials don't know that yet.
Well, that's a good point. Yep, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
This is the NBA. This is, let's not act like everything is on the up and up and easy peasy and just straight. That's not how it's ever called. So those guys are going to get calls, and the Kings are going to have to win that game outright, and that's a tough call. So if I'm the Kings, I'd really like to be the number 6 seed or the number 5 seed, so I don't have to worry about any of that.
I agree with you 100%, but I also look at, you got to play, like if you played, just throwing out a team out there, Memphis, you probably wouldn't be able to play bad and win. It don't matter who you play. You got to play good and win. And if you play good, you should win. So I want to avoid it regardless. I don't want any part of a play-in just because I don't want nothing to do with a play-in. I don't want to see Steph. I don't want to see LeBron. I don't want to see Luka or KD just because they're all great. But you're going to have to play good regardless of who you play and when you play. You're going to have to play good on Wednesday when you play the Lakers, let alone a play-in. So
I agree. And but I think to win a play-in, you're going to have to play more than good. Like if you don't bring an A+ game, you're going to lose. And that's the reality. Like there's no other way around it. Like you've got to play one of your best games of the season. And if you don't, you're not going to advance. And it's a tough pill to swallow because it has like huge ramifications, like tremendous ramifications.
What are so let's go over this because this sucks. So let's just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
What are the ramifications for the Kings missing the playoffs?
Well,
not the ramifications we're going to work up in our head about the roster, but the actual real ramifications that we know now.
Yeah, the real ramifications are that you draft in 2024 and you have, it's first of all, it's not considered a good draft. So you could say, well, at least they get a draft pick, or maybe they could trade that draft pick. So there's that. But the problem that you have is that you're in the same situation you were this year where your future draft picks are tied up. So if the Kings don't make the playoffs, then they draft their own pick in 2024. But that means that their 2025 and 26 are fully tied up, and they can't even trade their 2027 pick. So if you're going to make a trade with somebody, if you're going to, if you're going to go into a competitive marketplace, the best you can offer is your contracts that you have, the players that you have, but you couldn't really offer anything other than potentially a 2027 first round pick, but that could also become a 2028. And it just limits who and what you can be and what you can, as far as like a buyer in a very competitive market. And if you somehow don't make, you do make the playoffs, your 2024 goes to Atlanta. And then on July 1st, you now have 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31, all of your draft picks to play with, all your first round picks. And there is no like encumbered pick going forward. And that's where it becomes a big deal.
We want to make the playoffs, man. For what you're trying to, what you're
Yeah, I
trying
mean,
to
that's
build
what.
is a franchise that you want to make the playoffs because it puts everything on schedule. It gets things off schedule, but when we was talking with Kyle, I don't know how much it changes if you don't make the playoffs.
Mm.
Like how much does it really change? Because like I mentioned, the pick situation and what you could do, your flexibility, that changes a bit. But we talked about earlier. If Kings go into the second round this year, do you think they're not looking at trying to upgrade at the shooting guard spot and possibly the power forward spot the following year? I think
Yeah,
it's
right.
the same situation. What you can how you can get there may be different, but the writing's on the wall.
Well, yeah, but there's a big difference between having, upwards of 4 first-round picks to offer somebody versus having, like, 2.
Mhm.
I mean, that's the difference, and it's not just 2, it's 2, like, maybe we can give you a first-round pick in 3 years, but more likely, well, it could be 4. That's kinda where you're at, and that's not a good situation to be in. Like, you don't have much to offer in order to change your roster, and, I expect the roster to change too, but, like, look, if you don't make the playoffs, nothing is off the table. I mean, the Sacramento Kings, the same ownership group, same people who have been here doing stuff for the last 10, 11 years, so, like, I don't know what it would mean, but I do know that, we're hearing today, I know, Damien, you saw it on Twitter, I've been hit up the same way you have, like, season ticket holders are seeing their season ticket renewals right
Yeah.
now, and they're
Yeah.
seeing a 20% bump for some of the seats, and I don't know if that's across the board, but this team is charging fans like they did in the playoffs and like they did at the beginning of the season, like they're a championship contender. And that's not exactly going to fly for a whole long time when you're not producing the way that as of right now that a lot of people expected.
And now it's up to Mike to make sure that they do. And De'Aaron and Domas and
Yeah.
Kevin and Harrison and like
Keegan.
all of them, everyone. Yeah,
Malik.
everyone in
Yeah.
the Kings uniform. Yeah. It's up to them to start, producing and getting to the point where this team is it's a playoff team. And Kenny said a second ago, like they got their work cut out for them, regardless of what happens tonight. I don't know if you got a chance to hear our conversation with Chris Biderman earlier today. Biderman wasn't super I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. He wasn't super encouraged by the way De'Aaron looked at shoot around. De'Aaron went through shoot around, but he was like, I don't know. It's hard to judge De'Aaron because De'Aaron already kind of moves a certain way. It's really hard to judge when you're looking for something. And point being, Biderman didn't sound super encouraged with how De'Aaron looked at shoot around today.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem. I would like to tell you we know exactly what, De'Aaron has. Like,
Right.
they're listing it as a knee contusion, but we don't know if it's a bone bruise. We don't know if it's a deep thigh bruise. Like, there is no, like, determination on what exactly this is that he's dealing with. And so my point is, I don't think that there's anything structurally he can do to injure this thing further, but I don't like saying, "Oh, it's a pain tolerance issue." Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, pain tolerance, like it hurts so bad you can't move. That's not a pain tolerance issue. So he is wearing a sleeve. He does anytime he does get beat up like this, he always walks very like straight legged. And
Mm-hmm.
unless he's like in full game mode and like putting the car in like, fourth gear and like heading to fifth gear,
Yeah.
that's when you start to see him like kind of move through that. Like, if not, he is a little stiff. That's just kind of who he is.
Straight-legged, stiff, very slow. Very,
Ye
very slow when he moves.
Yeah, yeah. No, and I think, like, look, De'Aaron's gonna wanna play. He knows what's at stake here. He knows how good that team is. And just really the dynamic. If you have Fox, Jaden McDaniels will likely slide out and cover Fox. That means that Keegan Murray is gonna have a lot of opportunity. If you don't have Fox, it takes away both of them because now Jaden McDaniels is going to be the one who's trying to stop Keegan Murray. And that might be possible where if not, it could be Anthony Edwards. It could be, I don't know, Mike Conley Jr., whoever it might be that would be defending Keegan. it's not going to be their best defender. And that's a big reason why De'Aaron Fox is so valuable to this team in every game, that he always draws the most difficult cover from the other team, and it opens things up for other players.
Well, talking to Biderman as well, Damian brought up a good point earlier where the Kings were a little upset after the game against Denver for a number of different reasons. And Damian, and I agree with him, kind of took that as a good sign. It was one of the first times this year we felt like they didn't look at it as like, oh, it's 1 of 82, or, it happens, it's the league or whatever. Seemed like they were pretty upset, and it was a sign to both of us that they understand the urgency of what's going on. Like, it's not okay to lose any game, whether you're playing Detroit or Denver on the road or whatever. To do what we want to do, we have to step it up and play every game like it's a playoff game. And that was kind of encouraging to the both of us. You feel the same way about how they reacted to losing that Denver game?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think you should be splintering right now. And, I don't love the comments by Kevin Herter because the stats tell a different story. Like, yeah, he wants to be out there more, but like in his 18 minutes, it wasn't good. So I don't think Mike Brown did anything wrong pulling. It was at like the 8:37 mark of the third quarter. He pulled Davion, Harrison, and Kevin. And then you looked up like 3 minutes later and the game was like a 28-point game. I mean, it's over. And it was already 20 with those guys on the court. So it's not like things were going well. But again, if you have an issue, I don't think that's either the game or the area to really have that discussion with a media member.
He was frustrated. I'll stall him out a little bit. He was frustrated. He was frustrated
Yeah.
with the way the team's playing. Like I'm not excusing it, James. Like I understand completely what you're saying, but he's frustrated he didn't play. He couldn't help. He's also frustrated they just got their ass kicked.
No, I totally agree. And hey, look, he played 38 minutes a game before that. So it's not like this is like some trend that he's not playing and he wasn't there to save the team. But again, I don't want to see that splintering on a 2-game road trip and like where you faced the champs who you'd beat 3 times already that year and had a full arsenal of players and went at you. That's not where I think you typically would see someone voice their frustration. That's all I was saying. Because weren't the Kings going for like a 3-game road trip? Well, no, a 3-game win streak, or did they already blow the 3-game win streak? Now all my games are running in together.
They were going for a 3-game win streak when they played Miami.
That's right. Yeah. So anyway, like, look,
now they're looking at a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Boy, things move fast in the NBA.
Well, they moved fast for the Sacramento Kings. This has like been their entire season. Like, I don't know how else to describe them. They're consistently inconsistent.
They are. They are. And I think we're waiting for something that we haven't really seen yet this year. And I think it's that consistency. Whether the consistency starts tonight or it starts on Monday when they take on Chicago. There's a Chicago game next week. There's also a really, really important Los Angeles Lakers game.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the San Antonio Spurs, who beat the hell out of the Oklahoma City Thunder last night, who really challenged the Kings on HBCU night a couple of Thursdays ago on the second night of a back-to-back. So there's going to be challenges facing this team, but that's part of this. You could do the old football gimmick. Like the Giants come to mind, the Steelers. There's a number of teams who, the playoffs started for them in week 11.
Mm-hmm.
You want a rallying cry? The playoffs start for you right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, I said that earlier. I said this is a playoff game.
Well, I stole your line then, James.
There it is, thieving. We were talking about it on the Insiders. One of the keys to the game was like, look, this is straight up. It's a playoff game. Like, that's what position you put yourself in. And like, you think you want to, if you want to be there, you got to do what it takes to get there. You've got to buckle down. You can't have games where you just completely let go of the rope, which is what we saw the other night. Like, whatever happened there, I mean, they were strong for about like 14 minutes, and then it was just a disaster. This is a Minnesota team that's played really well all season long, but they're kind of like the Kings. They haven't really been here. It was like the Kings last year, where the Kings hadn't really been to a third seed. They haven't been up that high in the standings in, decades. And so all of a sudden you're in a different like area where teams are coming after you, but also the basketball improves from some teams. The basketball goes downhill from other teams. Lots of teams start resting players, and you're one of those teams that is trying to do something. And if you're Minnesota, this is a team you probably want to focus on. They beat you at home, one of the few home games that the Timberwolves have lost. But also, it's a team that you could match up in the first round. If somehow the Kings do make it in through a play-in and they're the 8 spot, Minnesota could be the 1. If they're the 7 spot, Minnesota could be the 2. So you've got to put your best effort out there every time you step on the court, especially against a team that, is going to remember what happens tonight.
So the streets were saying, James, you were pretty down on the Kings after that Nuggets loss. For those who didn't hear, what specifically after that loss had you feeling like it was a little bit more than just a loss or a one-game situation? It was indicative of a little bit more, possibly.
No, I don't know that's the case. Like that, I expected them to lose that game. Damian and I both were on the same page with that game. I expected them to get blown out. I don't like the way that some of the players played. I don't like some of the vibe. I mean, certainly the vibe coming out of the game, I don't like at all. I wasn't particularly excited to see Domantas Sabonis go back in the game late. And while I say that, I did appreciate Mike Brown putting Keegan Murray back in the game because I understood that. I didn't understand Domas going back in.
Yes,
we
you
haven't
did.
really. Well, I
Yes.
mean, I understood it.
I mean-
Yeah. But I'm not risking the reason. I mean, in all honesty, the reason why you don't put him out there is because at that point in the game, if the other team is unloading their bench and you're unloading your bench, you now have players on the court that are, G League players or two-way players or, sort of the back end of some young guys that can make mistakes and hurt somebody.
Yeah.
And one of your young players flew in and, carved up your star big man and he had to go get stitches. As far as some of the play, I wasn't impressed with Davion. That to me, again, it has nothing to do with him making shots. When he makes shots, great. It's applaud. Yes. But it's just that he didn't look like he was in the right spots all the time on defense. I mean, on offense. I thought defensively he did what he could against Jamal Murray, and Jamal was just too big, too strong, and went over the top of him. But on the offensive end, he just kept if he doesn't have the ball in his hands, if he's not in a pick and roll situation, he's kind of in trouble. And I was still surprised by it because it's not like he didn't know he was gonna start. He had a good idea. The Kings know a lot more about whether De'Aaron Fox is playing or not than we do right now. And, so it's not like Davion didn't have an understanding, but he wasn't the only one. There are other players that struggled in that game that you're just kind of like, look, that was an opportunity and you didn't really take advantage of it. And I feel that happens too many times where Chris Duarte, I thought, did take advantage of the opportunity. Before he got poked in the eye early, I thought he was good. And then when he came back in the game in the fourth, it's like, okay, one-man wrecking crew. That's fine. I thought he played better. So it's just tough. Again, we've had this conversation too many times when it comes to Davion, and I don't think he's a bad player. I just think it's a tough fit, and they just don't play his style of basketball. And that's why I think that they kicked the tires on DeLon Wright at the trade deadline. And they probably should have should have been more aggressive at that position.
We'll come back. James will tell us more why he hates the Sacramento Kings as we prepare for the Kings and Timberwolves tonight.
That's what a Ramsey too. It's like, so
more with the insider from the insiders, our man James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Two things.
Got to get up real quick.
AJ, aka Aldrin.
They said They said AJ was the Lord Tensai gimmick switch of Aldrin J.
And I don't have a bone to pick to you. I don't know why I said it that way, but I don't have a bone to pick with you. Just two things. So number one, Aldrin says Fresno. Well, first of all, he got on this by talking about the Sac State football schedule is out. I saw the same thing. I kind of want to go to the Fresno State game too. I've never been to a Fresno State football game. I definitely want to go. So that'll be pretty dope. But he said, it's crazy to say Fresno State probably got the best football atmosphere in Cali. That's probably the second best.
Who's the best?
SC.
Is it?
Absolutely.
Still?
Yeah. I've been to a game. SC, it's a pretty dope.
I will say like about Fresno.
And it was a random game. It was like Arizona too. So when you talk about a big game, like if Oregon's in town or, it's SC versus UCLA, I mean, that's electric. Fresno State is dope though. I think they're second.
That's fair.
Yeah. Cal used to have some good stuff going on too. The one time I went to a Cal game, that was pretty cool.
Did somebody get booted from the chat earlier? Have they been allowed back in?
Yeah, that's who AJ. AJ is Aldrin.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We're not sure exactly what went down here.
We're not sure.
Is he back or no?
Yeah, AJ. AJ's Aldrin got kicked out. Aldrin came back as AJ.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, AJ.
Yeah, he's back. I don't know what happened. The other thing, AJ said, or he asked the question. He didn't make a statement, but he said he heard that Fresno has the best Mexican food in California. They got some bomb Mexican food. I think, honestly, I think Oakland might have the best Mexican food in California.
I'm gonna throw Modesto and Stockton in there.
Yeah.
Central Valley. 209's got the best.
I've never had any Mexican food out there.
I tried to avoid Fresno.
It's too hot in Fresno.
It's really hot. I go there for some family stuff. I enjoy my time in Fresno. I enjoy my.
I had to go to Modesto all the time.
Fresno coming up for this this Night for Lovers concert. It's a good amount of people.
I had to go to Modesto all the time as a kid for family. That's where my grandparents lived and other family members, and was not a fan of driving down there.
It's a lot different now, James. Give us another chance.
Modesto?
Yeah, it's a little bit more developed.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. But my grandparents lived on a farm, by the channel. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. The big waterway that goes through the middle.
Yeah, it's probably the Tuolumne River or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, my grandparents lived on the channel, and they had a bridge that went from the main road to their property. So we had to drive over the channel. I don't know.
David, do you have any thought on who has the best Mexican food in California?
I do not.
I said Oakland.
I think California, just in general.
That's right, Collins. It definitely ain't Bakersfield.
Yeah, you can go just about anywhere in California and get good Mexican, but if you leave California, you get some really bad Mexican food.
That's terrible. I've heard San Diego too. I've heard San Diego. I went to San Diego. I didn't have Mexican food, so I don't know. But I've heard San Diego is it. Oakland still got the best. I mean, Oakland got the food trucks, the Mexican trucks that go crazy.
Bay Area Mexican food is always solid.
Yeah, the little food trucks. They got some cool little spots out here in Sac too. Obviously the restaurants, but they got some little food trucks. At least in South Sac off of Freeport, that go hard. They go hard. Thank.
This is facts, Aldrin.
Stomping grounds.
You got to hit Super Taqueria in San Jose. That's the best spot right there.
I can't remember the last time I was in San Jose. We've got to be talking about 10, 15, almost 20 years now. I mean, I did go to a Niners game. That's still Santa Clara, though. I ain't been to San Jose. And since I went to the Ambassador when I was in college. Shout out to the Ambassador, E40's Club. I don't know if it's still there or not.
Why do you have a club in San Jose?
San Jose kind of popping. San Jose kind of popping.
Just making sure we don't have any updates still yet on injury.
We're back. Hammer.
Hey guys, before we get back into the Kings, there's just some things that we have to take care of.
Okay.
Simple as that. I was mentioned on Twitter by none other than our guy Mitch. He said, at IMK Diddy, good imitation by Kyle. Great to have fun while my hip is killing me on my first day of retirement. So then Miss Mac-10 says, happy retirement, Mitch. And Mitch says, thank you, Sonia. Still waiting on Casey and Damian to wish the same from their big chairs.
Happy retirement, Mitch.
Yeah, happy
Mitch, we
retirement,
said
Mitch.
that- we said that like
Give him
5
air horns.
times.
Give him air horns, man. Happy retirement, big dog.
It's 6:30 Eastern time. Do you think he's listening?
Well, he sent this 21 minutes ago.
Well, maybe he's listening.
Poor
Hey,
guy's on the DL.
happy retirement, Mitch.
Poor guy hurt his hip on his first day of retirement. I'm not laughing.
That's like the best Mitch story, though. Mitch, how's your retirement going? Oh, I blew out my hip my first day.
I agree with this sentiment right here from David Jackson.
Mitch, please.
Mitch, please.
Mitch, you that guy, man. Hope you're enjoying retirement, man. Enjoying the grandson, all that good stuff, man.
Hammer, I think you just looked up the injury report. Any updates there regarding De'Aaron Fox and Anthony Edwards?
No, I'm still waiting for the updated injury
Oh, the new one
report.
hasn't dropped. Okay.
Yeah, it should have already dropped, but welcome to the NBA.
I'm guessing De'Aaron's a game time decision, similar to what he was last time.
Yeah. Is there a belief, maybe from both you guys, that you just if it's a game time decision, just don't play him and wait till you get back home on Monday? Give him an extra, if he's sore like that, give him an extra 2 days or something like that.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah.
I would. If I was De'Aaron,
I'd leave it up to him.
yeah. If I was De'Aaron, I'd want to play.
Yeah,
But
that's what I do then.
people, but you know how people are
No, I know.
nowadays. They're like, hey, we'll just give him the extra day, give him an extra 48 hours or something like that.
Yeah, I feel like Fox, though, no. I'm going to play.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
Huh?
players know their bodies better than anyone else. So again, it's a bruise. So if he can play and he feels comfortable, then he'll play. And if not, I don't have any problems with him not playing. I mean, like, look, I once watched, I think Marcus Thornton missed 20 games with a deep thigh bruise, just couldn't shake it. And so if it's something like that, maybe. But either way, he hit knees pretty good with Hawkes. So yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find out when the NBA feels like telling us. This is a 5 o'clock start. What time is it in Minnesota?
It is a 5 o'clock start tonight.
It's a 5 o'clock.
It's poor. I mean, whatever. But poor Chicago Bulls fans and Chicago Bulls, they got to play a 9 o'clock game tonight because they're the
Why?
late game on ESPN. They couldn't find a game west of the Mississippi that they could put in the late game.
Oh, wow.
So they're playing at 7 p.m. Pacific in
That is
Chicago.
bizarre.
Yeah.
That's not great. Yeah, the injury report just came out and it's the same. So they're both still questionable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if De'Aaron can't play, I say Anthony Edwards
That's
can't
only
play.
fair. That's only fair. And I assume all indications are Domas is fine. Just stitches from the young elbow that shredded his
He's gonna
face
have
like
to-
an old UFC fight.
Isn't it on like his forehead? Is he going to have to wear a headband tonight?
No, I think it's his cheek.
It's gonna look
like
like
kind
Dusty Rhodes.
Ah.
Yeah, it's kind of on his cheek. So, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think Domas will be fine.
No concussion protocol.
Concussion, that would be tragic.
Like
Mason Jones plays like 13 minutes in one game, gets a tech in another, and costs you Domantas Sabonis. That would not be great.
What's the what do you think the message is from Mike? There was rumblings that there was a pretty lengthy film session yesterday. What do you think the message is that he's trying to get across to these guys right now?
I mean, at
Is
a
it
certain
still defense?
No, if I'm him, I mean, at this point, somebody put out the stats when they score what is it, 120 or more, like their record is really, really good. Like you just gotta, whatever the like the confines you've put on this team to slow them down or to, like the to take away who they were last year, just like strip all that down right now. Just go. Just go play. Stop thinking. Just start playing the game instinctively, which is exactly what they did last year. It's a read and react offense. Just go out there and find yourself. And because even if you lose this game, at least make it a competitive loss. Make it a loss that you feel like you were right there and you could have done something. And so when you walk into this homestand that's coming up and all these home games, you at least have something to build on and some sort of identity to build on. And I'm not saying stop playing defense. What I'm saying is that this team should be in a lot of like high scoring games and they're just not. And they need to get the ball out of the basket and get up court. And they need to get in transition as much as possible. And they need to play with a much more like a sense of urgency that we just haven't seen consistently. And so that's kind of where I would be if I was Mike. But who knows? I mean, I really do feel like they've kind of made excuses for the fact that their offense isn't as good as it was last year. And that's what I look at. There aren't any reasons. Like, there are reasons and there are excuses. For me, there are only excuses why this offense is not high octane and flying all over the place like it was last year. And that you need to get back to it, whether it's like more pick and rolls or more DHOs or guys just hitting their shots. And they need to figure it out in my book.
Yeah, you worry about all that other stuff that you're trying to improve on and all this other stuff. You worry about that in the offseason and next year and maybe with different guys. Right now, it's time to get back to basics, almost akin to what happened after the Houston games. Remember when Domas came to practice not wanting to hear anything from Jake and talked about they had some discussions about the offense, and a lot of people believe that he talked about, hey, let's get back to running the plays that were working last year. It's time to do more of that.
Yeah.
Like get back to what you guys are comfortable with, what you know, and what has been proven to be effective, and ride that all the way to the end of the season.
Yeah, I also they need to start realizing when someone's got the hot hand. And I just like all season long I felt that way, that they don't know how to ride the hot hand. And we saw it even with this with the Denver loss. Man, Keegan Murray was on fire. And then you went away from him. And maybe he didn't do a good enough job to get open, or maybe it was just situational, but at some point it can't be situational anymore. You have to actually force feed and say, look, if you don't step up in this moment, we're going to lose this game. And our best path forward is with you. And so I think that that's something that, we've seen it even with Harrison. Harrison finishes a game like 6 of 8 from the field. That shouldn't happen. If you've hit 6 of 8, you need to hit 10 of 14. That's something that this team doesn't do a good job of recognizing. And maybe it's that other teams are taking some things away, but I just feel like this team is slightly predictable and slightly one-dimensional when it comes to the offensive end right now. It's, a ton of 3-point shots. If you're hitting your 3-point shots, you got a shot. But just like we saw in the Denver game where, you hit 7 of 10 in the first quarter, you miss all 10 in the second quarter, and the game's over. And you just can't be that team. This team was like way too good on the offensive end last year. People forget they weren't just a great 3-point shooting team. They led the league in 2-point field goal percentage as well. And they got to the line a bunch and they hit their free throws. These are like who you were as a team. Like the lack of identity is still like slightly jarring to me.
Who do you hold responsible for them being so predictable on the offensive end?
I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess it's like certain, like they now have a book on you for sure. We talked a little bit about like the Miami Heat. You play the Miami Heat, you play them twice a year. So when they throw this wackadoodle, like crazy zone at you that no one else uses, it can throw you for a loop. especially when you're on the second night of a back-to-back and you didn't have a big walkthrough to like sit there and kind of figure it out and talk about it. And I think that, the more you play against that, the better you are against it. And the Kings, they're a team that teams have now played multiple times. They understand what's coming. They understand what Sabonis means to the team and what Fox likes to do, their tendencies, and the DHO that Kevin Huerter runs. They're figuring out different ways to defend some of this stuff. But at the same time, I think the Kings have missed like an abnormal amount of open looks. And so I can't just blame it on the league figuring you out. There are certain teams that know exactly how to slow down Domantas Sabonis. But then you get to most of these other games and they don't. So the Kings need to do a better job of moving the ball and moving around the court. They're getting stagnant. They've got to stop with all that. And they have to use tempo, use pace, get out, move. You got a fast team.
James, you hit the nail on the head with my favorite random stat ever is getting the wide open looks. And they seem to be generating the same amount of wide open looks this year than they did last year. They're just not consistently hitting those same looks for whatever reason. And I do believe as long as they continue to generate those type of looks, you're always going to at least have the opportunity. That's what you ask for. You're going to get those same looks. You're going to have the opportunity to knock them down. Will they knock them down? We'll see. On a consistent basis, we'll see. But the offense is working to some degree if they're able to continue to generate those open looks.
No, I think it is. I mean, maybe it is just that the players need to be more locked in and they need to hit their shots. I part of it is that they just aren't as good shooting the three this year. And then, on the defensive end, they've got things that make them a hot mess all the time. But, the improvement, the maintain and improve thing, I don't think at this point we can say they've even maintained. We've kind of hit a point where you're looking at them in a different light than you did even last year, where, there isn't a lot of semblance of the same group and the same sort of mentality. So we'll see though, because this is one of those games, Kyle talked about this earlier. The Kings, every time they're up against spots like this, where you kind of just felt like, oh, well, they're probably going to lose this game. That's when they stepped up and beat teams last year. And it's even when they stepped up and beat teams earlier this year, like Minnesota, they lost the 2 games in a row to New Orleans, and they had that 6-game road trip. And the last game of the 6-game road trip, we're all thinking, okay, final game, probably going to get thumped by a Timberwolves team that hasn't lost at home. And the Kings went in there and found a way. So if that's who we see tonight, like the gritty fire back at you Kings, then that would be a whole lot more like convincing, like heading into this final, like 24 games.
And I think that's the concern. I mean, you go back to that game in November when they beat the Timberwolves. De'Aaron had 36 in that one. Man, a lot of
they
shots.
played. That was one of the best games they played all year. That game when they beat Minnesota, they were fantastic on offense and frustrated them on the defensive end as well.
Yeah, and no Jaden McDaniels in that game.
No Kevin Huerter. No, who are they missing?
I think
Keegan.
Was no Keegan, huh?
There's no Keegan. Yeah, Huerter started.
Oh.
Harrison started. Domas started. Because I'm looking at Duarte because there's a big 0 in the far right column. Like, what the hell is that? Chris Duarte played 21 minutes, didn't score. I'm like, wait a minute. Kevin Huerter played. Who didn't play? Keegan was out in that first game against Minnesota. And you got 10 points from. I shouldn't have chuckled the way you got 10 points from Kessler Edwards in that game.
Yeah,
17
you can see
from Domas. You got that second unit played really, really well in that game.
Yeah, but the Kings second unit hasn't played really well in a while.
So that was kind of leading us to the next thing. Is it's like that's one, a conversation we've had a couple of times this week, and plenty of people have called in and said it felt like last year this team had depth and the depth was performing. This year it feels like you pull up this past Minnesota game, they went 124-111. There might not be very many games that you can pull up where it looks like you get You get damn near 3 guys off the bench. I say damn near because Trey had 9. Damn near 3 guys off the bench having double figures.
Yeah, I think the bench scored 45 in that game,
including Kessler Edwards, who may not have played since then. I don't even remember the last time we saw Kessler Edwards.
I need to see Kessler in this game, like in this game tonight. Like he is a good matchup because that's the second time they played Minnesota. Jaden McDaniels did play, and he got loose. He hit the Kings for like 20 points, and was really impactful on the defensive end. So that's a good matchup. I like Kessler against like run him out there against Cat for a few minutes. That's not bad. They just have a lot of weird matchups too. Like Naz Reid is a tough guy. Who is going to defend Naz Reid on this team? I mean, maybe Trey Lyles, but I don't know. That's a tough one.
Alex Lynn time, baby.
Yeah.
Carl Anthony Towns was 4 or 5 from 3 in that game. The one they lost.
The one in Minnesota.
The one in Minnesota, yeah.
The one in Sacramento, that was a frustrating game because they didn't really.
Kings were below 100. That was one of their games where they were below 100.
And they had to they had almost a Miami-like comeback to get that game to maybe 6 with 4 minutes to go, and then Minnesota pulled away again. But they struggled in that one.
Bench had 20 in that one versus, what'd you say a second ago, James? 40 in the first one?
45. I think that was the number.
Yeah, they had 20 in this one. Another big performance from De'Aaron. Keegan played really well, triple-double from Domas. And a bad Herter game. A really, really bad Herter game. 15 minutes. 1 of 7.
That was in the
Sacramento
game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're an interesting squad. I think, again, they don't have Kyle. Well, Kyle Anderson is doubtful tonight. That can be big for the Kings, too. Kyle Anderson, I don't know why Kyle Anderson gives anyone problems. Like, it's kind of like, going up against a knuckleball pitcher. Actually,
it's really incredible.
Yeah.
His shot is really one of the most incredible things in the entire league.
It really is.
Kyle compared him to Jamie Moyer, the old pitcher, who pitched till he was like 49 and just like lobbed the ball like the whole time. And you're like, how in the world is this working? And like that's exactly what Kyle Anderson does. He just like slowly beats you, and it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm hoping they show up and play well today, regardless of who plays. I was really encouraged and hyped watching the beginning, the first quarter and a half on Wednesday, and it was pretty deflating that it just died.
But you know what killed? I was perfectly fine watching that basketball game. Like, they're playing well, and then I don't remember if it was a TV graphic or the computer. It's like, oh, they're 7 of 10 from 3. Okay, well, that's not going to continue. So can they strike a middle point? And the emphatic answer was no. We're going to go from white hot to ice cold. And it was one of the, we do this. How many times? I think we did this one of the Detroit games. I can't remember which one it was, where I think Detroit started really, really hot in the first quarter.
Yeah, the one in Detroit.
And it was like, this, okay, that's not going to continue.
Right.
So did they score 49?
Yeah.
In the first.
So I feel like Denver was like, they're not going to keep doing this. And sure enough, they missed their next 12.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. According to our friend Chris Biderman, De'Aaron Fox will go through his pregame routine before determining his status tonight with a left knee contusion. Did the same thing on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's all right.
It should be an interesting game. I
imagine Anthony Edwards is probably doing something similar. I don't. Anthony Edwards' role is it the ankle from the other night?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay. I'd imagine he's going through the same thing. Is this their first game back?
No, he played like the next night. They had a back-to-back.
Oh, okay.
And he played.
Okay.
But I guess they were still saying, questionable.
Okay. He may have still had some adrenaline that next game. I didn't know
he
they
doesn't
played
really miss games. Yeah. Anthony Edwards, he's missed, I think, 3 games on the season.
It's that's a really good basketball team. I mean, I know that's a dumb statement given their record. They're at the top of the Western Conference, But I think there were a lot of questions about them entering the year. There were people dissecting their schedule, like, oh, they haven't played any good teams yet. I wasn't even sure who they were when they came to the Golden One Center in December. It was after that game that I was like, you need to pay a little bit more attention to the squad. They're good, man.
Ant-Man, the following night, they played Memphis, played 40 minutes, 34 points.
Yeah, Anthony Edwards is playing tonight.
Yeah, probably.
He's playing tonight.
All right. Well, like I said, they just got to play good.
Hey.
But more importantly, just get past this game.
Well, get past it.
Get past this game.
Get a win. Why not?
Yeah.
Get a win.
And you do get an extra day off this weekend. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Yeah, they have the whole weekend off. You won't miss anything. We'll be back Monday to get you ready for Chicago.
When we step out of Memorial Auditorium tonight, I want to see that beam in the sky.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see that beam in the sky one time.
Do
There's
the
a lot of
math for
out of
me.
towners coming out here for
Do the
this
math for me.
concert.
When
I want them to see that beam in the sky.
When we step into the Memorial Auditorium, be pretty damn close, right?
Pretty close. Pretty close. We can start like being chants.
Come on,
as we're walking in.
We'll get We'll get sued. We're not allowed to talk at this concert tonight. There are, James, radio stations across this region hate D-Lo and Casey.
You're just gonna have to hop on stage and sign language or something, I guess.
Oh, we're gonna be on stage. We just, guys, don't say anything. We'll give them pictures. You guys can't say anything.
That's crazy. They'd be like, you can't say a word. You don't even,
What if
you don't
we
even
just
know
start,
who we are.
What if we
Like,
just start yelling without the mics? Does that count?
these people?
Very confused with what's happening here.
Clown
No, they're
behavior.
scared of us. No, well, James, this is what I encourage. James,
Hey, that starts at 10 o'clock too, by the way. That starts at 10 o'clock.
oh, this is the
That ain't just 12 o'clock. That's at 10 o'clock.
We had a presentation today in class where we went over graphs and what
Yeah.
numbers mean, and that when people tweet stupid stuff, we're gonna start throwing receipts out. This, James, is a receipt, and it's funny because okay, you know what? We ain't doing this. No, we ain't doing this. This is how the show started. This is not going to be how the show ended. We're headed into a huge night for D-Lo and KC and 102.5. We're headed out to the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium. Oh, go ahead, James. Put that on. James, put Fedora Ham.
Hey,
oh, yeah. They're going to be
playing.
Hey, Fedora D-Lo's in the house tonight. Fedora D-Lo's in the house tonight.
Just relax. Let's have a good Friday. Let's have a good Saturday. Good weekend.
That's what it is. We're going to have a great weekend. And I think we got Kings coverage coming up next. We got Purple and Black pregame show on the way. And then we'll be back here on Monday to get you ready for a huge week of Kings basketball that includes Chicago, the Los Angeles Lakers, another visit from the San Antonio Spurs, all during the work week next week. So we have got you covered. Appreciate you making us a part of your day. Appreciate you making us a part of your week. And we will see you back here Monday beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader. I said Sacramento Sports Leader.
That's right.
ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Today's show title is "Do you guys see this bar?"
I don't even I haven't seen that graph, so I don't even know what that.
Oh, well, we got to go, James. We can't stay. But these, I'll just make this quick for you. This big, scary blue bar here, those are our numbers.
Starting at 10 a.m.
Starting at 10 a.m. This little bar right here, that's their number. Now, we've got multiple. Look, we could do it again.
Steve ain't going to like that.
Audience get a little bit older. This D-Lo and KC and the Insiders. This little bar right here. That's them. You want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This one. Oh, and you know what's great about this? You know where D-Lo and KC were? You know where James and Kyle were? Right here. You know where they were? They were in Las Vegas. That's them. Yeah, no, that bar right there. That's them. That's them. This is a top 10 station. This This is a top 22 station.
Mm.
I will give every person in the chat who can name 22 stations. I'm not going to give you anything. I just this is the closest margin. This is 18 to 34. But I figured this out. What's that? Good for them. Look at that number there. They're now a top 15 station with that number. Hey, good job. Good job. You know what I figured out about this though? This is 18 to 34. You know where 18 to 34 is? Wave at them. Because they right there. Because when you create a profile, yeah, it's in the profile. All those people around here, they have that number. I'll leave this here for you to review later, James.
All right.
And I'm
I
gonna
saw
leave
one.
before Charlie gets frustrated with me.
Yeah.
He laughed. He thought it was funny. He might not think it's as funny the second time. Love you, Charlie. All right, guys. We're gonna shut down and we're running out the door.
If anybody's there tonight, say what's up.
Yeah,
I don't
come
know if
through.
anybody coming through, but if they are, man, say what up.
right.
Say what up. Say
Thanks
what up.
for a fun day, man. We love you guys. We'll see you next week.